to have you. I'm sorry to have bored you all to death and blown up the space. Wish it was my first time, but it's not. Thanks for finding us again. Retweet, share the space. Maria Report, MRIYA report.org is the website. But right now, I'd like to focus your attention on your little screens, on your devices. Please do us the marketing work that we cannot pay for. Retweet and share the space. You are part of our voluntary effort. Jump in. You found us early, so do us a favor and help lay a good foundation. Hopefully, this space will stand up and go for a couple of hours this evening. So retweet, share the space. I see Tracy's back in the room. Hello, Madam Trace. Hope you're well. Tenny is with us. Cathy Flynn, shout out. Double D, I see you, my friend. Genesis Man is also in the room. We're going to do some more shout outs here. I see Robin, Kevin Bresby is here. Hello, Kev. I see Beelzebub, person I haven't chatted in a long time. Good evening, Beelzy. I see Curie is here. Hello, Curie. How are you? Hope you are all well. Bringing back Yana. Hello, Yana. Thank you for being here. You've saved me from babbling. It's Maria Report. What time is it where you are?
Hello, Bernesto. Hello, Tracy. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for saving us so soon. I don't know how you got to the space so quickly, but really, thank you for coming back after the crash. I will do the timestamp now. Just a second. So we know that in Kiev it's 22:24, meaning that it's 10 p.m. and 25 minutes in Kiev time. That means in Amsterdam, Berlin, Prague, Paris, it's 21:25. That means 9 p.m. 25. In London, it's 20:25. That means 8:25 p.m. I don't know what is so funny, Bernesto. I am so proud of my time reading. Let me look at some more exotic times, at least for me. Let me do San Francisco. It's 12:25. I believe that's the daytime, so that would be PM. New York, it's 15:25. That's 3 p.m. 25. Somebody told me that I should do the PM stuff rather than the 100 stuff. Let me do Sydney, 7:25 in the morning. That's AM. Unfortunately, I don't see the. Oh yeah, I do see the Workers' Paradise. That is amazing. 4:26 a.m. And I think I'm done with the timestamp. Tracy, welcome back, and Bernesto, please go ahead.
I was laughing, Yana, because I wasn't able to count. Before you came into the room, I gave an erroneous timestamp, and I gave the Kiev time. No. I gave the Kiev time as Dublin, Cork, and London. So thank you for. I was laughing at myself. Thank you for correcting it. And shout out to the Workers' Paradise. Almost 4:30 in the morning in Perth. Hope you are all well and warm. I know it's kind of hot out there. Hope you're surviving. There's a bit of a heat event. So if you're living in Western Australia, please make sure you keep your pack with you and you always have hydration. Don't know if anyone here is from Western Australia listening, but if you are, it's very early. You're very welcome. Retweet, share the space, Maria Report. Hello, Tracy.
Hello, Bernesto. And hello, Yana. Welcome back to us all. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And yes, please get retweeting. Let everybody know we are back and let everybody find us again very, very easily, just the way that you all did. So, Yana, we were having a fantastic conversation there. How rude of Twitter.
I know, it's unbelievable. We actually really, yeah, it was so interesting. And I absolutely don't want to exhaust the word to go totally, but I'm really happy that I can see that he joined us again. And I see Bernesto raised his hand, so let's give it a try. Let's try not to crash the space this time, Bernesto. Please go ahead.
Very good. I can't make any promises, but I'm full of good intentions. Does that sound familiar to anybody? I'm joking at my own expense. Please retweet and share the space. It's MriyaReport.org, MRIYA report.org. Retweet it, share it. We rely on you to do our marketing. We do not have a marketing budget. It's a voluntary organization. Our outfit is tax regulated and registered with the IRS. So your donation is tax refundable. It's a tax deductible, not refundable. Retweet, share the space. I was chatting to War Doggo, hoping to pick your brain, sir, about how we see not only joined up thinking between volunteer efforts such as our own, where we can laser focus and supply precisely needed this week, or when the order was, when they did the count maybe a month and a half ago, they realized it. So now we're trying to get the order in and supply them. And we see this similarly in other places of Ukraine in their halls of power, with Minister Alexander Commission recently suggesting yesterday, I believe, that the 1 million drones that NATO will supply, he suggested perhaps NATO should order that supply within Ukraine. And I wondered if it's something that you're aware of generally, that it's kind of an effort that the place is on the move, or it is an effort to not only rebuild and reconstruct, but to build for future Ukraine and her industrial base in future. And then I mentioned the Italian and European Bank redevelopment are spending 200 million between them to reconstruct and reform hydroelectric and hydro systems with a Ukrainian um, state corporation. And again, it shows to me that not only is it for future, but this is actually money being spent, and we're just hearing the announcements. And I expect engineers have already shot their lines and know their places for all these projects. So I wonder if you've seen the same, and if not, if it's news to you. Sorry to spring it on you. I'd love to hear your thoughts either way, because I know you're a deep thinking person, and I enjoy your perspective. This is MriyaReport. Thanks for coming to find us.
Thanks, Ernesto. Absolutely. Dearest, please retweet the space, letting know others that the discussions are going on here, and like this is the space about Ukraine, and many things we already have been discussing in the past. Many fundraisers were started and successfully completed. Many things were delivered to those who are mm, who are in need of certain things. There are a lot of governments, there are a lot of countries, there are a lot of citizens who are supporting Ukraine, because many understand that the things happening in Ukraine are that wrong, and they understand who does what, and they understand that this is not only about Ukraine, and some even help being very pragmatic, understanding that if we don't help Ukraine, it means like we are the next one if we allow autocracies actually to be that unpunished and doing certain things without proper proper, I would say, punishment and prosecution for that such things not happening in the future. What's important related to the drones? Look, the only thing I know, like calculating from how many the certain unit will need the drones, how many units are using the drones during the day, how many drones certain units are losing during the day. I would say everybody is saying like, hey, we are going to produce 1 million. But in fact, if you think the quantity of Ukraine armed forces and this particular part that is on the front lines, I would probably say that Ukraine needs 15 million of drones, and we are so proud that we are able to produce 1 million. That's actually how far we are from the reality that is on the ground. I mean, it sounds really a lot, 1 million, but imagine if we need 15. That's the idea behind, and that's uncomfortable thing that needs to be mentioned, because like 1 million is not like sky is the limit. It's just the minimum thing that we shouldn't stop. And in Ukraine there are a lot of things that the reality of war have pushed to have available, to have locally produced. And like there are many drones that are produced locally. There are many companies that produce drones abroad and supply to Ukraine, and there are many governments who are doing like military drone supplies to Ukraine. And the particular thing is that let's imagine one unit on the front lines, and they've got certain type of drones. Specifically, let's imagine FPV drone tested, and then they know that that one is good one. They fly using like 10-15 kilometers, uh, doing certain missions, and then they've been proposed the new drone. What they do when they have already like a good one working and they have proposed another one, they put it under the bench, waiting for the darkest hour when the one that they're using today they've got no already. They have got like minimum stocks, and that's when they start using the other one. And that's actually showing you that not every new produced drone like immediately is got in use, immediately is got tested on the battleground. And it's important that those who produce, they also do specific testings and like do certain job instead of military, because like, I've produced something, here is for you, now you manage. No, it doesn't work like that. Many drone companies, they build very specific testing facilities, like they start they do certain, not only electronical, but like pretty uh, mm, pretty, like, how to call it, like physical tests, like uh, in a specific equipment in their production facilities, and like proposing their drones uh, to be used. They're already showing some protocols, they're already showing some certifications. And army mechanism is not that like you can produce something and government start immediately ordering from you. It doesn't work like that. You have to pass certain specific qualifications. You have to correspond to a certain specific standards, and like many producers are not like not for them it's not possible to use all of this, to not to comply to all of this standards, to all of these things, specific things. I will not be like touching many of them because like it's not my area. But what I've heard from many guys who produce the drones, that is not that actually easy to start like drone production and to get someone ordering from you, because he might be already he might already have found someone who produce a good drone, and like it's the main one for them. Yes, it is not that easy as it may sound, let's call it like this. And just to give you a right perspective on 1 million, 1 million is good, but imagine we need 15 or 17. That's the idea behind.
Perfect. Thank you, Wardo. Absolutely. And I take your perspective and I appreciate you sharing it with us. Please retweet, share the space, everybody. Slava Ukraini.
Hello,
Hello,
Slava.
Clara.
Thank you, Ernesto. Tracy, you also had a question. Please go ahead.
Oh, that's okay, Anna. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was interested in what Ernesto was saying earlier about the arrangement with the Italian bank, Italy, and I forget the name of the bank. I have to go back and just check. I can never get these acronyms.
ECDR or something. It's a development, redevelopment. One of the Euro banks, one of the European banks.
Thank you, Ernesto. Yeah, I can never get those acronyms right. There's just too many of them, I'm afraid. But yeah, I was looking at this earlier today, and I'm glad that you brought it back up, because I think it's absolutely fantastic news. Like you said, that they've signed that cooperation. And what I wanted to say was, you might not have been aware, it's something that I've followed since the Russians blew the Kovka Dam, actually, because I just managed to find Ukra Hydro Energo, and I follow them. So that made it quite easy. And so that's how I saw the news today, actually, is by looking at them and looking at their channel. So I think it's absolutely fascinating, because when they blew the Kovka Dam, these guys were out there straight away, pretty much, as soon and in some cases they weren't even waiting till the water receded. They were going wherever they needed to go in boats to do whatever assessments that they needed to do. They were exceptionally quick at getting the engineers out there and all the relevant people that can look at these things, just in the first place to see whether it was possible to be able to rebuild it and repair it. Of course, that's the first thing. So I'm really, really pleased to see now that actually these things are starting to take place, because it's something that they've been looking at with the engineers. all this time from then until now, it's not something that they've stopped doing. So I think now that this finance is in place, maybe actually something may be able to start being put into production, put into manufacture, because they've been doing all the background work already. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that now the financing is there, we will start to see some movement. Go ahead, Vanessa.
Exactly that. That was my feeling. That's, I mentioned I'm pretty confident the engineers and surveyors have been out already. They're not just going to turn up in a couple of months and hope to open their laptops and get to work. I'm pretty sure we're aware of this having been ongoing. And what it feels to me like is that it's another it's just Ukraine throwing another card onto the flush, that they're showing that, well, we're announcing with Italy 200 million, 100 million from a European bank, by the way, and 100 million from the Italians. On the same weekend, we see that Germany are sending untold value of kit and support, military. France are announcing a military agreement. Italy will be announcing a further military agreement. I think it's all very interesting, the timing of it, and also I'm conscious that we pay respect to what we have seen as great statesmanship or statespersonship, great officership as Zelensky holds the office of president. And I feel like this is certainly a stage managed couple of announcements that I have not been deaf to the drumbeat of the blowing up and the strategically dismantling the Russian cash machine, the oil and gas refineries. That has been happening at a pace shockingly quick since the 1st of January. And we also see all these allies now announcing packages. And like you say, Tracy, I get the feeling it's just a timely announcement from the Italian allies and the Ukrainians agreeing that this would be a good time to share the news. And I'm heartened by it.
Absolutely, me too. We had some great news this week as well from Energeton about the things that they're doing with partners, and particular Westinghouse. They're looking at making these small-scale reactors. They've now got more storage in place for spent nuclear fuel in Ukraine, which they've done a fantastic job of looking after and keeping that safe. Even all throughout during everything that they're going through, they're now having more gas storage and more more partners deals with countries, more things that are going on there, because they managed to do such a fantastic job of keeping the gas safe. The gas storage is safe and the gas transportation. So they've done incredible things there, and I'm really excited about this in the field of energy, because they have made this ambitious target, Ukraine, that they want to be the most energy efficient nation, and I believe that they will actually achieve this target. I'm going to keep saying it, they are achieving their demining target at the moment, so that was an ambitious target and they're doing incredible at that. So I think it's all absolutely fantastic news. Of course, we just want to see more of the military things coming thicker and faster, so that they can get ready for what I guess looks like a possible spring offensive now.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Tracy. Sorry, I don't have anything to add, but Ernesto, did you want to go ahead? Please go ahead.
Well, I don't know about spring offensive, Tracy, but I follow your train of thinking. I'm also very cognizant of the new chief of staff, the new general in charge, and that we have seen already certain moves and rotations, and I think he's someone who might be pleased to make his presence known in the year 2024. I think he's probably a man of his time, and his time has come. So I don't know about spring offensive, but I'm certainly confident in the Ukrainians' ability, given his own track record in the field, like in battle as a leader since 2014, and from 2014, and indeed since then, more recently with the 2022 re-invasion that we saw. He himself was involved not just in the planning, but the carrying out of some quite notable offences, and that number one, he was picked to be trusted at that time with that role of responsibility, speaks volumes to me, and number two, how well he carried it out, and number three, the magnificent control he had over his troops as they were taking back territory, and discipline, which people don't often focus on. But I heard mentioned here from some of the actual military practitioners, and they were just opining that it's not just about taking a road and saying, right, everything up to that road is ours. You then have to go back and make sure there's no bogeyman hiding. And so the conduct apparently was immaculate as the Ukrainians achieved that in the various bounds and clearing of land. So I'd be interested to see how he's conducted now that he will conduct it now that he has, you know, the huge writ of the entire responsibility. But yeah, very, very, very interesting. And it's not rose tinted, I don't believe. I think these are very serious announcements and very serious alliances, very serious amounts of money, not to be trifled with. And both indeed the projects that are being spent on, you know, sourcing drones, putting up. I think what you say is true, Wardog, about the 15 million needed, or the 50 million, or the 150 million. This is true, and the way to do it is first bang out 1 million. So I would hope that Minister Commission, his suggestion wouldn't fall on deaf ears, and then indeed we might see that production of 1 million first goes through. But as you say, who knows? But I'm very happy that people have found that space again. Thank you for coming back. It's MriyaReport. We suffered a crash. Retweet, share the space.
Thank you very much, Benesto. Yes, it's probably a little bit ambitious, in it, isn't it? I'm not a military mind, of course, you all know that. So maybe it is a little bit ambitious. Maybe a summer offensive then, you know. But I mean, I don't want it to be a winter one. I will be certainly not very happy if it takes all the rest of the partners to get till winter to get everything else there. I will be very, very cross at that. So I do not want to think about that. I want to just keep pushing our politicians, keep pushing our MPs or whatever you call them in your respective countries, your officials, keep putting that public pressure on, keep donating, keep retweeting, keep sharing information, and keep talking about Ukraine, no matter what you do. I think that's the most important thing. Jana, what would you say? Talk about Ukraine wherever you go, whether people want to listen or not. That's what I do.
Yeah, absolutely, Tracy. You know, I think I bother all my friends, and well, bother. Well, they should be bothered, but I'm obsessively talking about Ukraine all the time, and I think it's been quite a while since I have been to a bar, but I used to do that last year quite a lot. Yeah, but definitely, and you know, it's really important to do this word of mouth and talk to people in your real life, because I think many of us here in MriyaReport, whether it's listeners or the co-hosts, and definitely the regular speakers, we kind of live this 24/7, and we really have the first-hand information, or we discuss it. However, I still see that after 2 years of the brutal Russian invasion, many people are not really aware, and we don't see that many information in our news. It probably also depends country. It's different country from country. I think there is quite a good coverage in the Netherlands where I live, but there are some countries where it doesn't even get into the news. So long story short, I'm trying to say that it's important to talk to your family and friends and update them on what is going on, and also explain the important things we are trying to do. Apart from family and friends, of course, we often have CC here, and the initiative to talk to your representatives, especially in this crucial time, and that's possible to be done either by calling them or even emailing them, contacting them through their websites, contacting their office. But apparently it's also possible in some cases by faxing them. So we have some very dedicated listeners and participants in MriyaReport who are using the power of fax machine or a virtual fax machine and faxing even some funny memes to some politicians' offices, which I think is absolutely brilliant. And the third thing, so we talked your loved ones, or even your enemies, or the politicians or your representatives. But the third thing, the idea we came up with the other day was try to contact journalists. And it's not as difficult as it sounds nowadays, because of course everything is online, and many journalists sign their articles, and it's possible to contact them through their media, to find their contact, or at least like the professional link to them. And I would think it's also an option that we could explore. I know that we were, actually, this gentleman somehow found us when we were, mobilizing ourselves through our neighborhood online groups, and trying to help as much as possible. So there is a local journalist who interviewed several people, and he was so inspired that he actually traveled to Ukraine and did some reporting from there. So it's also possible. And again, these people, some of them might not even know, or they might be aware of like the like general picture, but of course I think anybody who listens to MriyaReport can bring a lot of details that journalists might not even be aware of. And when I say journalists, of course it can be the paper media, the online reputable media, but in our particular case it was a gentleman from a radio, from quite a well established radio station in the Netherlands. But yeah, it was I don't want to laugh, but it's amazing that all these possibilities are there, and radio is still actually serving to a certain audience that we would not maybe even think about. So yeah. So these are the three groups of people that we can contact and then share our information with, Tracy. So back to you. I hope I answered your question, which I'm not really sure what it was. But yeah, sorry for going on a run there. I kind of got excited about this. Please go ahead, Tracy.
No, not at all, Jana. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. Yeah, that we definitely should be doing all those things. And that was a really good rundown for everybody of some of the options that they can do. One thing I find funny is I've started telling people that we are a radio show. I don't tell them that we're a space on Twitter anymore. I find that this puts a lot of people off. And so I just tell them we're a radio show, but we broadcast on Twitter. And that seems to, I don't know, break down barriers a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely, Tracy. I actually learned this from somebody on MriyaReport. I also call it like an online talk radio, where you can talk with people, because indeed when I was trying to explain what a space is, people don't have that much attention. And every time when I was trying to explain what a Twitter space is and how they can log in, I could see the stairs going blank. So yeah, indeed, like internet talk radio is a perfect shortcut to explain what we are trying to do here. But again, I just want to really, really highlight what is important for me, and it has been since the beginning. I never experienced MriyaReport as a like radio where the radio hosts talk at you, because for me this has always been a community. So I would just like to make sure that we all realize that we are all included. So anyways.
No, that's a really good point, Jana. It's so true, because and this is why I try to refer to people as listeners rather than the audience, because I kind of feel if it's an audience, like you say, it's almost like you're separated, whereas we are a community here, and we do so many things together because we are a community and because we have one focus. And I think that's very important to mention, because actually that reminds me of the thank you that MriyaReport put out, because there was a wonderful thread. I probably will have to scroll back a little bit down to find it now, but I think I'm going to find it anyway, because it was a wonderful thread of all the pictures and videos that we've been sent in by all the incredibly wonderful people that we've raised funds for and been able to buy equipment for. And the mayor, the deputy mayor of Kherson City, she did a video also, and I spoke about that earlier, and that is also on the tweet thread, and that was put out for all of you by the MriyaReport account, and it's for you, for every single one of you, all you listeners. That's who we're speaking to here, because it's not really us. We come and we do everything that we can here together, but really you make this a community as well, and without all of you lot, this would not work. So thank you very much to every single one of you that helps, however it is that you help. Even if you think all I do is listen, that's not just all you do. You know, you're taking on board that information, you're learning, and you're going to be talking about these things, whether you intentionally try to share them or whether they just come up in conversation. So of course, that is everything that we all do together here as a community. And I think it's very important to remember that. So thank you for pointing that out, Jana.
Thank you very much, Tracy. And, talking about thank you, and now I'll do a segue or a donkey bridge, as we call it. I just wanted to also thank you, Tracy, for for staying with me, because I think you already had a long shift, and I see you're here with me, which is wonderful. Of course, I enjoy it, but I just will maybe let you rest a little bit, because you always do so much work. It's incredible. But talking about Tracy, let me put you on the spot for 1 second more, because I really enjoyed one of your stories. Well, I enjoy all of your stories, but I really loved your stories about your special patch, Tracy. I know that you got the real deal, not a merchandise stuff, but a real deal from the SBU. And I was so excited. You were also very humble. I think somebody actually forced you to talk about it a little bit. You wouldn't even admit it, but I absolutely loved when you said that it's it's in a golden frame on your bedstand. So I was sharing this at home as well with my people here. It's like, oh yeah, that was a great story. So anyway, sorry for embarrassing you. I hope I didn't, but I wanted to bring this up because I really appreciate you. But Tracy, let's go to some stuff we also wanted to share. I was very happy that we had such a special, super special guest, and Wordogo translating for us and answering even more questions we had. And now, following up on this, you also discussed with Bernesto the drones and special equipment. So we just had a bit of news in the background that I noticed, I thought was a little bit connected to this, is that the UK is actually working with other countries, including the United States, to provide Ukraine with thousands of artificially intelligent loitering munition capable of striking Russian targets in swarms, which I think is incredible and very a useful capability. And I know that we even had some discussion with some experts discussing whether it's like a real swarms or not swarms, and what is artificial intelligence. But apparently this is kind of very leading edge technology, this swarms of munition or a swarm of drones. And I even know from my personal life that stuff like this comes, for example, from observing like behavior of animals, or animals that live in these big collectives like bees or ants, So indeed, very leading edge, and I really hope this will materialize and as soon as possible, because I think this could give Ukraine a good advantage. So, and this was reported by the Ukrainian Review, and apparently the source is also Bloomberg. So I wanted to just add this exciting piece of technology news to our previous discussion, Tracy.
Oh, thank you so much, Jana. I was so excited to see that, actually. In fact, I'm really proud and really excited of everything that the UK is doing. Of course, that doesn't mean that I don't think that we can continue to do more. And it's all well and good saying all these things, but we have to remember that we do have an election coming up as well. So things could always be changed, which, of course, is not it's not a prospect that I want to face. But I can't see a new government getting in power and keeping everything the same, because that's just not the way things are done when governments change over the hands of power. But nevertheless, we will worry about that a bit nearer the time. And I think all we can do until then is just like everybody else in the US is doing, and just keep pushing our politicians, keep putting that public pressure on, and keep letting your voice be known, because whoever it is that's going to be in power, whether it be the UK or somewhere else, they all need to know that this is what we expect you to do. You work for us. At the end of the day, we pay your wages. This is my opinion anyway. And I think these people, these politicians, should actually start working for us. What do you think about that, Jana?
No, absolutely, Tracy, and thank you also for pointing this out, because you know, I sometimes got very excited about like these pieces of news about cool technology, but these are only fragments. So we really have to look at the big picture, and I think we have been like drumming the you know, the drums. I don't know how you say that, but here in MriyaReport, I think we have been really screaming about this, how important this is, and how this is of course it's the existential fight of Ukraine, but it's also a threat to democracy and to you know, the law order in the whole world, basically, and especially in Europe. So I absolutely agree with you, and I think all of people who are here, except for the trolls, that we really should have woken up yesterday, and if not yesterday, today, and all our politicians should wake up. And you know, Tracy, that at the moment, it was yesterday, today, and tomorrow, there is the Munich security conference going on, and there are, thank God, there are some voices that are really trying to amplify this. So, for example, the German Defense Minister Pistorius said on one of the panels in the Munich Security Conference that about the 2% target of NATO spending, that of course we need more, and that we should really increase our spending for defense significantly, up to 3.5%. And of course the voices from the background saying even more, because yeah, of course it's really a security threat, and not only the hot war that is going on in Ukraine, but also the hybrid war that Russia and their evil allies, I don't even know how else to say that, are really, yeah, they're really threatening the global order. So, and yeah, we all should wake up, pull ourselves together, and do more. So yeah, but I don't want to preach to the choir. Of course, we all know that, but it's worth repeating. And Tracy, because this Munich security conference is going on, I wanted to talk a little bit more about it today, and I'm sure you and Christopher covered it also before, but perhaps we have some new audience at the moment, so maybe we can have a little bit look at that. What do you think?
I think that's a great idea, Jana, because as you say, we do indeed have different listeners at different times, and there has been quite a lot of things happening at that conference. We've had quite a lot of announcements, haven't we, from Germany, France, Italy, various different places. I think there's been some excellent results. And of course, the head of the president's office, Andrew Yermak, he's been having meetings on the sidelines of the Munich Security Conference with various different partners for various different things.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Munich Security Conference, as I said, is taken for 3 days. They have an interesting program, and they covered various topics. Let me just quickly summarize the topics, and then we'll go to Christopher. So the topics are defense, global order, human security, sustainability, technology, and there are also some awards and networking. Christopher, please go ahead.
Yeah, so there's some interesting. I'm just going to run down some of the highlights / headlines that, where's this aggregated from The Guardian. First day gathered. This discussions were set to focus on Ukraine and the Middle East. And of course, Alexei Navalny dies in jail. Reports of Navalny's death shifted the mood of the conference as his wife Yulia unexpectedly took the stage. Kamala Harris, the U.S. Vice President, gave a speech underscoring Biden administration's commitment to pursue global engagement and American leadership. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, said the global order not working for anyone. Well, that's an interesting interpretation. Israel Katz, Israel's foreign minister, defended his government's approach in Gaza. Representatives of Israel's hostage families made a public plea for their return. Ivka Stilinka, the Latvian prime minister, I'm sure I butchered her name, unfortunately, made the case for boosting investment in defense. Kaja Kallas, the Estonian prime minister, said this is the European hour and we need to rise to the challenge. And then the last bullet point here under the quick summary of the day, which was at 13:52, I guess that would probably be your time, Tracy. The NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, I love saying that name, said, quote, if we want a lasting peace, we must continue to provide Ukraine with weapons and ammunition. And then at 13:38, because this is kind of like a rolling timeline, I can't see any hands and I can't see anything because I'm reading off my screen. So just interrupt me if you need to. David Cameron, the British Foreign Secretary, said in Munich that, quote, Britain has always supported a two-state solution, and a two-state solution meaning a state of Israel secure in its borders and a Palestinian state secure in its own borders. He added, quote, clearly that requires the recognition of a Palestinian state, and Britain's view has always been that we should recognize that state when it best contributes to the process of peace and the development of this two-state solution. And what I said, which I think was perhaps a tiny bit new, but not revolutionary, was I don't think that recognition should come at the start of the process, because I think there are lots of things the Palestinians need to do from their end to make sure that the state can function properly with a good, effective government. But it shouldn't have to come at the end. It is something that can be part of the momentum. And we need to see this irreversible momentum towards a two-state solution, and it can be part of that. Go, gadget, go. David Cameron. Some love him, some hate him. In Munich, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen met with Yulia Navalny, because that's the female spelling of the last name of the person. She says, the Twitter is, Dear Yulia, you and your family have bravely supported Alexei Navalny and his cause for so many years. Today, we also bow our heads to the entire family. 12:42 hours. Speaking at a Munich Security Conference panel on the risks of global economics, the British Foreign Secretary David Cameron. David's got a lot of speaking parts in this play. David, at least in the first act, anyway. David Cameron said, I think the biggest risk is the worry that we might not have the political will to solve the problems, even when we know what the answers are. Well, I guess also because this is the Guardian, and that's kind of like the UK thing, so I could see that. Anyway, I digress. Quote, the Trumpian case for protectionism is not the cause of populism. It is the symptom. And we have to deal with the underlying causes. And in all of our countries, I think it's the same. It's that people feel left behind, some people, some places, by globalization. Well, I don't know, Tracy, if he's saying anything new there. I'll pause for a moment. I don't see any hands. I'm back on the screen. I do see Terexis, though. Okay, back to you all then. Yes.
Thank. Sorry, Anna, go ahead.
Oh, Tracy, you can go ahead. I really wanted to just say thank you to Christopher for his amazing summary and also interaction with us and the audience in the meantime. And it's wonderful to see Terexis as well. I see, Terexis, that you waved your hand, and I'm not sure if you're on the PC or just saying hello. So please go ahead if you want to say something.
I see Terexis says listening, Anna.
Oh, I see. Oh, he is waving his hand as a hello then. Okay. Thank you very much, Tracy. And thank you, Christopher. I am just trying to share in the nest a video because President Volodymyr Zelensky also attended, of course, the Munich Security Conference, and we have a video of his conversation on the main stage. He was interviewed by Christine Amanpour, and also, of course, he gave, as usual, one of his wonderful speeches. So I will share this video in the nest with everyone. And I see that Terexis is actually trying to get to speak to us as a speaker. So wonderful to see you, Terexis. Good evening.
Good evening.
And
How are
I'm
you
not
all?
sure if it's... Oh, perfect. Now we can hear it, Terexis. Good evening again.
How are you all doing?
Good. Thank you. Did you actually
Good.
wanted to speak, or did I just put you on the spot? I'm so sorry about that then.
No. I promised Tracy also yesterday that if I have the opportunity to come and speak. Because I wanted to tell Christopher that his phones were almost confiscated at the Polish border. Well, it's not funny, really.
Oh, no.
Yeah, oh, yeah. So for the people listening, we arrived in Kiev yesterday. We left the Netherlands the evening before. And we had, of course, a bad border crossing as always. We prepared everything very well. Polish side, Ukrainian side. But on the Polish side, we were transferred from the humanitarian corridor to the cargo corridor, which takes forever longer. And when they consider you cargo, they go to all your stuff, and they saw phones on the shipping list, and they wanted to see the phones. But the phones were all the way in the front in the van, so I said, "Go ahead." It took me 4 hours to pack it. You can unpack it, and you can see the phones. And then they changed their mind. Luckily, because otherwise, I think they would have been gone.
Oh, wow. Crazy. Glad you put them all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, there wasn't coincidence. There was some planning for this particular occasion, but I didn't think it would happen. But anyway, those border crossings always suck. But when you get to the place of destination, you forget about it. So we had a lot of drop-offs today of our humanitarian aid. Around 70 boxes. Tomorrow still some more. And then 1 day of sightseeing, and then we go home again.
Thank you so much for coming up and telling us, Terexis. I'm really pleased that you did. It's such a wonderful story to hear. these horizontal connections that we speak about, and then just by chance those phones go to Ukraine, and then of course that fun at the border, which is not fun, and it's not no laughing matter really, but of course because it turned out all right, then we can have a little giggle about it.
That's true. That's true. And about horizontal connections, we had a dinner with some people just now, and it seems we're sending. Let me check. 6 trucks of fishing nets to Ukraine for protecting trenches.
Wow, that's incredible, isn't it? 6
Yeah.
truckloads. That must be a staggering amount, because I guess they don't take up much room, really.
No. So yeah. So having dinner sometimes with some people, connect some people, really makes a difference. So it's just a start, but everyone is really positive about it. The things are there. The possibly free shipping. So and so 6 trucks is a lot of stuff. So that will help the guys a lot. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So 70 boxes, did you say that you've taken this time to Rixus? And is that, apart from the phones, all medical stuff?
Yeah. Well, the phones don't take up a lot of room, but yes, 70 boxes, mostly medical and laptops. Oh, and of course, strobe waffles. That's how I do a little bit of fundraising to pay for the trip, for the gas and stuff. So lots of strobe waffles, 7 boxes of strobe waffles.
Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it, to stack and pack all those boxes and get all those things all packed away inside there, and all packed up inside the van. Was the van completely full to excess?
Yeah, it was Tetris in real life.
Brilliant. Go ahead, Christopher.
Truxes, what's the fascination with screening at the Polish side of the border to go into Ukraine? I mean, it seems kind of like, well, you're taking humanitarian, you're taking stuff in. Why would the Polish border guards have it? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, officially you're leaving the EU, so there's a lot of stuff you can't export from the EU without permission. So that's one thing, and that's a valid reason. But what they did to us yesterday was just messing with us.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I wasn't thinking about the cross border and that you're actually leaving the country, and there would be export. There could be export prohibitions. Okay, so that makes sense. But the messing with you, yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Yeah, no, that's really it. It was a cloudy day, but otherwise I could have sent some pictures of Mother, and because we have a view on the statue, which is amazing.
Oh, that would have been incredible, wouldn't it? Yeah, I bet it's absolutely huge when you get up close to that thing. I mean, it seems absolutely huge just looking at the pictures.
It is. We'll go there tomorrow, and I'll make a picture from down and then look up at the monument. It's but you can see it from miles away, especially when the sun shines and reflects. It's beautiful to see.
And does it have a museum underneath to access?
Yes, they do. I've never been there. I was supposed to go there in September, but it was closed then. But they have. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go on. I was just going to say, I think that's an absolutely wonderful idea to do something like that.
Yeah, but there's also, well, we won't have time this time, but there's also the History Museum, and that's really interesting. For example, Bandera gets explained really well. But all of history, like the Cossacks, how Moscow was gifted by the Kiev people, It goes back really a long time. But on the way to Motherland, there's also an exhibition of the first few weeks of the invasion. So half of the helicopter that was shot down in Hostomel is there. So we'll have a look around. I've been there already, but the two friends I'm with didn't see that yet. So we'll have a quick look then.
Oh yeah, that sounds incredible. I would so love to be able to go to those places. If I go to Ukraine, that's two of the places I will be going first, because I think it's incredibly important to experience that culture and learn that history as much as you can. Sorry, Jana, please go ahead.
No, thank you very much, Tracy, and thank you so much, Tarixis, that you joined us from there. And I just for the new listeners, I remember that you have been doing this for a long time. Well, since the beginning of the invasion, right? You have been going with vans to Ukraine, bringing medical staff and other deliveries. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Well, in the beginning, I listened to MriyaReport from the very beginning, and after a while, I got so frustrated with listening to all the news, and I wanted to do something. And that so not last December, but the December before. So that's December 2022, I think. That was my first trip, and this is my seventh.
Oh, is this your second? Okay.
No, seventh.
Oh, seventh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I saw there were more. And Tarixis, when you talked about this border crossing, like, do you experience, in your own opinion, like, did the sentiment of this Polish guards on the border change somehow, or is it just a coincidence? You think that they have been messing with you now?
No, it's been mostly the same, and you have to be lucky, I guess. Uh, the way back to the Netherlands is always a bit more quick, but that's easy because the van is almost empty. And I don't want to be a sexist, but if you have a female border guard, it makes it way more easier. For some reason, they are much friendlier. I don't know if I offended someone, but that's my experience.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into the theories why is that, but okay, that's interesting because like in general we know that of course there now we are witnessing this strange astroturfed I think very much incited protests of Polish farmers that of course there is maybe um, some issue that they have, but it's, I think, very much artificially blown up or incited, I would say. But other than that, like since the very beginning, like overwhelmingly, and of course we all know that the Polish people on all fronts have been so helpful, like even like people in the restaurants that I've heard from our Ukrainian guests, and even here in the Netherlands where I live, like the first gathering of materials to send to Ukraine was through some Polish communities, and we we collected everything in a Polish library, and there was so much support. So it really is surprising that these border guards can be so difficult sometimes. Do you have any theory about that?
Yeah, I think it's just, well, first of all, it's their job to be meticulous about it. Leaving the EU and entering the EU is a big thing. And also in the first months, there was smuggling of people and smuggling of goods. So there is a valid reason for them to do their jobs well. But yeah, I did all the preparations, all the documentations, all the paperwork, and yeah, this was the first time they checked so thoroughly, I have to say. And I'm not sure if that has, if it has to do something with the sentiment that's going on. I really don't think so, to be honest, because all the protests are not exactly at the border, but a couple of miles or kilometers before the border. So I'm not sure. I've always one time I got sent away because I had the word medicine in my shipping list, and I'm not certified for medicines. But what I meant was medicine in general, like medical. So it can be, the slightest thing can tick them off, and
Oh,
that's
but
not new.
yeah, that's good to know then. That's really good to know, and thank you for clarifying this. I'm really glad that the sentiment is not changing and they're just doing their job really, real well. Tracy, please go ahead.
Okay, Anna. I was just thinking actually about, because of course there's been lots of smuggling, as you say, and Ukraine is trying to crack down on a lot of corruption, and there's been corruption at the borders, and there have been some FBU cases where some border agents have been charged for corruption and for, basically bribing people, making them pay extra loads to get, speedy access, etc., and things like that. And I was just wondering also, because there have been some cases with the FBU regarding SIM cards and such like things that Russians are buying in Ukraine and then sending to temporarily occupied parts of Ukraine, for example. So I was thinking, because you said phones, I wonder if that maybe made them think we need to look further at these things to make sure that you're not smuggling something in that kind of a way.
I think the phones are just interesting to them because they look. If I bring a box of medical aid, I can put it at zero amount of worth because it's donated, and there's no black market for bandages. But there is a black market for phones. So I think that's really that's the thing that they're worried about, that we're going into Ukraine to sell phones, for example.
Yeah, I think you could be right to exist, because there's been a number of problems with those types of things, haven't there? I mean, even like Russians using power banks for drones and all sorts of types of things. So it doesn't surprise me. I think that they would be stricter with those types of things. But it is interesting that you mention about, I guess it's kind of like the language barrier almost, because as you said, there's a difference between medicine and medical, but of course, meaning you did mean medical things, not actually medicine that you take.
Exactly. Yeah. And to be honest, yesterday we had some help from the charity in Kiev we went to. He's a Ukrainian guy, so he talked to the border guard, and we had a Ukrainian lady with us. She's visiting her husband, and she's going back with us to the Netherlands. And well, they helped us a lot, because I don't think we don't talk Ukrainian very well, and they didn't talk English very well, so they in the end they just tore up the papers, and we were allowed to drive into Ukraine. So yesterday we had a big we were helped a lot by these people.
That's wonderful to hear, Terexis. Oh, Tracy, please go ahead.
No, that's okay, Anna. Sorry, go ahead.
No, if you still have a little bit of time for us, it's really special to have you on directly from Kyiv. But if you need to go, please let us know. I wanted to ask you because I knew you were doing this, but can you maybe shed some light for us how it works when you come to Ukraine? So you mentioned the horizontal connection. So to whom do you give the supplies? How does it work?
Yeah, so and well, you know, Twitter can be quite toxic on charities. But I'll just be I'll tell it like it is. I've worked with several charities from the beginning in Lviv, also Ukrainian charities, Western charities, but I bring most of the stuff to what's her handle on Twitter? De facto humanity. Is that de facto? Yeah, I think that's her handle. And that's because I know it goes to the front lines within a week, and I'm really satisfied with that. I've had experiences where I donated laptops and I saw them popping up on Twitter months later, and that's not what I want. On the other hand, we have some boxes for the new drone academy in Kiev, and we'll be delivering them on Monday evening, I think. Yes. So there are a couple of places and people we go to. For example, we met up with a Dutch guy who is going with some US guys and some Ukrainian guys with a donated ambulance to Bakhmut next week, and we gave them like a power bank on steroids, which you can hook up to the car charger, and it has an integrated light, so they can use that in the back of the ambulance, and it also can charge up your phone. So there's the well, most of the aid is medical, but there's also these well, more special things that we gave out this week. And those guys going to Bakhmut, they're going to really to the front lines of Bakhmut, so they're heroes to me. And we could help them out a little bit by giving them light in their ambulance and while they're doing their thing and evacuating people.
That is indeed amazing. Thank you so much for what you do into Rixus. And how do you know what to source or what to bring? I guess you get like pleads for help or requests from your contacts, or how does it work back home?
Yeah. So sometimes I get offered things, and then I ask, is there a need for those items? So, for example, for the first time we did stroopwafels, I was like, stroopwafels? Are you guys kidding me? They need protein bars and energy gels, and I had some of that too, some boxes. So I was like, stroopwafels, hell no. Because they get a sugar rush and they don't need the sugar rush in the trenches. But then I asked would they like stroopwafels, and they absolutely adore stroopwafels because it gives them a nice feeling, just a little comfort food. So yeah, stroopwafels. And for example, medical supplies are always in demand. We had some tourniquets, but they're expensive, of course. But most of the stuff I bring are bandages, plasters, burn shield stuff, eye wash. So it's more of the consumable medical aid. And yeah, well, that's always needed. And the saddest thing is there's I think 50 boxes, and they'll be gone in 2 weeks. I mean, they'll be delivered in 1 week and then gone. I mean, empty in another week. Anyway, you can only do so much.
Yeah, of course, you can't do everything, but every box counts, right? It's
Right.
you are doing a lot, and yeah, you know how to eat an elephant, spoon by one spoon at a time.
Yeah.
But well, first of all, I wanted to say I think straw waffles are absolutely magic, and it is a crucial medical equipment, I would say. And I'm not even into sweet stuff, but who doesn't know straw waffles? You have to try it. It's amazing Dutch invention that everybody needs to try and enjoy. And it's so wonderful that they actually asked for it, Turk. So it's yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think there is one person in the world who wouldn't love this.
It's really funny because I have pictures of stroopwafels in trenches and next to guns. So that's really yeah, it's really funny to see.
That is super cool. And please remind me, I think you already talked about this, but how do you get the medical equipment back home? I think you have some connections with the hospitals. Or sorry, please remind us how does it work?
Yeah, it's sometimes hospitals, but to be honest, they mostly want to get rid of things, so they, like COVID tests um, masks for COVID, and well, I think Ukraine is overloaded with masks and COVID tests. So now we have like like home care. So the people that go to take care of people at home, not in the hospital in the Netherlands. You know how that works?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, so they like every month they have all kinds of stuff. For example, also adult diapers, which are in desperate need, sadly. And yet so there's a big network in the Netherlands that all the home care workers save up that stuff and don't throw it away. And I have some connections with every company in the Netherlands has to use first aid kits at their offices, but they also have to be refitted every 2 years, and the contents of these first aid kits get thrown away, but they get sent back to the importer, which saves them up, and they call me once a month, and then I go get it, and then it's 2 days of sorting, and then there's a lot of bandages and plasters and whatever, stitching sets, burn shields, eye wash, lots of things.
It's great that you are doing this. Christopher, please go ahead.
Yeah, you should have seen his floor. He sent me pictures of his organization sorting. Oh my lord. It was well, if you're like me and you like to sort things into the piles and stuff, I think he did a tremendous job there from what I saw from the start, and then what the finished job was. Hey, I DM'd you a picture. Is this what you mean by stove waffles?
Let me see.
Yeah, I'm just Googling them. I'm gonna put them in the nest. They are amazing. I'm just looking for a really good picture to illustrate this goodness.
Yeah, those those are them. But I have to say, you get stroopwafels like these pre-packaged ones, and you can they stay edible for, I don't know, 5 years or something. They're nice, but they're not the best quality. So we get fresh stroopwafels. So the 2 days before we leave, they get baked, and then we take them along with us, and they'll be good for about 2 months, and then they have to be eaten.
Oh wow, that's amazing. I mean, these are tiny. I don't know why I wound up with these like little tiny bite size. You got to put them over a little thing, a little espresso cup, because you you really have to. But the big ones, the ones that I'm used to, you put them right over your teacup and you let them get warm and they get gooey, and yeah, they are really, really dynamite. So wow, that's just so strange, but yet so encouraging. Thank you for saying.
Yeah.
Tracy, please go ahead.
Can you only get small ones there, Christopher? Would you like me to send you some? Because we get them here, you know, Jana, Trixus, in Lidl and Aldi in packets of 5 or 6. You know, they're pre-packaged, of course. They're not freshly baked, although Lidl do their own freshly baked ones as well. And these are delicious.
Yeah.
I got these so that I would control myself. Thank you. I thought you had to ask, didn't you? Back to you.
I'm definitely sending you big ones now.
Oh,
No, but-
you are naughty. You are naughty, Miss Hall. Naughty, naughty, naughty. Cheeky.
No, but Christopher, you need to try those that Trixus mentioned when they're freshly baked. It's heavenly, huh?
Yeah, it's well, and the best ones are actually at the market because they make them. The caramel is fresh and the dough is fresh, and but these are pretty close.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for sharing this with us, and also, well, of course, how you are doing it. And you mentioned you are still meeting somebody tonight, or are all your meetings over?
No, we're done for tonight. Tomorrow, I'm not a religious person, but I will go to church for the first time ever, I think, because we were invited there. And then we'll have some Nova Postia deliveries, and then we go to the to Motherland and all the blown up Russian stuff. And then we have another meeting tomorrow evening with dinner. You see, it's like we have a Western income, and then it's really nice to take people out to dinner because, well, Ukraine is relatively cheap for us. So tonight I've had the best steak I've ever had, and it was 11 euros. So then it's easy and fun to take people out. And if you, well, bring some more people who don't know each other yet, then the horizontal connections, they come to life.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing this with us again, Trixus.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, we really appreciate you coming up to it. It's been, you know, a lovely conversation. I wonder, actually, on the opposite side of things, is there anything delicious that you have bought in Ukraine that you can tell us about, apart from the obvious things that we hear about all the time?
Everything is delicious in Ukraine. No, I'm serious. I mean, for example, coffee. I know I'm gonna offend Italian listeners and maybe also French listeners, but I think the best coffee is in Ukraine. Yeah. But a lot of food. It's all fresh. But like I said, it was the best steak ever. Yeah, all the food is just really, really, really nice, and for our standards, it's really, really cheap also.
Thank you very much, Trixus. Jana, sorry, did I interrupt? Did I step over you there?
No, not at all, Tracy. I'm sorry, my timing is not so good. But yeah, Tarixis, when you mentioned the taste of food as well, we had this also with our Ukrainian guests who came to the Netherlands, and they really insisted on well, cooking borscht, of course, and they always talked so lovingly about Ukrainian food. So yeah, I can't wait to go there and try it. So I can imagine, and thank you for being so good to also your Ukrainian friends.
Yeah, well, it was nice. It was not because normally this isn't your time slot, Tracy, and so I was surprised to see you all, and I'm happy you guys were here, so I could keep up to my promise.
Thank you so much. I'm happy too as well. And yes, you're absolutely right. It's not my time slot, but never mind. This is how it goes around here. And just look how perfect it worked out, Tarixis.
It did. So thank you guys very much. I shouldn't tell this, but I'm going to have a smoke on the balcony, and then I'm going to bed.
Travel safe, my friend. Travel safe, please. Thank you.
I will. Thank you, Christopher, and thank you for your help.
Yeah, I
Anytime.
hope you have a safe.
We're gonna make another list for when you do this again the next time. We'll make sure we get something else that you all need. So back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up to it, because I do really appreciate it, and I'm so glad that I was able to be here and have this conversation with you. Of course, I would have been listening anyway, so I wouldn't have missed out completely. But yes, please, I hope you have safe journeys and enjoyable journeys, and easy border crossings, and no stumbling from the balcony to the bed.
No, I'll be all right. Okay. Thank you all. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye bye.
Bye bye, Tarixis. Thank you. So,
well,
Tracy, Christopher. Well, first of all, again, thank you both to indeed staying for such a long time with me. And what an amazing evening! We just have incredible guests after guest after guest. So it's really so special to be here tonight. But Tracy, so let's maybe go back to the news, and let's see if there will be another amazing guest just randomly popping up when we dive into it, okay? So I understand that there have been three Russian planes going down today. And I didn't have a chance to listen all day, so I don't know that many details, but I know there was at least one Su-35 fighter jet that went down in eastern Ukraine, actually near Avdiivka. Is that right? Do you know?
yes, that's right. So the Air Force reported it first thing this morning. Actually, let me see now. The commander of the Air Force, he was the first person to report it, and then it did come out from the main Air Force account as well. So this is what he said this morning. In the eastern direction, units of the Air Force of the Armed Forces of Ukraine destroyed 3 enemy aircraft at once, Jana, all at the same time. 2 Su-34 fighter bombers and 1 Su-35. And then a little bit later, there was some more information, because Russians were trying to say that there are no losses, of course. And then after that, they tried to say, well, there was a radio interception, and 1 pilot was found and the others were wanted. However, something just didn't add up there, because it didn't really make sense. And so, of course, the Air Force and Ukraine being Ukraine, did an incredible thing and actually checked that information. And if you check the Air Force account, in fact, I'm going to post it now for people to have a look at, because the commander of the Air Force, he has posted the coordinates. He's posted what's an image from a screen, I think, that he's taken. So as if you're looking at some kind of a map, like a Google map or something like that. It shows you all the terrain, and it shows you where the different marks are, and you can see that he's clearly telling you that these things are, their transponders are going off, basically, as is what happens when these planes have accidents. And so, of course, they actually did know where they were the whole time. But that doesn't surprise me. Russia would like to say that to deny it. And then just not so long ago, just to add to the saga, Jana, there seems to be now some video evidence supporting the plane going down, which I've also just posted out for people to have a look at. So I hope that fills you in on all the juicy details of 3 more planes taken down by Ukraine today.
Tracy, you are so amazing. Thank you also for the video and for all the details, because I'm really reading all the defense blogs, and you actually gathered much more information, and you painted the overall picture for us. So thank you very much for that. Okay, well, that is very, very exciting, right? This is fantastic news. I also, when I was looking up what we can talk about today and about some pieces of news, I of course checked the Institute for the Study of War, because they of course regularly bring some updates. And I saw they really had some interesting bullet points that I wanted to share with you. Of course, they are talking, well, first of all, let me say that the latest update is actually from yesterday, because they usually do it like every other day, every 2 to 3 days. So this one is from yesterday. So they are talking about Avdiivka, but of course we already have a fresher update, and we know about the situation there. What was interesting, the Institute of Study of War were saying that the Ukrainian forces may have to conduct counterattacks to conduct an orderly withdrawal, which we could observe as well during like yesterday and today. But what caught my attention, what I wanted to bring to you and to this community, is that and I think we can also say that we observe it, that officials, and especially NATO or military officials, are increasingly warning about Russia and about the significant threat that Russia poses to NATO and NATO countries' security. So there was, for example, a report from Financial Times yesterday that recent new assessments of Russia's military capabilities and potential threats to NATO and NATO states have led Western leaders to recognize Russia's continued military potential and to increase defense investment. Well, I really very much hope so, because I think we all wish we would see this much more. Financial Times quoted unnamed anonymous British military intelligence officials who warned that Russia's aggressive intent has persisted, and that Russian air and naval assets are still largely intact, while Russian land forces have been degraded in Ukraine. The Russian Black Sea Fleet has been badly degraded, as we all know, by Ukrainian strikes, but most of the Russian Navy is unfortunately stationed outside of the Black Sea. Financial Times also noted that most Western officials expect that Russia would be able to reconstitute its forces within 5 to 6 years. It is unclear if the officials are referring to 2030 or to a period starting with the end of the year, whenever that is. So they're saying that Russia would reconstitute in spite of the major losses they suffered in Ukraine. And the Institute of Study of War is remarking that the observation of this periodic, the newspaper, is also consistent with their own previous assessments, meaning Institute of Study of War, that an end to the war on Russian terms would allow Russian forces to reconstitute rapidly and restore capabilities that Russia could use to attack NATO states. Several European defense officials quoted by the Financial Times emphasized that there is a credible threat that Russia could attack a NATO country in as few as 3 to 5 years. NATO officials increased warnings about the current state of the Russian threat, aligned with this assessment. And yeah, basically the warning is that Russia mustn't win, that Russia mustn't become victorious. And of course, the first is a moral imperative that Ukraine must win. And it's a moral imperative for us to help, meaning our countries. But this is the additional information that everybody really should take to mind, that Russia is a threat to everyone around them and even further. And yeah, to prevent Russian victory is an imperative to NATO and America's vital security interests. So yeah, I just wanted to point this out because I know we know that, but yeah, we know that our reaction, or our politicals reaction, was incredibly slow. And it really seems that it's mostly this so-called leaders and politicians, because as we also discussed a couple of evenings that I was listening, like I think people in MriyaReport are saying about most of their respective countries that they can see, even outside of their bubbles, that the general public, the people's support is of course with Ukraine, and there is no war fatigue on the side of public, but really the political will. Please go ahead, Tracy.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Jana. I'm really pleased to see that everything is moving along nicely as it should be now, but this should have been happening last year, shouldn't it? But we are where we are, I guess, and we just have to keep doing what we can keep doing, because there's not much point on dwelling on everything that we didn't do, although it is kind of frustrating, and you do sometimes want to just have a little moan about it. I do myself. So President Zelensky has been speaking actually to Peter Pavel from the Czech Republic, Jana. So I'm thinking this is absolutely wonderful news, because they have talked about the defence support for Ukraine and strengthening cooperation between the defence and industrial complexes of the both countries, and joint production of weapons. So I think this is absolutely fantastic news, and hopefully they will be able to work out some way together for them financing to be able to be given for those 155s.
Yeah, that is fantastic news, Tracy, and it's a really very good news. And you know, I just wanted to add that I don't mean this as a moan when I'm pointing this out. I just want to, I don't know, kind of not celebrate, but I am really happy that some of our leaders, be it military leaders, are really now kind of screaming this to our politicians. And I think this information is finally percolating into the traditional media, you know. So it's really good, even though late, that this message is finally being shared, and that hopefully we will wake up. But yeah, indeed, it's really great news that President Zelensky spoke with President Pavel, and I just would like to add to this for maybe people who don't know, that the Czech Republic has really a very long tradition and good tradition in industrial production, and also in production of weapons and military stuff. So I believe that this collaboration will be very fruitful. And I've heard you saying previously, Tracy, that the Czech Republic discovered some 155 millimeter artillery that was hidden somewhere in the couch cushions. So that's fantastic news as well, right?
I know, right? Imagine shaking your couch, Jana, and like finding all that ammunition.
I really love this news. Thank you very much. But let's go to Jenny, who has been waiting with her hand up, and then to Marcus. Jenny, good evening. Please go ahead.
Good evening. So I have a question. Do you see that there's a correlation with proximity to Russia, that those nations have been prepared in a different way than countries that have further, that has a lot further to reach Russia?
If I can answer, Jenny, but this is like my personal view, yes and no. First of all, yes, because we, of course, see all the Baltic countries and also countries that are around Ukraine, like Poland and the Czech Republic, like really pulling the weight and being very, very, very active and alert, and also screaming these messages. But also, I think there is some negative influence on the former communist countries, and I am really sorry and ashamed and sad to say that one of them is my country, Slovakia, who has been very much helping in the beginning. But there are also a lot of brainwashed people, I think, from the previous era, and also there is a lot of influence directly from Russia, be it the Russian propaganda and all these manipulation techniques and strange media that they are using. But also some people kind of grew up in this brainwashing environment. And not to forget that we also had these structures similar to KGB in all of our countries. And I can safely say that both in Czechia and Slovakia, many of these horrible politicians, like, for example, Fico, who won the Slovak elections and is very pro-Russian, many of these guys are members of the previous, of this KGB, or sorry, former members of this like KGB-like structures, the secret police in our countries. So they're obviously I guess, using the same techniques to get to power and to manipulate people. So indeed, just to sum up, yes, these countries are very much alert and very much aware. And of course, Finland is because they didn't have the brainwashing, but they just had the horrible experience with Russia. They are a fantastic example. But yeah, unfortunately, there is this influence or prevalent historical brainwashing. So I hope it answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Because if you take Sweden, for example, we kind of have Finland as a buffer between Sweden and Russia, so we don't share a land border with them. And if I remember the numbers correctly from 2022, Finland can mobilize an army of 1 million. Sweden is lucky if we can scrape up, I think it was like 100,000. It's like a massive difference between the two nations. I think that now we can probably do better because there were a lot of people who weren't part of the home guard. Our home guard, that is when you have done your conscription and then you have 10 years. And then after 10 years, they're asking you if you want to renew, and you can renew until you turn 60, I think, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that one. And in Sweden, after those 10 years are up, then people fall out of the system and they don't keep up the training. In Finland, they do that to a much bigger extent. They also conscript a lot more than Sweden does. And Sweden is now realizing, oh crap, we need to do more. We need to also have the ability to mobilize 1 million, and we don't today. So thank you.
No, thank you very much for sharing this, and it's well, I very much appreciate your insights and your you know, or your news from your part of the world, because it's also interesting to observe the development in Sweden. Thank you, Jenny. Marcus, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, Tracy.
No.
Sorry, Marcus. I'm so sorry. Let me go to Tracy first, because she has the co-host privileges, and I think she wants to say something urgent, and then we'll go to you. Tracy, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Jana. I'm sorry, Marcus. I just wanted to say good night, good evening to you all. I hope you have a wonderful night and the rest of your day, wherever you are. And thank you so much for spending your time with us today. I will see you all tomorrow. And thank you so much, Jana. It's been very enjoyable co-hosting with you today.
Thank
Tracy, you can bump my spot anytime you want. It's fine.
Yeah, Tracy, you are a superhero in my eyes, and like, thank you for your endless co-hosting. But also, I don't know how you were able to like make these very long and intelligent sentences after like million hours of co-hosting. And thank you for all the information and all the research you are doing. So yeah, good night. I'll let you go now. I'll stop blubbering. And let's go to Marcus now. Sorry, Marcus. Please
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Tracy. Yeah, great news, Jana. Just for you. Okay, you know, well, I mean, I know you're Slovakian, but you know, at times this would be heartening to you, like maybe when your parents were kids. Dominik Hasek, you know, the best goalie of all time. He's Czechian. Yeah. So, he's a fella. I just discovered. I'm blown out of the water. You might have seen my post on that. I don't get a lot of reach, but and it's just me talking about hockey, but like, this guy was my favorite goalie of all time. I have the puck from his Hockey Hall of Fame retirement, or like his Hall of Fame ceremony. Really amazing hockey player, but to find out that he had a fella forged wearing his Czech Olympic gear with the little Vatnik meat cube guy under one of his skates, just chef's kiss. I'm so blown away. So he posts hockey related news, like when the double IHF said that Russians couldn't play another year, stuff like that, and calls the Russians out for genocide. So just wanted to let you know, amazing news.
Marcus, thank you so much. I don't know if you're now making fun of me or you mean this, but of course, Dominik Hasek, I think I have been, you know, we say singing odes about him. He is amazing, of course, and we all adore him. And he has been such a strong, incredible, loud supporter of Ukraine since the beginning of the invasion. So if you follow his timeline, like every day, at least once a day, he posts something about Ukraine. And it's not only like posting on Twitter, he also advocates, he raises funds, he helps people. He has been really on it since the beginning. And he is, of course, a very strong advocate against allowing Russian and Belarusian, but mostly Russian sportsmen and sportswomen to compete on international competitions or in, of course, Olympics. Now he has been really, really fantastic, and he is a fella indeed. Yes. So please go ahead, Marcus.
Well, it's especially cool on one level. I mean, everybody in sports that played in the NHL played with Russians, right? Especially in the 90s and 80s. But Hasek was the goaltender for two Stanley Cup winning Detroit Red Wings teams that had superstar Russian players, right? Sergei Fedorov in one case and Pavel Datsyuk in both cases. So I mean, it's probably a little harder if you're a guy who's professionally linked to Russian hockey players throughout your lifetime. to advocate against their inclusion in the Olympics, even though it's obviously the ethical thing to do. I mean, let's put it this way. I don't think he made fans in the NHL headquarters because they prefer this to be a non-political sport, which is silly given genocide, but it's brave of him to take that stance. And a lot of hockey players have not spoken out, to be honest, right? Not a lot of people have been speaking out compared to the people that stay silent.
True enough, Marcus. Appreciate that. Jenny, you wanted to come back on that, it seems like. And Yana, it's good to see you. You're up here for a few more minutes, it seems like. And then are you staying? I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, James, wonderful to see you. And sorry, I could talk about this for a long time, but I actually will be leaving you. I think I'll leave the hot seat in capable tenant, Bernesto. So, yes, the Dominic Hasek is definitely fantastic. And you're right, Marcus. I think it's been hard for him. And he actually speaks even against NA. Well, he is encouraging NHL to stop hosting Russians. But before we go to Jenny, let me then say my good night, and I'll leave this special seat. And thank you very much for this fantastic evening. And Slava Ukraini and Heroyam Slava. And let's go to Jenny for now. Jenny, please go ahead.
So in Sweden, everybody knows that the Swedish kids, they play hockey to go to the NHL. Everybody wants to go there because that's where you make the money. The ones that don't go there, they usually go to the KHL, which is the Russian Hockey League. And when the war broke out, almost every single Swede went back home and played for pittance, for chump change, rather than staying in the Russian. There were a few that couldn't get out of their contracts. But I think that we have emptied out our players from Russia now. But hockey is huge in Sweden. If it's big in the Czech Republic and Slovakia, it's even bigger in Sweden. We are massive hockey lovers. And his name is Zibanejad. It's not Zibanejad or whatever. I don't know how you pronounce it. So right now I'm a Rangers fan, and that is because Mika Zibanejad is one of the star players from Sweden, and he plays on that team. Hockey, I am not loyal. Thank you. I follow my favorite Swedes. I'm sorry.
You know, I represent the Detroit Red Wings here, and we are the Swedish home team. What the heck, Jenny?
Which players play there? Because
Mika, there was like 9 Swedes in 2000 on the 2008 Olympics, on the 2008 Stanley Cup team. It's crazy. But
yeah,
yes,
I know.
Nicholas Lidstrom still works within the company, but he's retired, right? So
Mika, his mom is from Finland, his father is from Iran, hence the Zibanejad, so that's an Iranian name. Grew up in Sweden, was fostered in one of the biggest clubs in Sweden, and when they did the Junior World Championship, he scored the winning goal, and I think it was on America, it could have been Canada. And
whoa, that's very offensive. Hopefully not Canada.
I know. See, that's the thing. Like, the teams to beat is the US and Canada, because these are the 2 best nations. You just have the most players, and you foster overall the best players. So that is the team to win. If you want to watch a really good game, watch Sweden, Finland. Those 2 teams, they play like not just the honor of the nation is on the line. It is like a war on ice. It is amazing to watch those games.
And Czech versus the Russians is also pretty brutal. Same thing with Finland and Russians.
Yeah. There's death for real though, because there's like real hatred, I think, between those nations. Between Sweden and Finland, it's more love-hate, and Finland is like a little brother that just wants to beat the crap out of its bigger brother, and Sweden's like, I'm sorry, baby brother, but you're not going to win. And it is amazing, and it's very technical. So if you're into the really technical and beautiful hockey, not the fist fighting one, then watch Sweden Finland, because they are so technical. They don't want to get the penalties. They just want to play really good hockey and just beat the living crap technically over each other.
Well, if you can find Zetterberg and make Zetterberg a fella, I'll be forever grateful.
I will do my best.
Dryfly, jump in.
Oh, I just want to tell you that I have a great story about that gold medal game between Czechia and Russia. I was on a business trip to Chicago, and I was staying at a hotel right on the border between Illinois and Wisconsin. And there was a really, really good Central European restaurant right on the border. Just had fantastic food. And it was Czech, Slovak, some Polish. I mean, it was a mix because the area is a mix of peoples. So I was at the bar having a drink, and I was watching the game, and the guy noticed that I was really paying attention, which is not common in that part of Wisconsin, because it's just it's not hockey country for Wisconsin. And he goes, "Where else from?" I said, "I'm from Minnesota." And oh yeah, I'm a huge hockey fan. I knew a bunch of the guys are on the dream team. I was in college at the time, and we all went to the same bars. They weren't personal friends, but I saw them and knew them, and I knew people who knew them, and they were just like guys in the dorms. And he was like, "Wow!" So we're watching this Olympic game, and then he turned to me and says, "I'm Slovak." He says, "And I used to play on the Czechoslovak team back during the Cold War." I went, "Wow, really?" He goes, "Oh yeah." He says, "This game means something to me. This game really means something to me." And I sat at that bar with that guy, and I'm telling him my money was no good. That whole night, my money was no good. I could not buy a drink. I drank a lot, but I could not buy a drink. That guy would absolutely refused to take my money. And we watched the game, and it was just one of the best nights I can remember in my life. It was just a blast. And him talking about all the years and all the fights and all the stuff he had with the Russians, how much he hated the Red Army, and how much he was rooting for Team USA in 1980. And when he found out I actually knew some of the people, that I'd taken my kids to see Herbie Brooks, because he used to still scout at the University of Minnesota games. So we would walk through the stadium, and you'd see him, and that's Herbie Brooks. And he'd wave and go on his way. It was just a great night. So I just thought I'd throw that color out. Now listen.
That warms my hockey heart.
Appreciate it. Ernesto, look, you're right next to me there. And you know who's next to you is Yana. Yana, you came back. You came back after you were co-hosting as speaker. That means probably you wanted to get in some hockey shots.
Yeah, thank you very much, James. No, I just wanted to say that, of course, I just wanted to add that it was always very important for us indeed to beat Russians in the ice hockey, and especially after the occupation in 1968. And of course, I don't remember that. I'm a bit old, but not that old. But I remember when we beat them in the 80s, and it was such a national celebration, you can imagine. So yeah, but there is not that much information in this. It's just I wanted to confirm what Jenny said, that indeed it's like a fight against the biggest enemies, and a lot of hatred in there. I was going to say, Jenny, please go ahead, but James, I'll go back to you because you are the co-host.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be recognized as such once in a while, but don't need to hog the spotlight. Yes, I do. Okay. Anyways, no. I recall something like that for America too. Some Russian game. I don't know. Something happened good that I liked, and yeah. So beating up on Russians on the ice is good. It's fun, and well, anyway. Jenny.
I just wanted to say, because I do watch both the World Championship and the Junior World Championship in hockey each year, and obviously I'm rooting for Sweden. And if Sweden doesn't make it, then it's Finland, then America. That is my order. But this year, Sweden and the US met for the gold championship, for the gold. And at the end. It was like the 80s came back, and it was this rough fight at the end. It was like, I think it was like a full 2 minutes of just slugfest. Two Swedes were expelled from the game alongside the 3 Americans. And I just sat there and was like, oh my gosh, the 80s came back. It was just funny. Good, fun, old fashioned hockey with a lot of fighting. And I think the 80s was when, maybe that was the 90s, when Uffe Samuelsson was called the Terminator. They sent him out just to eliminate people, and he would get match penalties for, for doing what he did. This 2 meter tall Swede, and then just shove people out of the way. The best looking tackles that were usually clean were Niklas Kronwall. He's the latest one. He just backs into them and just sends them flying. And they're clean tackles. And I think he's knocked 1 or 2 people out with his tackles. Anyway, I should probably shut up now about the hockey thing, but I love hockey.
Well, I'm glad that you love a non-violent sport. So yeah, it's a lovely thing on ice. Yeah, it's non-violent. Yes, it is. Nobody's at least shooting yet, so that's a really good thing about that sport and many others. So I like it. Yeah, well, I think this is a fair game for our space because it is about Russia, and Russia is 1 degree away from Ukraine, if you know what I mean. And so I welcome that happy discussion for you guys who are clearly fans. And I am not really a fan so much, but I do appreciate it. And I do like ice skating. I just wish I were better at it, but that's how life goes. Anyways, Bernesto, I don't know if you had anywhere to go, but if our speakers have places that they want to go, I'm ready to go. I do know that it was another good day for Ukraine in terms of the numbers. And there were some, Avdiivka is there. Seems like maybe more than I first thought is going on there. So I'm intrigued sort of by that whole thing. And saw that there is a rather 38-minute long video Zelensky at the Munich conference, and I want to see that. Haven't had a chance yet, so if anybody's had a chance to view that and could say a few words, that'd be great too. But anyway, we're here, and I guess there was a few things that I noted that I really liked, and they meant a lot to me, and so I wanted to post my favorite one into the nest. And I better leave that one alone. I better leave that one alone. Yeah, this one's good. This one, here we go. There we go. Just a little bit of political humor, satire, whatever you want to call it, from the United States. And so there we go. Bernesto, what do you think? Have you seen this piece yet?
Not that one in particular, but I'm looking forward to reading it when you post it, if you can, or you're working on the net. Good evening, James. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I did. It's up. It's the top one.
Lovely. I'll have a look at it when it refreshes. Thanks everyone for listening. If you can hear
There
us,
you go.
it's James and I. We are co-hosting. This is MriyaReport. Please retweet and share the space. You are the marketing segment of our voluntary organisation. We rely on word of mouth and tweeting and social media messaging to get folks here to come and join us. We are fundraising at the moment for vehicles for our Omega friends in the Omega unit. And we were just speaking with War Doggo in Ukraine, who is our longtime friend here on the space, who has been involved in numerous direct action and aid initiatives we've had here. So if you want to go up and check the nest, it is mentioned in a pinned tweet there in the nest. And also you can go to MriyaReport.org, read about the successful and delivered aid and training and such like that has already been funded and supplied. And you can also click ahead and get involved with the current initiative, which, as I said, is for 2 vehicles for our friends in the Omega unit, who we had Volodymyr on earlier on. You'll shortly be able to hear that uploaded. Or if you want to do the quick and dirty version, you can go onto YouTube and track back on the time to when it would have been about 2 or 3 hours ago to listen back. But it will be posted up on Spotify, I'm assuming, once it gets clipped. So please help us out, retweet, share the space, let everyone know you're at MriyaReport.org. James, happy to be taken away on a merry dance by our speakers if they have topics or news items, or even yourself, if you want to go down through a few things you found interesting, happy to chat. And I'm hoping to encourage people to retweet. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Ernesto. I guess I would just like to comment on the political situation in the United States. It's stuck still, and there is evidence that it will be stuck for a while. And I wouldn't be surprised if, when they come back, they can't get any work done, which of course would be one of the big no-nos for any political party in the United States, is to shut down the government. But maybe somebody would make it worth their while. I know it would be a big hit with Putin were that to happen. So I'm wondering how far their depravity goes in terms of, sacking things around here. So anyways, while that is going on, we do have a list in the nest of phone numbers, people who are in sensitive districts that can be touched by the voters. And so do be kind, but do challenge these people with your voice, and ask them for the aid. The aid numbers are up here. We just need you to say the very simplest things, like please pass the foreign aid bill for Ukraine. Israel, you can leave off all the rest. They know which one you're talking about. Just call them, keep calling. And I do think that there's more and more pressure being put on. Mr. Zelensky himself has, well, I don't know where he gets the confidence, but he is confident, he said, that America will make a wise decision. And so that means you, Mike Johnson, that means you and your colleagues. And so please do that. We do hope that you come down on the right side of history, guys. It would be wonderful if you did, and it would show that America is not lost its soul. So anyways, Ernesto, I don't want to make it all about America. In fact, I'd rather not. But I do think we have to say that once in a while to rally people to, drag things along, because it needs dragging. And we'll only get this across the goal line by working at this goal. So if you haven't called, do. And particularly to the people in your district, but don't be afraid to reach outside your district, especially to key people like Mr. Johnson. So I'm going to go back to you, Ernesto, and have a look at one thing in the background for some news.
Thanks very much, James. Just you mentioned about President Zelensky, and I've just seen a recent tweet from him in the last 15 or 10 minutes, and it was in reply to the wonderful NAFO fella, Kaya Kallas. I think she's got some kind of day job as well, running some kind of a vitally important European nation. She's in Munich, but also in attendance and showing great support, and had sent a message herself on Twitter earlier in the day. And then about 14 minutes ago, Vladimir Zelensky's presidential account, which is obviously curated and managed, the official one. Thank you, dear Kaya Kallas. I appreciate your support for our country and our heroes. With friends like you, we have faith in our victory. So I just thought I'd share that, as I just read it as we were limbering up here on the balcony for our afternoon and evening's fun. Wanted to share that with you, as it is resoundingly Zelensky-like. I think there'll be a mode of public speaking when he's finished with the world order, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So yeah, I wanted to share that with you. Slava Ukraine, please share the space. You are the marketing department. It's a voluntary effort here, so we're trying to rebuild our listenership. Had a little bit of a crash earlier, so retweet and share. Let everyone know you're with MriyaReport.org. James.
Ernesto, good. Thank you. Yes, thank you for that. What a great guy he is. I have been using him to remind me that I've got stuff to do. He sits in my corner chair sometimes and says, Jim, you need to finish that chapter now for Ukraine. So anyways, I did look in the back, and I see that we do have highlighted in the title the fact that 3 Russian airframes were taken down. And, that's a big deal, because we don't see that that often, especially when, they're 3 at a time. So we have seen the one-offs here in the last couple weeks, but 3 at a time, this is great. It's not the most ever, it's not the least, but it is a good number. and it continues to eat away at what is one of the things that they can point to and say, yes, we've got more of these than you do, and they're trying to keep it that way for the end of the war. And so this is an important kind of activity for Ukraine to take out what they can to balance out the post war era by having as many or more airframes, or at least enough airframes to seriously impinge on Russia's ability to take cheap shots at Ukraine. Go ahead, Ernesto.
3 planes feels like a lot, doesn't it?
It does. We had I think the highest number for a single strike, I believe, was 11 at once. And were those helicopters somewhere in Russia?
Yeah, they're Hellos. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think so. So I mean, but three's a lot. So, and we were looking at the beginning something like a 1,200 or something like that airframes, and it's degraded a significant amount, and it sure did in the initial phase of the war. But what we've seen in them is they're few and far between now. But that A-50, for example, was just an example of critical kind of asset getting lost, and it's it's not the equivalent exactly of those landing ships that have been taken out recently in the Black Sea, but really good stuff. Ernesto.
So I did see they were taken down all in an area about 100 or 100 kilometers. I'm speaking from memory. I read it on Special Kherson Cat threads earlier on in the afternoon. The 3 apparently were shot down in an area 100 kilometers on the occupied Luhansk side of the Russian border with occupied Ukraine, and it was speculated, oh, it must be some kind of advanced rocket. And of course, in my dreams, I was singing that it was an F-16. Of course, I don't think that it was, but that time is coming soon. And you're quite right. There have been larger days. I remember, I think it was when Patriot was first used, they were able to dupe and take down about 5 in a couple of days. So, but 3 in a day is significant. And rather, more importantly than airframes, I think, are people or bodies to fly them. It's quite simple to make someone wear green clothes and give them whatever kind of weapons you have in the shed and point them west and say, go that way, Ivan. It's a very more difficult thing to have someone be able to drive a plane. It's not quite a bus or a boat. It's a plane. It shouldn't be in the air and you're kind of, flying it. So I think losing 3 pilots like that, who are obviously combat folks on active, will both hopefully stymie that area of activity. Maybe as the Russians recalibrate, and perhaps we should hold our thoughts and wait for Ukraine. Usually these things not always, but usually they can be the prelude to something else, so that the air wing is now gone, and then they might reach in and hit a few other nodes, and then might reach in kind of a path that they have cleared for themselves. I don't know if that's going to happen, but 3 in one area is certainly noteworthy.
Now, we don't know that these were with pilots, do we? Were they shot out of the air? I thought they were not, but
oh no, what I mean is Russian pilots. Sorry, the attrition of their fighter flyers. I mean, I beg your pardon. No, I do believe it was taken out by some munition. I don't think it was an interdiction, but they've lost 3 fighter pilots, or bomber pilots, I suppose, more accurately.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Well, let's go to Hans, Marcus, and then Kevin.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ernest, you're right. I mean, I think there's the fact that they knocked down more birds over time may be related to not just the increased technological capacity they acquired, but the reality that the veteran pilots from 2 years ago have been killed. So the less hours you have under your belt, the less likely you are to be able to recognize the signals required to ditch, right, and get out at the right time. So this will get worse. Of course, the Ukrainians need to have lots of pilots in training for when they get the F-16s. I hope they're being trained and we're not doing what we've done in this war the whole time, where we just go, wait to the last minute and go, oopsie doodle, we have to train your pilots now. That would be very frustrating, but typical. Yeah, so I think this is fantastic. And of course, Avdiivka has been kind of a debacle, so they need the morale boost of knocking down some birds.
Oh, they don't need it, but they sure like having it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ernesto.
No, not a problem, James, but just about kind of the same pause for thought I was suggesting we take with these, taking it in that it's a huge loss, but also let's pause and allow whatever military engineering or scientific plan they have unfolds. Time will show us more, obviously, but the same I would urge, kind of thinking wise, with Avdiivka. Yes, it is ostensibly, quote unquote, a victory for Russia, but that is only if you're counting in Russian terms, and they count berubbed cities and genocide as victories. And I would suggest what we're watching is Ukraine, having expended as many Russians as they chose to expend in that area, have fought a rearguard action and pulled themselves back to higher ground, inward march. What was in Bakhmut, the remnants of the Wagner fighters, and now they don't exist anymore. So inward march, whatever the Russians present, and I would suspect that the Ukrainians have pre-sighted and pre-aimed and will take out maybe 5,000-10,000 more. I don't wish to count people that way, but just from looking at the way it was done in Bakhmut, it seems to be quite similar to what's happening here. My thoughts are with those who are POWs and recently captured by the Russian hordes. I know that there were folks, men and women, who fought rearguard action and fought so close that they got themselves captured to take up Russian time and become POWs. So I'm thinking of those folks tonight, especially. Please retweet, share the space. And hello, Kevin. I was give you a shout out earlier. I'm glad to see you came up to speak with us. Good evening, everyone. Retweet, share the space.
Hey, thank you, Ernest. Just a quick one on those fighter planes. Again, that's I believe part of the cost of Russia's victory in Avdiivka. I believe those were the fighter bombers that were basically using those glide bombs to great effect against the troops there. I think, as always, Ukraine finds a way to respond, and they probably got a few anti-aircraft in the area to make that to take care of that problem. So that's again part of the costs, the tremendous costs that Russia had to pay. Hopefully that will slow them down. In addition to that, I think you've already said these were their not just fighter planes or bomber planes. These are their most advanced Su-34, Su-35. So good to see them down. And until we can get some of the other planes into this fight to defend Ukrainian airspace, whether it be the F-16s, Gripens, or the Mirage 2000. Hopefully, Ukraine will be able to be much more effective in combating these things more quickly in the future. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. Yes, well, I don't think I can improve on your comment, so I'm just going to go right to Stan. Stan, welcome.
Hey guys, yeah, so I just wanted to make a note that how the Western media and NAFO and everyone related celebrated 400,000 Russian dead. For me, as a Ukrainian, that means that at least 40,000 Ukrainians are dead. If we kill 1,000 Russians, by the best estimate, 100 Ukrainians are dead. They are someone's father, they are someone's brother, they are someone's son. And I think that this is not being spoken enough about. And every day Ukraine is paying the cost. And for 2 years now, for 2 years, well, not exactly, but 6 days left. For 2 years, things are happening. From the first day, no one believed in us. They gave us 3 days or whatever. So things are happening for 2 years, not because, but in spite of odds, okay? It's happening in spite of odds by heroism of people that are dying at the front. They are dying at the front, and yes, we are, well, at some estimates winning or not winning or whatever. But 10 ATACMS with the range with 300 kilometers would destroy the bridge. F-16s, if they would be approved half a year earlier, they would be here by now, I guess. I don't know. And so every day, 2 years now, this is happening. Every day, at least 500. When you can look at the statistics, okay? So at least 500 Russians are dead daily, or 300 divided by 10. That's how many Ukrainians are dead. I know that our government is not publishing it, but I live in a very small city. Well, not very small, about 300,000 people in the Western Ukraine. So I'm a civilian and I have no say in the military matters by now, or for now, because I'm not mobilized yet. But we have a huge alley where portraits of the soldiers that are dead are there. I can send a video tomorrow to whoever cares. But in my town, 300,000 people lives, and I know for a fact that at least 300 are dead and double that are wounded. This is the cost that US Senate went on the vacation, or F-16s will take too long. We heard about it for 1.5 years. Or ATACMS, well, this will be an escalation. Meanwhile, Russians are getting their weapons from Iran, from North Korea, and I will end this with a note that yesterday I live in the western part of Ukraine, and I got an air alert which was not related, because we know why it is, not because of the MiG with the Kinjal, not because of the cruise missiles, but with the ballistic missiles. And what do I have to think? I have a kid and I have nowhere to go. It's not like Israel where you have a shelter. If it's a ballistic missile, it can mean that they will maybe shoot a nuclear weapon on us or whatever. So Russians don't care about ballistic missiles, they don't care about escalation, they do whatever the fuck they want to do with us. Meanwhile, we even treat their POWs with respect. You can find on YouTube a journalist went to POW camps. They can call their relatives or whatever. Meanwhile, we don't know what is happening with our POWs. And the sickest part about all of this is that the world is so fucking used to it, forgive my French, that we don't care anymore. They just killed the biggest oppositioner that they had in the country. What happened? Nothing. We are used to it. We are used to Russia being bad, and if they tomorrow fire a rocket to Poland, which happened, by the way, a year ago, a rocket flew to Poland, nothing will be done. Nothing will be done because West is used to how Russia is, well, bad. same way as USA is used to Trump being a rapist or whatever, but I have no say in this.
Thanks, Stan. Appreciate your complaints there. If only we would have done things differently, it would be a different world. But with tomorrow, too far away, we got today. So what are we going to do? I know we need to harass our politicians and keep after them. We also need to remember that the cases, as you say it, that there are Ukrainians dying every day. I just popped something into the purple pill about that. We're talking about Mike Johnson again in relation to Ukrainians who are dying needlessly. I think that's the kind of pressure we need to apply. Other than that, what can we do, Stan? We can't despair, so that's ruled out. We cannot.
James, you
We
are
cannot give up.
selecting, look, you're electing people from the states. It's beautiful. You're electing people, not a party. But when they get to the Senate or to the House, they are staying in the party line. One guy is deciding something. So that means that the state votes don't count.
Well,
You have a
listen,
beautiful system, but it
we're
doesn't work.
it's not so beautiful if it doesn't work. It works when we work it. We'll have to work harder at it. Is all I can tell you. So, but really, I don't see. I appreciate a retrospective of what's been going on because it reminds us of what we're faced with. And you're absolutely right. The concerns that you have are our concerns as well. Nobody here certainly wants this to happen the way it is. We all wanted things earlier. And again, I'd remind you just how messed up our intelligence services were after Trump. We have no idea yet the full extent of the damage done by the loss of intelligence. So let's just keep that in perspective. But yeah, had we done more, sure, it'd be a different world. Are we trying to do more? Well, I know some people in Washington are trying very hard and have done extraordinary things to get the ball across the line, as it were, sports analogy. And what has not happened is that all players have not sat there and negotiated, in good faith, because in fact they don't want the bills; they want the blockage of the bills. That is their task. It's what they apparently owe Putin, and they're paying Putin off with this. And we need to wake up those people who are not in that camp, but who are pulled that way by extreme force from within the party. That's what we need to address. We need to invite those people to come down on the right side of history to join the rest of America who value democracy, who value our relationship with our very necessary allies around the world. We got lots of stuff, but the world is not the place it used to be. It's a dangerous place, even for the greatest military power on earth. It's still dangerous. We need our allies, we need to keep them, and we want Ukraine as an ally. And I know
James, you
uh,
understand that you are undermining the US when you're saying that, because
I
US
don't,
is the biggest military power and police
I,
power in the world as it stands.
yeah,
You
I see
can
that.
demolish anyone at the whim.
No, no. See, that's the thing. That's a fallacy to think that victory is ours assured just by might alone. If we went in and did another Vietnam, we would probably not win it because it would not be a just
US
war.
is
Our
not
co-
the same as it was in Vietnam. Come on.
I know that. I know that. I'm talking about wars that we might fight. You're saying, "Oh, we could take out everybody, anybody." And I'm saying, "No, we couldn't. We can win wars that were designed to fight, and wars that are necessary to fight. And Ukraine is necessary to fight for. In the modern era, we don't send troops. Actually, we do. We call them training exercises, but they're all along the Russian border, aren't they? All kinds of, NATO troops are lined up there just in case. But the way this war is fought is we send stuff. We send military stuff and humanitarian aid, and it means we're not combatants, yet we're suppliers of combatant stuff. So that's what we need to do. And in the modern era, we're allowed not to be called a combatant and yet still play a vital role. And that's what we need to do. But yeah, we're not going to go fight a war unless it comes to us.
Okay,
Right now,
then
Ukraine, this is your war, and we want to help you.
then I will just say this one thing. I remember I'm born in 1987, and I remember when I was a kid, when Ukraine gave up all the nuclear weapons for security guarantees. And the funny fact is that in Ukrainian version of the document and in the Russian version of the document, you can look it up. It said guarantees, but in the English version of the document, it said assurances. So that's a difference. But Ukrainian, Russian, and English versions were signed. Okay, the Budapest Memorandum.
Oh, I'm familiar with this. Yeah, yeah,
So-
it's a big word. In
So
English.
look, so look, I remember this very vividly because as a kid I was reading books and studying and whatever, and I knew that Ukraine is in sort of the place between East and West where all of our history is about the war. And I thought, okay, United States guarantees our security, Russia guarantees our security, UK guarantees our security, France does. So we will be fine. And that didn't happen. So that's broken dreams. But whatever.
Well, Ernesto's got his hand up. Yeah, well, times are different now. Only the future, only the present count. So, Ernesto.
We haven't been asked, as the United States, haven't been asked to send boots to the ground or to nuke Moscow. If we were asked, it'd be a different thing to consider. Ukraine have asked for support. It has been provided too slowly. Granted. Russia is losing to Ukraine. I don't think they have asked for America to intervene. And nor should America intervene, because it was precisely that tone that the enemy is striking in their own black propaganda that, in fact, they're not fighting Ukraine. In fact, they're fighting the United States, the great devil, the great evil. And that is why they're fighting so valiantly and all this other bullshit. So the two things can't be true at the same time. It can't be that America is the shining light on the hill, the ideal of democracy, and dirty and filthy and corrupt and messy as it is, and at the same time have been hoodwinked by clever Russians in 1993 at Budapest. The two things don't make sense at the same time. So I don't think it's about a difference in reading of a memorandum that was in its time flawed and now can be seen to be tragic. But I don't think this is a nuclear conflict, nor do I think that if Ukraine had nuclear weapons, would she use them? And now, if Ukraine had nuclear weapons, would she have been invaded? I think is a different question. But there is a nuclear power at war at the moment with a non-nuclear nation. The nuclear power is losing without resorting to nuclear weapons. So I don't think any nuclear guarantees have been tested. The Russians are scum, but wily enough not to do that, except to pretend and shake their sabers. But I definitely appreciate you coming to speak with us, and I want you to stick around. But I think it's important to divide
Yeah,
a
look,
couple of the things up.
Russia was one of the signers of the document, and in the Russian version it said security guarantees, which meant territorial integrity and other stuff between or among other things.
I understand, but it's not
just
controversial
posted.
for one nation to use their language and understand under their law, their language and interpretation of it. We're not going to take
I
Russians.
just posted.
Why would we take
I
Russians'
just posted
interpretation
a
of it? That's
video
law.
that.
That's law in their country. It's not law in our country. So we would use our own interpretation of it.
Well, look, if the country signs something, they either stand by it or not. That's how the law works, is my understanding. I just posted a video in the comments to this space about how Ukraine was denuclearized. I suggest you all watch it in your free time. It's in Ukrainian, but it has auto translation to English. And yeah, when the only other comment I have is that when Russia took Crimea in 2014, according to that video that I just posted, Ukraine tried to call a commission or a meeting according to the Budapest Memorandum, but Russia said no. And because of the fact that in English version of the document it says assurances and not guarantees, US and Obama declined. So yeah, I guess I'm just lucky enough to be born in the country that no one respects, no one cares about, and which historically been terrorized by Russians, Polish, Hungarian, or whatever people in the last 1,000 years. But yeah, by the way, I'm saying that not lightly. My grandfather and grandmother were born in the territory where now it's Poland. There, my grandfather had something like 10 hectares of forest, 20 hectares of land, arable land. Back then, they went to the United States, made money, bought the land, and then when Stalin and Hitler decided to divide Poland, they decided, well, the Ukrainians here don't matter. That's called Operation Wisla. And yeah, families were evacuated. I've been there about 10 years ago, 9 years ago. And my grandmother's village is completely burned. And my grandfather's village is still there, but there are like 50 houses, one hotel, and it's a natural reserve now. So no people like ever lived there. And by the way, Polish people in the archives, lawyers, I tried to.
Kevin, go ahead.
All right, very good. Yeah, we lost Stan there. I'm not sure what happened. But yeah, that Budapest Memorandum was very weakly negotiated, and the rationale you hear in the U.S. is that it didn't rise to the level of a treaty. It was just a memorandum of understanding. Very weakly negotiated, and obviously, not very effective at deterring Russia from invading Ukraine in violation of the terms of that memorandum. The way I think a lot of Americans, at least I do, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't speak for everyone, look at this is that this is Ukraine's war of independence from Russia, just like we had our war of independence from Great Britain. You guys are a lot closer, obviously, but you're fighting for your future. You're fighting for your freedom. You're fighting for your independence. Your way of life against a country that's trying to impose its will upon you. The United States is coming, kind of acting like France here, trying to provide you with the support that you need to make sure that this happens. I don't think we're being as effective as France was in our war of independence, but rest assured, a vast majority of the people in this country see what's happening, and what we can to help, to trying to spur our politicians on. And with that, I'll listen to other people.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kevin. I'll just make a programming note to those who've come up. Please, we'll try and refocus on the topic at hand this evening, which had been the news about the Munich conference. I don't think there's any need to necessarily go through and answer any particular individual's or listener's opinion. It's absolutely fair to stand on its own merit. I don't think it needs answering, so I'll just give that programming note, please, just in the interest of saving time and to refocus on the actual matters of what we were trying to cover here, which is that President Zelensky is continuing to build his ironclad military alliance, and that the massive military, massive industrial nations in Europe, namely Germany, Italy, Spain, France, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Lithuania and Estonia and Latvia and some others, Poland, United Kingdom, have all signed military guarantees this week. And that this weekend is kind of rather a trotting out of the same. I respect and hold in high regard with the dignity it deserves the speaker who has been with us. But I'll just add that programming note and then give back to the floor. I think we had Miss Robin, thank you, and then Hop C, and then Dry Fly. Miss Robin, Hop C, Dry Fly, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Bernesto. Hi, James. Just very quickly, I just wanted to say, as someone who has put my life on hold to try to help Ukraine, and many of us have here, this is the wrong forum to say no one cares about Ukraine. A lot of people care very, very much about Ukraine. And Bernesto, you're absolutely right. At this point, good things are happening. I mean, it hasn't happened fast enough, but good things are happening. The things that have gone on in the last week are very, 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 very positive. And President Zelensky certainly has said that. It's a hard time we're getting through. I think also what's happened in our Congress, it's been scandalous, but we got a very strong bill put through the Senate, and I think that President Biden has been up on the bully pulpit reading people the Riot Act. I think we're putting, with CC's direction and help, we've been putting a lot of pressure on our representatives. I think it's going to get done. And Lord knows, one of the things we've learned from the Ukrainian people over the last couple of years very strongly is that you cannot despair. We have to just put our boots on, put our big boy pants on, and get going forward. And that's what we're doing. And we will reach the victory. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone at the Crimea beach party before too long. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Thank you, Robin. I believe that takes us to, was it Hopsy and then Dryfly?
Okay. Well, I mean, Robin has covered it, and Ernesto has talked about how we need to move on. So I had raised my hand initially for that, just to say that.
I'll allow it, Hop. You were in before the fatwa was issued. Carry on.
Fatwa. Okay.
It's one of the most fun words, but God forgive me. Anyway,
it is.
But carry on. It's not fun, but it's fatwa. It's fun. It's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, onomatopoeia. Anyway, I think it's important to remember that there are a lot of variables here, and the most important variable is this piece of paper was not negotiated by Putin, and even if it had been, it would have never been respected. And that's the beginning and end of it all. These events, if you look at the things that Putin has said and has done, were inevitable. Yes, the opportunity was missed with Georgia, Crimea, but this is where we are now, and it is war. And do not despair for the following reasons. As Robin started to elucidate, Ukrainians are winning. It is ugly. Ukrainians are dying every day, and yet, just having to leave Avdiivka, what did they lose? Ask yourselves, what did they lose? A couple of square kilometers of untenable ground? What did they gain? They put such a hurting on the Russians and have operationally continued to buy time. And what are they doing with that time? Rearming as fast as we want? No. Are their capabilities expanding every damn day? Yes, they are. And their abilities to beat a Navy without a Navy is just one example. But if you break it down and look at what the Ukrainians are achieving militarily, maintaining a civil society, they're actually having debates about conscription in a country that's in an existential war. Could there be a stronger example of democracy out there? I say no, not that I'm aware of. It goes on. They will survive. They will win, not the way we want them to, but this is war. You can never predict it. Many of us talk about how analogous this time is to 38, 39, 1938, 1939. And the Nazis didn't start getting their ass whooped until late 42. We just need to stay the course. Cece's work, and Cece and I have butted heads politically on the space a couple times, but God, I love her. She is just such a firebrand, and she's getting it done single-handedly. And no one will ever know it was her, but she has generated so much pressure, and it is starting to add up. The grains of sand on the balance towards good vice evil are adding up, even with all these political forces that are trying to create discontent. The majority of America, I promise you, knows the difference between right and wrong and sees it. And do not despair, because Ukraine will survive. It'll be ugly, brutal, but there's only one person to blame for that, and his name is Vladimir Putin. The U.S. and our allies, but particularly the U.S., needs to do more. Finally, Joe Biden is taking the bully pulpit. It's been long overdue. It was always his to use. I'm glad to see him starting to use it. And I would never say better late than never, because that minimizes the sacrifices that have already taken place. But you guys, they're winning in Ukraine. I mean, as a former military aviator, when you're able to set traps like they've done again, and when you're able to sink ships the way they've done again, these are tactical victories, yes, but they speak to a strategic sense. And that's not even addressing the drone strikes on oil refineries and who knows what else they'll come up with. It's ugly. We should have done more, but they will win. That's just my belief. Sorry, I'll get off my bully pulpit.
Thank you, Hopsy. Appreciate that. I don't mind it when you get on your bully pulpit. That's you do pretty well up there. Dryfly.
I'm going to be short. I agree with everything Stan said. The only thing I would like people to caution people and understand, had Ukraine kept the nuclear weapons in lieu of signing that treaty, that a memorandum, or whatever you want to call it, that had no teeth, it's very likely the Russians would have treated Maidan very, very differently. I doubt they would have allowed a nuclear country on their border to exist. And by that, I mean they would have much more aggressively infiltrated with their intelligence community and with their own military apparatus, much, much more aggressively prior to Maidan. I just cannot believe they would have tolerated a potentially hostile nuclear, or even an independent nuclear country on their border. So I hear what you're saying. I agree with everything you're saying. It was just one of the rawest deals in history. But the reality of it is that history would not have been, it would have been different in more ways than we could ever imagine. And so what we really need to do, which has been kind of suggested by James and others, is that it sucked. We need to move on from that to where we are now, and then win the now and win the future. And that's my point. I think your resentment and anger is 100% justified. I share it. I'm angry that my country was not able to do more, but I understand why we got to where we were. Some of the people who are on our side who were not thinking through did not understand. All they were trying to do is avoid a conflict with Russia at that time, a nuclear conflict, trying to get the, quote, nuclear weapons under control, quote. That was all people talked about at that time. I was an adult then. I read the news. But no one could foresee the future. No one could foresee Putin. They should have. They should have realized that if it wasn't Putin, there would be somebody else. But to go back and say, oh, if we'd only had nuclear weapons, it would have all been different. Well, it would have been different, but it might not have been different the way we think it would have been. Because I absolutely do not see Russia at any time easily accepting an independent nuclear Ukraine on their border. We would have just sped up this conflict much, much earlier, and in ways that we probably don't fully grasp today. I mean, I'm just thinking of just some of what might happen. There could have been many, many more different things. So I will listen. And I'm so sorry. We're doing everything we can. You cannot believe how often I call my representative, and he isn't interested in hearing from me. He is not interested. My senators are. My senators are extremely pro-Ukraine. She is one of the people who went to Ukraine early, Amy Klobuchar. But my representative, not so much. He's a Republican, and he's not openly MAGA, but he's MAGA. And so I just have a lot of work to do. We all here have a lot of work to do. You have a lot of work to do there to save your country, your family, your friends, your neighbors. But we've got a lot of work to do. And I do believe, without a doubt, that what you're doing is important to us. I have grandchildren. They'll be fighting in these wars, just like people fought in 1938. You know, we weren't at war, but we were soon. We will be also if we don't stop Russia here. So believe us when we tell you there are many, many of us who are on your side, who agree and share your anger, share your disappointment. But we've got to move on and make it work now with the weapons that we have, meaning the political here in the US, and you guys with actual bullets and artillery and drones and all of it. And I will listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dryfly. James.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the same thing. Thank you. And Ernesto, I think we ought to go right over to another.
Good evening, everyone here from the NATO Security Conference in Munich. Apparently, there might be some other security conference going on here.
Hello, Munich calling.
Yeah, so anyway, when at the dinner this evening, a couple of German MPs came in. Now, both of these MPs are not in the ruling coalition, and there clearly was quite a lot of political point scoring going on. I'm not going to comment on that unless there's a German fellow who can help back me up in terms of the nuance of it. I don't want to spread disinfo or get things wrong. But there were some messages which they did share, and they were aware that there were non-German speakers in there. We even had an Australian in there. But what they did talk about is the need for essentially projecting unity, projecting coalition, projecting support. And that's why they said, they personally believe NATO is important, and that's why they had chosen to attend NATO events repeatedly. And they said it's really the most important thing we can do as messaging, in their opinion, given the caveat that they are politicians, is to make politicians aware of what is important to voters. And as cartoon dogs or people simulate, our role can be to try and influence our communities and those around us, and then potentially just build essentially, well, basically they're saying be a Sisi. Is my interpretation of it. But yeah, they said actually it's a really important point, and there are also some other regular talking heads like Jessica Berlin, Benjamin Talas, Pecker, etc. And one of the things they talked about is sometimes they have really rough days, and a lot of their colleagues who are Ukrainian have even rougher days. And they talked about various things they used to sustain themselves. And for Jessica Berlin, we weren't number one, but we were number two. It was just like seeing people say, no, this is not acceptable, and to stand up and try and find common cause and common voice. She said that's actually quite motivating for people who are on political front line, and I'm sure some of us know people who are, have been on the front line, and they seem to like seeing cartoon dogs or us sending them messages of, love and respect. So yeah, I just share that. I can share some of their political talking points, but once again, I'm not German, and there are some very disparate opinions from the Germans afterwards who are all very keen to explain to me in English why they disagree with them in different ways. So I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, greetings from Berlin. No, not Berlin. Greetings from Munich.
Thank you, Munich. Very, very good stuff there. I think that the outstanding security agreements that do need to be made include the U.S., and I think the difficulty is pretty clear to see. How do you make an assurance available to Ukraine that will be durable over administrations, especially administrations such as are in the running? But Nother, go ahead.
So, at the risk of the MPs had a mechanism or suggestions for this, which smacked slightly of political point scoring. The suggestion that they were making to, once again, an overwhelmingly German audience is that we need to ramp up production. We need to remove the ambiguity in our communication. They gave a specific example of Scholz leaving the stage before Zelensky then took the stage. And this seems to be, this is obviously scoring some points, saying if he was a true leader, he would have remained on the stage, despite it being out over his allocated time, to await Zelensky and give him a hug and something like that. Maybe Zelensky didn't want that. Maybe he didn't plan it. But they did talk about the need for Europe to show it's serious. And their specific point was, we need to be investing in defense, and we should have started T-minus 2 years ago. So I think their suggestion, which I believe is accurate, is in order to address a potential Trump presidency, we need to remove the potential accusation that we're not playing our part. And their suggestion was, we need to invest in our domestic industry now. We need to stop playing country politics within the EU. We need to just buy stuff or get stuff made. Let's deal with who gets allocated what and whether it's fair later. Number one, let's get the defense investment done so that we neutralize Trump's argument, and then let's work out the details later. And they're like, the messaging is the important thing. Let's sign the bloody great big check, and then let's go from there.
Thank you, Nother. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think that the secret is indeed to engage the industrial complex. This is one of the things that, it's amazing that Trump can be so stupid sometimes, but he's saying that this threatens his executive role once he's back in office, he says. That would cause a problem because he'd want to shut off the aid and there'd be all these contracts out there, and that would go against what he'd want. And so it's just a big setup for his next impeachment. That's what he said. So with that, it is sort of crazy. I think it seems as straightforward as can be about what you're saying, that just getting the contract work done is enough. And it probably is, because once you get big corporations involved, they have a power of their own. And it's a good thing when you're trying to get products out the door to have that kind of power on your side. So hopefully that works out. It's just crazy world in America these days, so one never knows for sure. But thank you very much, Ernesto.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Nother, for reporting in live from the NAFO conference in Munich. I think there was something else in town, but of course yours is the only really important conference. I hope you take the opportunity to mention to your new German friends in political circles that we understand they have local politics to play, but that NAFO is a dog who bites, not just barks. And so that should they ever waver or fail in their support for Ukraine, we would be just as merry and happily funding their representatives, their lists of opposition, however they choose people. We would make an effort to support those opposing their seats if they were to displease us. I don't think it harms anybody to remind those opposition politicians. And if you can get into circles, or you're meeting any of the handlers of the current coalition party folks are knocking around, mention the same thing. We're happy to be there. I'm glad they're here, but we do expect them to show their colours when time, you know. And I must honestly say I've been quite shocked by how much Germany has turned, and in the last 2.5 years, not quick enough, of course, but I think there was 50. I don't know how many tens of millions. I'm going to get the number wrong this week announced from Germany. And if we had spoken about that 2 years ago, I don't think I would have believed you. So, but I do hope you're having a great conference. And if you don't mind sticking around, I'd like to hear from you a little bit more and pepper you with some more questions. But I think we've got hands, so we go to those first. Please retweet and share the space. It's MriyaReport.org. Thanks for being here. Jenny, and then another.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. The best time to start, like, doing the necessary stuff that Europe needs to do to secure all the borders from Russia, it was to have started, to never have stopped after World War II. But we can't turn back the clock. So the second best time is now, like right. Well, it's past midnight here in Sweden, so perhaps not right this very second, but I have seen some of the changes that Sweden is doing. The one country that I can say right off the bat that it was prepared is Finland. And that is because they share a border that is 1,300 kilometers long. It is the longest border, I think, that Russia has with any other nation. And Putin has been the best recruiter for NATO in 2022. He got the two countries that nobody thought would ever join to join. And that is saying something for that man's ability to get people to join. He's a good recruiter. Thank you.
You know, it is like the hurricane that drives the hurricane insurance sales. You know, I don't actually think you can get much insurance for hurricanes these days, but I do think that's the principle here. Putin, good for if we wanted to expand. They've done it. They've helped NATO. Russia, and Putin especially, has inadvertently, I suppose, made NATO more formidable, and it will become more formidable. Whatever's going on with Orban will change, I'm sure, at some point, one way or the other. I hope it's the other. But anyway, another.
So once again, I'm giving the caveat that I don't understand the domestic politics and the talking points of each parties, but one of the MP's points was if at the outbreak of this war, the government had gone to the German industry, and of course there's a talking points about the German industry is the best in the world, no one can manufacture like the Germans, etc. Fine. But the point he was trying to make is, look, the German defense industry said, if we just had all the money that we wanted from the European Union, how much of that can we immediately start turning into stuff? Because they have obviously production limitations. You can't make stuff if you don't have the people and the equipment. And the argument that these guys are making said, if we decided to, Germany could have invested 41 billion euros productively in making stuff over the past 2 years, or making more factories to make stuff. I mean, obviously the argument they're saying is like, oh yeah, but let's have all of that money from the EU go to Germany. That's obviously a domestic talking point. But yeah, the argument they're making is like, let's just pull the trigger, because who in this room thinks the world's not going to need more ammo and weapons in the next decade? So why don't we get ahead and establish Germany as a leader? So yeah, I think it's a great talking point, and they seem to believe it resonates with the German voters. Let's invest, let's not get America to invest. Let's invest in making stuff here, and let's try and spend more to show the Americans we can do it better, and also neutralize Trump in the process. And that always gets a resounding round of applause with a German audience every time you try and slam Trump. So I'm saying this, I'm not sure how much is reality versus how much is a domestic point scoring versus the usual scoring point for Germans, which is slam Trump. Happy to answer other questions about it too. You know, Pekka had some really interesting points. So did Jessica. So did the other, as usual. And I'd also say, in terms of building coalitions and stuff, the warmth of the welcome I got, I cannot overstate. It was incredible. So I really hope that if any fellows from Germany or any other country come to the UK, we'll do the same. And I hope other fellows do, because all together, that's how we win.
Thank you, another. Appreciate that. Now, Ernesto, you've got your hand up.
And I was caught away trying to tweet elsewhere. Damn it, sorry, James. I beg your pardon, folks. Retweet and share the space, please. We're trying to get rebuilt after an unexpected, unscheduled break earlier on. We had to restart. We were rudely tossed, but now we're back. So we're relying on you to do our public marketing. You are our marketing budget. Retweet and share the space. Another, thank you very much for that very careful and kind caveat. I would just have to make my terms a little bit more clear then. I'm encouraging you to get up to good mischief, mayhem, political skullduggery, firing of dung, letting off of Molotovs, meme speaking in those terms. And the conference, I'm sure, is smashing. I'm just jealous I'm not there. But it's wonderful that you've made time to speak with us. So thank you very much for that. I see your hand pops up, and it's only fair to let you go again. And then, Dryfly, thank you for coming up. Another.
Yeah, I think I can be very civilized. I think I will introduce these German fellows to CC and be like, by the way, your electoral cycles are different to America. So if you don't do what the cartoon dogs are doing, I'm pretty certain CC is going to come for you. And yeah, have fun with that. Caveat emptor.
Magnificent. Brilliant. CC, shout out if you're listening. Dryfly.
Another, do me a favor. When you're talking to these guys, are you still going to be there for a while? I mean, for the next day or so? Or is it over already?
So the NAFO thing is over, but I'm actually have work reasons to be here related to the other conference, the less important one.
Here's what I would like you to do. Talk to those people whenever you get a chance. And don't tell them to do this military buildup to try to get brownie points with Trump, because that's a fool's errand. He ain't going to come around. He's using that as an excuse. He is going to, he will cut you guys loose, no matter how much you spend on defense. The reason Europe needs to spend money on defense is to defend Europe, period. End of statement. And people need to wrap their heads around that. And they need to wrap their heads around that really, really hard, like right now. When in 2016, when he was elected, I had voted early. We have a state that has very, very forgiving voter laws. So I was able to vote very, very early. And then I went on a trip to the UAE to an oil and gas conference. And I was sitting in a bar in the UAE at the airport where my hotel was, watching the returns come in and just horrified. And I was with a bunch of Europeans, and they were all like, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I just turned and looked at them and I said, it is a huge deal. I said, this guy will not back you guys on an Article 5. I'm telling you right now, there is zero chance of it. If you think he's going to back you, there's no way he ever backs you guys on an Article 5. You will be cut off on your own if he has anything to say with it. And I told him then, I said, you had better be planning to really ramp up your military, because you're going to need your own deterrence for guys like him. And you could have dropped a pin in that bar. You absolutely could have. You could hear the wind blow outside. But the reality is, that is the reality. There is zero chance that he backs you guys in any kind of a fight, or anybody, any ally, anywhere that doesn't have money in his pocket. So you have to build up your defenses for you, not for us, not to sway Congress or do any of that. You guys need to absolutely do this for you, and do it with your own ability to have the systems in place, and not rely on Trump doing something stupid to cut you guys off. I don't think Trump is going to win election. I think he's going to get curb stomped. I'll be honest. But the risk is there that he might win. You guys need to put your own, you need to get your own house in order for you, for no one else but you, and make that message clear to him, and tell him it's from an American who walks up and down his street in middle America, out in the middle of the Midwest, places like Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Those are where I used to do business. I actually live in Minnesota. The people up and down on my street, they're about 50-50. Some, well, actually not even that. They're like probably a quarter MAGA, a quarter anti-MAGA, very, very pro-Europe and pro-NATO and pro-international U.S., but the half of them don't care. And that's an absolute recipe for you guys getting cut off and drifting at sea. Put the money in for you, not for us, not for anyone else, but for you. Make that message absolutely like a bullhorn. Blow it all the time because it's in our best interest that you do that. It's not only in your best interest. And I will listen. Thank you.
Thanks, Dryfly. I think these days people would not be so quiet. I think they'd be nodding their head, yes, very much so, yes. And it is still that nightmare scenario for me if Trump should win. And there are two ways you can win these days. You can actually get out the vote, or you can get cheated into office. And I think that they will try to do both. So real risk really could happen. Silly. Anyway, but not. I'm hopeful that we will overcome, and we won't hear from him from then on. And he'll have other things to think about. But if he gets in office, wow. Anyways, let's not go there. Just for our own sanity, let's not go there anymore. Another.
Dryfly, I could not agree with you more. And this was actually something I found quite astonishing because there were these MPs essentially orating to a crowd that wanted to lap this stuff up. But it seemed to me, which I found baffling. I mean, I was actually in Norway when I found out that Trump got elected. But the message that these German MPs were giving is like, if we spend so much money on our own domestic defense, not only is that good for us, but we can embarrass Trump enough to affect the American elections. I'm like, are you effing kidding me? Do you know how much attention Americans pay to German domestic politics? Yeah, Brits pay attention to German politics, just as Germans pay attention to British politics. I doubt Americans pay attention to German politics, but nevertheless, that was a message that I guess was curated to the voters. Invest in domestic production. Yes, that's just a good thing. But yeah, the message that it's a big FU to Trump seemed to really resonate with them. It seems utterly devoid from reality. And there was actually a Canadian guy there, but he'd lived in Europe variously for various countries for decades, built a family in Germany. He basically gave to me afterward. He was like, yeah, you probably found that a bit weird, but you have to understand that if you live in multiple European countries and you've moved around, you kind of think that everyone else pays attention to your politics and you pay attention to theirs. He's like, I'm from Canada. You're from Britain. You seem to know a bit about America. We both know that's bollocks, but this is why the message resonates. Yeah, Drive-Line, totally agree. But for some reason, the politicians are pumping that out because it's bait to their audience. But yeah, totally agree with you. We need to do this for ourselves. But yeah, if Germany wants to invest 41 billion in defense just to give the middle finger to Trump, it's not the most logical reason to do it, but I'd take it.
I can't think of a better reason. No, well, I can actually, but Ernesto and Dryfly. Oh, and Shovel Girl too. Hello, Ernesto.
Hello, James. Thank you. Hello, Shovel. Welcome up, and thanks everyone for being here. We are trying to reconstruct ourselves, having had an unscheduled crash of the space earlier on. So do us a favor, retweet, share the space, let the internet know you're at MriyaReport.org. Check out MriyaReport.org. We have an ongoing donation drive this afternoon, a couple of hours earlier here on the East Coast. It's now almost 6:30. So a couple of hours earlier, we did have War Doggo joining us from Kyiv, and we also were joined by his contact in the Omega group, which is quite good and timely because those are the group that is the group which we are fundraising vehicles for. So it's in the nest. Have a little look if you want to get involved. Spend a little bit of money this Saturday evening if you're in the East Coast. Instead of one extra beer, maybe do a little donation to MriyaReport.org. It is tax deductible and you can make a recurring donation. James reminds me of this often. Please retweet, share the space, and thank you, James.
Indeed, do retweet the space. It's hard to keep up with the other groups. They've got some of our people in some of them, and I love it when we're the biggest group. But we can't always be, but we can at least help ourselves by retweeting the space. Costs nothing, and if you put in something a little more personal in there, it might grab people's attention. But I would also say that the trucks that we're now going to raise money for are important, and these are not going to be Elon Musk mobiles. So these are going to be just some pretty basic trucks to get stuff to and fro, but very important, obviously, to do that. And so, again, if you've got a little bit of money, please do, take the opportunity, spend it here, and we will see what becomes of it, because we know that every one of these investments that we've made pays off. And we do also know that many of the things that we help to buy are really consumables. And I have to say, trucks, unfortunately, are also consumables in a war. They just get eaten up by the mileage, by the holes put in them, whether it's from broken up roads or from bullets or other stuff running into them. They do get destroyed. So we hope they last a long time, but nonetheless, no matter how long they last, they're needed. And so please do help us out with that. So thank you for Bernesto for keeping an eye on our fundraising efforts, and also our ratings here inside of Twitter and our numbers, if you like. So appreciate that. Well, we've got hands, we've got two, and I see Dry Fly and Shovel. And Dry Fly, would you mind if we went to Shovel first? Shovel Girl, hello.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Dryfly. First of all, I just want to say, Stan, who was speaking earlier, is trying to come back in. I'm not sure what's happening, but he's posted that he's afraid we're not willing to listen to Ukrainian voices, and I know that is not the case. So if one of you would be so kind as to send him an invite to speak again, that would be awesome.
I have had technical difficulties. I get a message at the top of my screen saying I'm unable to do that. If he wants to try again, it may be something on his side. He can
Okay.
restart his phone.
That's what
You
I
know, he can
suggested.
make sure.
I'll keep
Yeah.
encouraging him. Yeah.
Okay, he can make sure that at least on his side he's all ready. I wasn't able to bring him up. And
Lately, I
just
have to start my phone, restart my app all the time. So,
yeah,
but
good.
there were some other things I wanted to talk about. I totally applaud what Dryfly is saying. Like, I would love to see us all be very strong. You know, like we can lean on each other, but we need to also be strong independently. And if that's one result from this awful invasion, that's a good one to me. I don't know if you guys, I didn't watch Tucker Carlson's stupid interview, but I do know that uh, alert people noticed he mentioned Poland over 30 times during this interview, quote unquote. And it just drives home to me. I mean, his sights are set far past Ukraine, and we need to remember that and keep telling the people that matter, that can make these things happen for Ukraine, that he's not going to stop. And I know y'all. That was surprising to me and something to point out. Another thing is, I have a feeling a lot of our representatives, at least in the United States, don't even know what the Budapest Memorandum is. So make sure you remind them what it is, or what we promised, because I try to drive that home with my representatives. Like, we made this agreement, and while it seems like it was purposely made without many teeth on Ukraine's part, for Ukraine. It's still a promise that we made, and that's something that we need to be held accountable for. And then the two more things. Cece's going through some things personally right now, so y'all just keep sending her love. She just needs a little extra support, and I was really happy to hear you guys singing her praises earlier. That was really nice. She's been doing a hell of a lot of work, her and Will, and we're so lucky to have her. But the last thing I want to say is, right now, especially these next couple weeks until like we can get this pushed through in the House, I think it's going to be crazy time in terms of disinformation and misinformation being pushed online. I was listening to a space 2 days ago. Not going to go into it, but either way, one of the speakers, I tracked like followed his breadcrumbs, and he is an active disinformation person who is paid by Rand Paul and the Koch brothers, and he was in this space trying to tout isolationism. So we have to be on guard, aware, and fighting twice as hard, 3 times as hard, because they're going to come at us just as hard, if not harder, right now. And I think we're ready. I think we're ready. We know what we need to look for. Just be aware, be suspicious, and always consider what people's drives are, like what are their intentions. And oftentimes you might be able to tell that they don't have the best intentions at heart, listening to them. So thank you so much for letting me have time to speak.
Thank you for coming up to speak, Shovel Girl. Appreciate it. Yep. Well, you can't always tell what people's motivations are for sure. But we have a very strong suspicion when they're Russian. We've got a pretty good idea. Maybe there's a few good ones, but well, anyways, I won't go there anymore. Beat on Russian Day is over, I hope. No, it's probably not. Anyway, dry fly.
I got another quick message for Nether to spread as a meme amongst his peers. The idea that Russia is looking even out for its own best interest is probably wrong. And I say that because if you look at the history of Europe, and I say that as my father was a amateur historian, he was studied economics, went into business, and this is after World War II, on the GI Bill, but studied economics, but his real passion was history, and he instilled that in all his kids. My sister actually quit a very, very promising legal career at the Department of Justice and became a historian doing historical research. She taught a little bit, but it wasn't really her forte. Her forte was actually archiving and reading and all that kind of thing. Anyway, the point is if you look at history of Europe, Moscow has only been put in jeopardy 3 times. Twice it was overrun, and once it was nearly overrun. All 3 of those times, it was never done by anyone like the United States. It was done once by the Great Khans, which is basically China, because the Khans had actually conquered China prior to heading west. So before they went after Europe, they'd already conquered and digested China before the Mongols went toward Europe. And the other 2 times they were by Europeans. Once by Napoleon, who did conquer and burn the city, and then Hitler, who came close to conquering and burning the city. So all of these years of Russia being overrun, it's never been overrun by the Americans, ever. The Americans have other fish to fry. We really do. We really look at our hemisphere as our oyster. We are not that interested in going into Beijing or Moscow or anywhere else. So the fact that he's looking at America as a threat is crazy. Creating you guys as an absolute fighting force because he's forcing you to is the dumbest thing he could ever do. But it's also going to be the single biggest deterrent, probably giving us peace as the years go forward. So you guys building up your armaments, building up a European defense that's credible, effective, it's a much, much bigger threat to him than having America and NATO by a country mile. Whether he's smart enough to know it, I can't say. But I'm guessing at some point his own people will know it, and it will make for a more peaceful world if you guys are stronger. And so I'm all for Germany building up its defense. I'm all for France building up its defense. And you guys can't do it soon enough. So you got a lot of Americans like me out there pulling for it, not just to appease Trump. And I will listen.
That's tremendous, Dryfly. Thank you. I wonder, do the Polish make that list? Did they sack Moscow?
Oh, totally, 100%. They absolutely do. And the Ukrainians will in a few years. They're going to be the ones who are going to defend democracy more than America, in my opinion. I'm not down on America. I think America is great, but America has limitations and constraints. It can't be everything to everybody everywhere. And we have to realize that, and we have to pick our fights, and we have to leverage with good allies. But those allies have to be real allies. They have to be able to bring the fight, and then we can support them. That's why it's so vitally important. And I'm all for it because I don't want my grandkids fighting in this. I absolutely do not. And I will listen.
Thanks, Firefly. Yeah, we do not want that. Let's get our conflicts over, the ones that are here in front of us, and yes, save future generations. These eternal wars really do happen if you want to look at it as good versus evil. But the fought wars that actually go on between peoples, they all end sooner or later. And this one seems like it's better. Actually, it's critical, isn't it, to end it earlier? Because if it drags on, and if the balance of power should tip toward Russia again, it could be a very, very long time before we get them under control again. So absolutely important. Mike Johnson's a fool for thinking anything else than that. So, anyways, a lull. You can practically hear a pin drop. I can't even hear that. Perhaps there's no pins dropping, Ernesto, but yes, a moment of silence. So, anyway, Ernesto, back to you. And then I see we got a new speaker. I don't see a new hand yet, but I do see a new speaker. So welcome. If you want to come up and talk, just raise your hand, and we will take whatever your comments are. And thank you for coming up, Ernesto.
Thank you, James. I've been trying to get the speaker to come up. Has been cycling a little bit, so I hope you can hear us. Oh, no, pop down again. I've been trying to get that proven if you can hear us. I don't know if you've just popped down to listen or if you're glitching or cycling. I have been trying to accept and pull that up. I've just seen the same one, James, but now he's disappeared on us from the speaker panel. So if you're listening, you can hear us proven. Please do try and come back again. We'll try again to bring you back up as speaker. People are crashing out a little bit, it seems. James, not to worry about having a lot. It's always a good occasion to invite folks to retweet and share the space. And perhaps, I know at the top of our chat this evening, you had mentioned a couple of items of news that you wanted to touch on earlier. I don't know if we had gone through your whole list or even if you had a list, and if I imagined the whole thing, but I don't know if you have any more topics you'd like to clip through. If not, we can go diving into the threads and see what UK and Pravda have put out recently. They're usually good for news. Retweet the space, everyone.
The only one that I really wanted to note was an important publication that we will not see anytime soon, but one of the centers that does this kind of work, Center for Strategic Information Security, it has created a report about the genocidal patterns of discussion or usage of words that Russia has made, and it is submitting this as a body of evidence for subsequent courts to use. And it especially surfaces. It especially concentrates on two general types of informations. One is the talking heads on Russian TV that say all kinds of genocidal things, and because they're saying them and because the Russian leadership knows that they're on the air, it says a lot about what they know at least a knowledge-based level about intent for genocide. And then the other one was there was a large review of Russian law and executive orders and procedures, and written into some of that, those pieces of work were some genocidal statements there. So these are important markers, and now that they are submitted to the court, they are, will be considered by who knows which judges. I don't know yet when these will be considered, but very important. And the article that I saw ended with the words, "No one will go unpunished," was the line that they used in there. And that's a very forceful statement. So that was one of the just pieces of news that flying below the radar compared to all the other very important, bigger picture things. There is this reason that Ukraine is fighting, and they're really doing a great job documenting all of the many cases that are going into the, I would say, I guess we can't say post-war, but into the court cases that will help put an end to the war. And it won't be just genocide. There'll be all kinds of war crimes listed out. And so these are important things not to overlook. And they're part of the overall peace plan that Ukraine has created and is working. And the courts are a big part of what they want to come out is clear statements from the court about the fact that they weren't doing genocide, Ukraine not doing genocide in the Donbass, as Russia claimed. And then they also want to prove that Russia is committing war crimes and other crimes against humanity, and that these will be, again, major parts of what they do to stake their claim for reparations and also to be recognized by the world, because it is important to hang the responsibility on the proper players when these kind of things happen. So that was just one piece of news, and that's how it fits into the big picture.
Well, thanks very much, James. I had been one of those people who had let that fly under the radar. I appreciate you bringing that to us.
And I'm going to go look. I know that there is more news, and I just haven't gotten to it. So I'm going to go do that. But in the meantime, if anybody does want to come up and talk to us, perhaps rant about calling our representatives or something like that, that would be very welcome. Or if people want to come up and add to the conversation that we're talking about, which has been Munich and what's going on there, and others reporting from it has been very helpful to us. So please do come up, join the discussion. Ernesto.
Thank you, James. Sorry I had to swipe screens to get back in time. Yeah, do have a look, and then I look forward to listening from you when you get back and can share some more info with us. I wanted to ask another Alex Ferguson fella, if he's listening, to wish him well on your business endeavors with that other conference that's in town. But if you had time or you're in a place, you could discuss with us the various other events or the various other interesting NAFO fellas that you might have bumped into or seen at the main events or other NAFO events or conversations that you had today. If not, of course, I perfectly understand. These things are top secret by nature.
I can talk about some things if you want. So one of the things which I didn't bring up because I thought it was bollocks was the German MPs were talking about sanctions. And this was a question fielded by a German fella, and then Pekka had another one, at which point I quietly said to Pekka, neither of these two guys know what they're actually talking about. But yeah, so for example, some of you may have seen that some hackers, we don't know where they're from, but their symbol seems awfully similar to a Persian lion with wings. So that might suggest Iranians, but anyway, a group of hackers made it available if you knew what you were doing to get a whole bunch of engineering documents for the MS-236, which is essentially a Shahed 136, which is going to be produced under license in Russia of a Iranian design. I will be commenting on this at some point, but yeah, I work in composite materials. That is what my company does. That is, we compete, and it's an area where we consistently seem to win. And it was really frustrating looking through there's a particular document which is essentially a 216-page assembly manual for the composite airframe. And I just recognized so many product codes in there. I mean, these are just going to be a string of numbers and letters to most people. That resin system, even if it wasn't synthesized in Switzerland, the company it came from is headquartered in Switzerland. I was really upset to see a product code for a twill weave carbon fiber, because I know that twill weave. I've seen it in student projects in the UK because it is made by a company called Gurit, which is headquartered on the south coast of England. So yeah, there are a lot of things in there. It's not for me. I don't know how to chase down the financial transactions, but actually, bizarrely, you've had Jonathan Fink on here before of Silicon Curtain. I was actually randomly out for a dinner with him a couple of nights ago, and he introduced me to a mate who's essentially he is a COO of a I guess it's a financial consultancy services specializing in essentially sanctions. And he seems pretty damn pro-Ukraine, like Jonathan Fink is. And he's like, yeah, maybe give me a line. So that's the end of my expertise, is identify exactly what things are in there, how easily are they substituted, and then maybe there are other people who have resources because they are successful financial consultants who may in their spare time may be able to help in their own little way, because Ukraine is massively under-resourced and also underfunded. So yeah, there are things that little volunteers can do, and there are people here who are interested in me nerding out and just being like, look, this document's publicly available online. I am giving you my professional expertise, or I'm offering my professional opinion as to what these materials might be, where they are from, what their supply chains are, how they might be replaced if that source were somehow cut off, which would be awesome because it would still be a disruption. So yeah, that's one of the things I'm here for. And some of you have probably noticed that I've posted videos of FPV drones where the drones are made with materials my company produces. So that's something that we're looking at. Just looking at nothing, not doing anything at the moment. We will be having essentially upgrade kits for consumer FPV drones. They will not be available in sizes which could carry anything that could be, let's say, anything the size that Ukraine would use. These are going to be 5 inches and below. There's no reason why we couldn't maybe look at doing other stuff. We're just repurposing a production line. Hypothetically, if we did 7-inch drone arms, we could, with the existing capacity, if we turned off all other stuff, it's arms for about 300,000 FPV drones in a 7-inch frame size per year. Just the frames, just the arms, but could be something.
Indeed, it sounds like something indeed quite tangible. If I might just switch tracks for a quick second as a Manchester United supporter, I want to wish the Reds well tomorrow in their game, and obviously note the fact that you're in Munich, and it's a particularly noteworthy city for other reasons for Manchester United fans. And I wonder if you're in the city, if you're going to go along to the memorial, or if that's far out of town and never been over there.
I am not a Manchester United fan because I've got so much shit my entire life for being called Alex Ferguson. I'm actually a rugby guy, so I don't really follow football, but I've got so much shit for being called Alex Ferguson.
That's fantastic. That's even better. That's even better.
Yeah, you do get to pick your own name if you really want to go that route. You could get another name, Mr. Nother sounds not so bad. But
Well,
anyways,
he's the real Alex Ferguson. I think that's the underlying point. That's the thread I think he's weaving for us.
I see. Well, anyways, yes. I'm not going to change my name either because that would be work, and I'm just not feeling it tonight. Maybe tomorrow, but probably not.
Was that work that you were speaking of, Alex? Was that work you were speaking of for the production of those 300,000 pieces in a facility that you're already doing business in, or was that in a facility in Ukraine? I don't know if you'd mentioned it. I may have missed you when you were speaking.
So we're somewhat unusual. So we design materials, composite materials and adhesives. Sometimes it's for a customer. Someone might want to have a specific adhesive for a satellite with very specific requirements, often because some chemicals become illegal or whatever, or someone might want some, weird part for a helicopter made lighter. And they'll come and, they'll put out a brief, people compete, you submit, you win, and you do further work. That's some of our stuff. But we do have a commercial product, which is our product. It's not going into someone's satellite or someone's helicopter or someone's plane. It's an aerospace pallet. And an aerospace pallet is not like a wooden pallet because weight in aircraft is important. And so, we have an aerospace pallet, which is made out of a composite panel, which we developed. It's just half the weight of the aluminium one. The panels literally float but are twice as strong as the aluminium ones. They're much cheaper than solid carbon fiber. And it just happens to turn out, well, not by design, purely by luck, that these panels are actually ideal for 5-inch freestyle drones. So that's why we're releasing a product for 5-inch freestyle drones. It's really not hard for us to change the thickness and layout to make something else. But the interesting thing about what we do is we design the material, we design the manufacturing line, and we produce custom manufacturing equipment, but we do not run it. We then provide that equipment to what we call contract manufacturers, who specialize in basically running production lines. You know, we install it, we train their staff, and then our customer comes to us and says, "Hey, we want, I don't know, 1,000 pallets." We tell them, "Go make 1,000 pallets." They work out the shift schedule, they work out all the other stuff, which we don't like doing because we're scientists, not production line managers trading the lowest price person we can get to run a piece of equipment. But the reason for that is having physical factory space is capital intensive, expensive, and slow. And as a small company, we just don't want to do that. So hypothetically, if Ukraine or someone else said, "Hey, can you make a thicker panel with thicker arms?" we wouldn't actually make it. We would just tell one of our contract manufacturers, "Hey, change the thickness of in the mold." Go to the resin company going, "Hey, you need to send more resin per product." And then lots of other people here say send more, but we never actually touch it. But say Ukraine say, "Oh, actually, we want to double it." We could make the same kit, do the exact same stuff, but rather than train Brits in Britain to do it, say, "Well, why don't you send a bunch of Ukrainians over here? We'll train them on it, and then you go back home with it, and then you run it." And obviously, you know, we would be doing this as a commercial business, but we are commercially competitive against pretty serious names. And yeah, so it's like I don't think anyone, well, no one in aerospace beats us on cost in certain areas. That's our business. So it's like presumably we do this on an industrial scale already. It's not a cottage industry. We could train Ukrainians how to do it, and you know, just as the contract manufacturers here and our customers pay us a royalty fee, they could pay us a royalty fee. You know, as to whether it's a good idea to do it in Ukraine because these facilities are quite big, and you know, it's kind of hard to hide them being made. Maybe Ukraine can figure out how to do it. That's for them to decide. I don't have any expertise in the cost risk of that kind of nature, but yeah, it's possible if they wanted it.
I don't know if you were here earlier, but maybe you were busy with conference events. The NIFO conference, of course, is extremely important. Thank you for being there and reporting to us. I had mentioned that NATO, that other organisation, had announced they were going to supply 1 million drones, and that Minister Alexander Commission had appreciated the offer and wondered would they buy them from the industry within Ukraine. So that was kind of in my mind when I'd asked the question just now. So thank you for answering them. I appreciate it. Retweet the space, everybody. It's MriyaReport, 1 minute to the top of the hour. We are live 24/7 on Twitter, dedicated to supporting Ukraine. We had a crash a couple of hours ago, so we're trying to rebuild the space. James.
Thank you, Bernesto. Indeed, we're trying to get our numbers up. Sometimes even people have two phones occasionally and could do double boost us that way. Sometimes people, I did it last night, listen to two spaces at once, and that's okay too, as long as one of them is MriyaReport, and as long as having a phone in each ear doesn't bother you. So, but but mainly you should be listening here, except when you're doing other important stuff that you have to do. But that's seriously, we're glad that you can be with us. We really do this as part of the bigger community, and that includes you listeners and speakers, because without you, this just would not be a meaningful exercise. We're here to help have a discussion, help inform people, and get people to act in different ways, whether it's giving money directly for the causes that we sponsor, or whether it is doing advocacy work with our relative representatives. These are good things to do. So please do, if you're feeling it, come down, talk to us. Otherwise, participate by, retweeting the space. Tweet out some good stuff down in the purple pill. Put your favorite stuff in there, and tell us what it is that you want passed along that way. So in any case, we're just very glad that you're here with us today, and we will keep going forward with this. And the only other stories that I wanted to talk about really were the numbers, and I think we can go there pretty soon. But let me just check a few things here. And okay. So okay. Anyway, so why don't you go ahead and I will get this thing ready to go. Go ahead.
So I was just going to say there are plenty of other things around. So one thing that Britain has opened up is Britain has essentially a military research funding organization where if you have a good idea which you think could help military, it's a competitive process, but if you win, they will fund your R&D as long as that has a tangible benefit to the US military. Now, they hire independent consultants to mark these. Now, I haven't done it for DASA, but I've done it for a similar organization in the UK called Innovate UK. So, there are other things that people like can offer. It's like, hey, I know how these competitions work. I know how you need to write to get the marks. There's basically a mark scheme we all have to mark to. And there are other things for drones that, look, the British government has said, for DASA, you no longer need to be British anymore. You just have to show you can benefit Britain and its allies, which seems to me screaming for Ukraine, especially now that we've brought Latvia into our, drone alliance. I'm just trying here to direct people. Like, I know a guy, friend of mine. He basically designs motor controllers for Japanese companies for niche high power electric motors. He could design an electric speed controller for a drone, for drone motors, which Ukraine could, in a way that Ukraine could then manufacture it easily. And if the application is written in the right way with a bit of help, which someone like me would give freely, then someone like DAS will review it. And if they win it, then the British government would pay for essentially cost-effective speed controllers to Ukraine's need to be designed with the objective of them being manufacturable in Ukraine. So there are just these weird little niche people, like literally sometimes it's individual research groups or individual companies who do this kind of stuff. But Ukraine just doesn't necessarily have this domestically and doesn't know the networks and doesn't know how to apply. So it's not just me, there are other people. It's just like, we just understand how the networks work here. Just ask us. Yeah, if you want to ask us, we'll sit down, we'll give you your time, ask us the questions, we'll answer them. If you want some contacts, we'll give you our address book. And it's not just me. And yeah, I make fat composite panels, which are really good. There are plenty of other composite panels, which are really good. In fact, there are some parts, some really thin composite parts, well, I know a German company will kick the living crap out of me if we tried to compete there. So we won't. I'll just say, right, okay, for that bit, just go speak to those guys. The aerospace industry is actually very, very friendly. The space industry is even more friendly. Automotive is brutal, but aerospace, we're typically all got more work than we can do. So now it's more of a case of, okay, figure out how to share it out and then figure out how to upskill enough Ukrainians to take some of the load off. So I would love to see Ukrainian technicians and engineers be sent to the UK and Germany to be trained, along with Ukrainians being sent here to be trained as soldiers. Let's train up their industrial base. I mean, I've joked about this with people. Imagine a company where all of the aerospace engineers are French or British. The machine shop technicians and the manufacturing engineers are German. The heavy industrial equipment comes from Italy, and the sensors come from the Nordics. I mean, it's a kind of a joke in aerospace, but that would literally be a dream. And they're all allies. It's like, well, why don't we do it? We can train, we can upskill their industry as well as upskill their soldiers. And wouldn't it be great for helping them win the peace as well as helping them win the war?
Yes, it would. This is what it really is all about. The war is being fought to obtain peace, and winning peace means that there's a significant deterrent force to keep the peace, keep Russia in their box, if you will, and that's where they belong. So I appreciate that. So I I'm glad to hear that some of the industries are friendly and have enough work to do. And I don't suppose that automotive is a big part of the work that you're focused on there. Is that the case?
Sounded like all drones, right? Another. And I don't even know if that's necessarily a situation of upskilling, because the entirety of the drone industry is very much in its nascent stage right now. And as we're seeing, like some of the drones they're needing to design and build and just do entirely in country, they're needing throughputs of, well, targeted throughputs of thousands of pieces per day. And that's very different. I thought I was hearing you say something in the neighborhood of 700 or 1,000 pieces. I don't know if it was a year or a month. But this is an entirely new industry being born before our eyes at this very moment. Unmanned vehicles of all types, but especially those that fly.
Yeah, I really did think that maybe there was an automotive component to the drone production. I know that, this has long been one of these things that people have sought to have, as self-driving cars, etc. And in fact, the military, that was the first X prize that was offered, was for vehicles that could navigate cross country themselves. And the military was interested in that because that means that that's one more soldier who has, a scope to have a weapon rather than a steering wheel in their hand. And that makes it more survivable. Now, what's become of that? Well, I don't think that they obtained their real life objectives. I think the vehicles can drive themselves, but handle driving in violent places, I don't think it's ready for that. But another, what do you think?
So I was specifically referring to the composite parts for the airframe, because that's my expertise. I don't know about all the other bits, but if you look at it, if you look at an FPV drone, it's got lots of different, basically cut out parts, which are all cut out of sheets of carbon fiber reinforced plastic and bolted together. Now, currently, basically, Ukraine get that carbon fiber reinforced plastic. It's not just carbon fiber. Carbon fiber without the plastic's useless, but let's just call it carbon fiber now. These are flat sheets. They are bought from China, where they are made in a very manual process, or they are made in Ukraine by hand. Also, by the way, the Shahed drones, they literally measure resin in buckets on a scale, mix it by hand, and then apply it with a brush or a roller. Believe it or not, that's not how we make airplanes in the West. Human beings almost never touch an aerospace composite part. It's all automated. So yeah, Chinese labor, Iranian labor, Ukrainian labor may be cheap, but it's not nearly as cheap as a robot. And when you have a robot which is that fast and that accurate, then you can make massive other savings, because you have such precision that you can just, the savings just, it's a virtuous circle, which allows you to produce way more stuff. Yeah, as long as you have scale, because you need to pay for the kit to make it. But if you have scale, you can make stuff way faster, way more reliably, and actually much higher performance. And this is why you don't see anyone buying commercial Chinese aircraft made of composites, because one, they're crap. Two, they're more expensive. China and Russia cannot compete with the Airbus or Boeing making a composite aircraft. Not just because they're not good, they can't compete on cost. And that is the advantage the West has, because we have industrialized it and we have the supply chains to do it. And when we give that to Ukraine, you're like, okay, all of those guys manually making carbon fiber, spending hours to make these panels, which you can knock out a couple of drones on, automate it. Free up that labor to do something else. Free them up for assembly. Free them up for other tasks. But yeah, there's a reason like China can't compete on cost for composites in aerospace. Neither can Russia. Literally, Europe and America are the cheapest places in the world to get composite parts made at scale for those kind of areas. And that's the sort of expertise we can provide to Ukraine. And I know there are people who are willing and want to help. We just need a bit of a hand from the government in unblocking some barriers. And it seems the funding's there, but there are other barriers which require some people to be like, by the way, did you realize there's a barrier? If you can unblock this, then you can essentially unleash Europe and America's aerospace industry to help.
Thank you, Nether. I appreciate that. No, I'm a little bit surprised to hear that those are the cheapest places to get these parts because of the automation capacity. It does make sense, but I want to welcome Robin. Hello, Robin, and welcome indeed. And what's up?
Hello, hello. Well, I wasn't expecting to be here tonight, so I'm wildly trying to scroll through the news to figure out what's been going on for the last couple of days. Fortunately, I've been listening to the space a lot today, so I'm sort of up to speed. It sounds like some good things are happening. It's not enough, but it's at least we're heading in the right direction that way. Back to you, James.
Thank you. Yes. Well, yeah. I am just going to dive right in here and say, welcome, Karen. What's going on?
Well, I have a question for another Alex Ferguson. This is a very informative interview, and I apologize that I was late tuning in. And I was wondering if you could reiterate a couple of things for us latecomers. And that is, where is your company located and how many countries does it have manufacturing facilities in? And what is the name of your company? Thank you.
Karen, I'm not hearing Nether speak. Are you?
Nope, I'm not. He may be in the middle of something.
Okay. Oh.
Sounds like it was a pretty busy place from the background noises that we were hearing.
Yeah,
No
it
doubt.
sounded like he has a very lively family. Yeah, but can anybody here reiterate those things for us latecomers?
Tell you the truth, this was not a formal interview. He was gracious enough to come up and talk to us about this. This was not one of the focus interviews. So we were taking his comments about the conference rather than really, at least I was not formally interviewing him. So that's where I was with this. If somebody knows, great. But I really can't tell you. We were just hearing. Very glad to have him come up and talk about what he was learning. So, maybe he'll pop back up and expand on those comments that he's made. So, and that is quite a possibility. So, let's see. I see that we do. There we go. Another is back up.
Sorry, I dropped off there for a bit, recycled. Missed the question from Karen?
Yes, sir. We are very grateful to have you here, and this has been very informative. But I was like to ask for the latecomers in the audience, like myself, could you tell us who your company is, and how many countries do they have manufacturing plants in? And do you have any advice to maybe state governments in the United States who would like to attract defense manufacturing to their states?
Okay, so you don't need to call me sir. My company, yes, it is recognized as a design organization by aerospace regulators. But we're a tiny little company called FAC Technology. And the thing is, we don't do the manufacturing. We design the material and the manufacturing equipment. And actually, even for the equipment we design, we sometimes do the final assembly, but we get other people to do most of it. So we're kind of like a virtual manufacturer. So yeah, we design it for other people, but this may seem weird, but there are lots of weird little companies in like UK, Europe, America, who just specialize in these really, really niche little things. So, when take your big American or European aerospace I don't know, airplane, helicopter, or satellite manufacturer has an issue, there are a bunch of small little outfits like us. We have our little niche, and we're very happy in our little niche, and that's what we do. In terms of how attracting stuff goes, if you're in America, I don't know, if you in a state where your senator or your representative is not pro-Ukraine, just be like, do you realize how much money is spent in this state on defense manufacturing? And maybe go and find that out and be like, can you please stop this nonsense that we're sending cash to Ukraine? No, we're sending cash to our state to create jobs, to create investment, to build stuff here, create long-term security, and then we send that stuff to Ukraine. We're not sending them cash. We're sending cash to companies in my state, and that's, you know, find out the defense contractors and, you know, their little suppliers. You know, yeah, sure, you can look at Boeing and Lockheed Martin, but there'll be loads of tiny little companies like mine who specialize in really niche things. Companies who make some little mechanical fitting or some little pump or whatever, and we're really good at it. But just be like, you know, can you please support this bill so that, yes, everyone focuses on Lockheed Martin or Raytheon or whatever in America, or Airbus or, you know, Leonardo in Europe. But there are lots of these little companies like us who are just really good at what we do, and they keep coming to us to do what we're good at. My company's really good at flat, lightweight panels. And in fact, we don't even make them ourselves. They come to us and go, hey, we've got this panel. Can you work out how to make it lighter, better, more damage resistant? We do that, but we don't then manufacture it. We could do that for Ukraine as well. And I'm sure there are lots of other people who could like I know guys, we're like, yeah, we can make you a better speed controller. Better meaning you can produce it more reliably, cheaply, and using cheaper manufacturing equipment in Ukraine. Just please remove the restrictions that also apply to people in the sort of sector I work on and on dual use export items to help us help them, because we are small. We don't have massive, essentially, regulations departments. We normally rely on our customers to deal with that. But my customers don't make FPV drones. I know other companies who make, you know, yeah, literally things like speed controllers for a pump in a helicopter. It's pretty similar in purpose to a speed controller for an FPV drone. They're tiny little outfits. They're just very good at what they do. You know, the DASA, the Defense Funding Agency in the UK, has said, we want to fund it. And I'm looking to go, we want to do it. But we, at the moment, we don't see the resources to help us legally then export not only the product, but the technology to do it. Because we've never had to. Like, I'm supplying to a big name defense prime. I'm not worrying about their ability to export my stuff without me going to jail. I never need to. That's what they do. So yeah, things like that. Just so the biggest thing is just lobby your politicians and say, this is an investment in my state. This are jobs for my community. Please support this, and please, you know, go and speak to them and ask them what they want, because the big primes aren't doing this. I mean, they don't like. There are no big defense primes doing FPV drones. I know some companies in the UK who make drones which are much larger than FPV. The problem is they've all just been bought. Like literally, we've been speaking to a couple who've been bought in the past 6 months, and basically they're in a transition period. So we've essentially, there's been a temporary crippling of capability of these small agile companies to supply, because the big boys have realized it's the future. But by swallowing up us little fish, they've also actually created a temporary problem. But yeah, I think the best thing most people can do is find out not just the big companies in your area, but all the little companies that supply them. Go to your politician and say, if you invest in making weapons for Ukraine, we're investing in long-term, high-value, skilled jobs with security. Because defense, in aerospace and defense, you know, you're making stuff for years. It's not like a car, which, you know, you have a new model every couple of years. No, these things go on, and maybe drones will have to change to be more like automotive, but yeah, lobbying, I would say, and explaining to your politicians why investing in defense is actually investing in your own economic as well as, you know, military security.
Thanks, Alex. James, this is one of my continuing frustrations here on the space. we all know where the money's going. That the money that's being allocated to Ukraine. We have the map. So I've got the map right here on my wall from the Department of Defense showing where all this money is going into industry in states in the U.S. The vast majority of it. It's such a frustration that this message still doesn't seem to have gotten out. I suppose, I mean, this may be the next thing to push our representatives and senators to do. My senators and representative are all very pro-Ukraine, but I think that this drum needs to be banged a lot more by people who are already pro-Ukraine to make it very clear that this nonsense that the speaker, whose name Johnson, but forgetting his name, it's psychological. The stuff that they're spouting is just nonsense. The money is not going to Ukraine. It's out of date weapons that are going there, and the money is going into our industry in the United States to build up to date stuff to keep in our arsenal. It's just it's very frustrating. Anyway, back to you, James.
Well, there are those bags of cash I saw the dog with, but that was a cartoon dog and that was cartoon money. And it was pretty funny, but it doesn't really happen. We haven't done any shipments of cash like that since Iran. And that was Iranian cash that we were giving back to them for some reason. I don't know. I think it was something to do with some JCPOA or something like that. And it was important for controlling nuclear weapons. But we don't do it that way now because what we're really doing when we spend money is buying from ourselves, giving it to Ukraine, if you will, and the money stays home. I think there is some humanitarian aid that was taken out. Is that what I understood, Robin? And I think a higher proportion of that might have been cash, but I'm not sure how that broke down. So I don't think that we really want to send any money per se overseas because it is one of those things that is most fungible. I mean, it's the easiest thing that can slip away from you as opposed to, I don't know, 155 shells. Nobody can go out and have those for lunch or anything like that. So they do not disappear into corruption as easily as cash. And we recognized that walking into it and made a huge point of it because I think everybody realized that Ukraine is a nation under transformation, and one of them is to move from what was once a great deal of corruption to now a whole lot less and getting less as we go. So yeah, we never were going to send them cash. And yeah, we had a lot of people looking at the supply chain up and down to make sure it didn't leak. And I'm not aware of any large scale leakage of equipment or cash. I haven't heard any astounding revelations of that kind of thing. Sometimes, in other words, I have heard of that where in Afghanistan, some money did go astray, and I heard about some of those things. But this round, I haven't heard those stories. So we're doing
I
a good
think
job.
Yes, I agree. I think actually exactly the opposite. Every time there is an investigation into something, it always comes back saying that they found no evidence that anything wrong had been done. I mean, there is a lot of oversight. The USAID and the Defense Department. We just sent a couple of weeks ago some more. I mean, it's sort of funny. We're not sending them aid at this point, but we're sending them inspectors, and there seems to have been a lot of oversight, and there hasn't been a hint of actual. Of actual misdirection of any money. But I think it's a Russian talking point, and it's very frustrating that we haven't been able to really counter it to the extent we should have.
It's a popular one. It has legs, as they say. It just keeps coming back up because it keeps getting pushed out there, and there's a sucker born every minute. That's not technically true, but it's a saying and it works.
Well, yes, that's true. That's true.
Are you okay with me? I just want a couple of points, if that's all right.
Okay, generally in this space, Alex, I don't know. We usually have people raise hands so that we know to call on them. There are
Sorry.
no, it's no problem. There are no other hands right now, so we'll call on you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So one thing I was going to say to another Alex Ferguson fella, I'm also a UK citizen. I work in the defence industry, And yes, the export license issue, even just for data, is a massive pain. I went through that process. Well, halfway through that process, when we had a member of our company leave, go to Canada, and although he worked in railway signaling, he had worked there for about 20 years. He'd worked for us for about 20 years, and we were also a defense company. And yeah, it was a massive pain, and we eventually abandoned that. The second one is, and I think someone already mentioned it, to be fair. You're sending rounds to Ukraine, or you're sending weapons to Ukraine that have to be stored. They have to be paid for. They have to be stored. You have to have people. You have to have real estate for the storage, and you have to have people guarding it because it's obviously very dangerous. But ultimately, the US military is not going to use that at any point. The US military hasn't used, for example, the cluster munitions that they used last in 2004 until they sent them to Ukraine. That actually is a saving for the US military that they actually sent them over to Ukraine. They no longer have to store them at millions of dollars a year. They sent them that. Whatever your feeling about cluster munitions is, and okay, yeah, it's a pretty dodgy thing, really. The Russians are using them too, of course. But this is old stock that the United States doesn't want to have anymore, but they'd have to dispose of them. They're sending them to Ukraine. It actually saves the US money. So when people put a dollar amount on what is being sent there, it's garbage, really. You'd also have to include how much it costs to store them and protect them, and they'll never be used by the US military. So it makes a lot more sense to send them to Ukraine. Whatever your moral feelings on the war in Ukraine are, that's pretty much what I wanted to say. So I'll go on mute again, unless one wants to question what I've said.
No, not really, but thank you for speaking up. I do think that we all want the good stuff that can be uh, quickly prepared up to a certain standard of readiness to go to Ukraine. And I know that they've been working on that. And that is one of the sticking points here is that there's a lot of things in boneyards that aren't quite all ready to go. And so there's always a substantial cost to get them ready, get them to the front. So that's just a countervailing kind of force against what you're talking about, but it is real. And I think that that there's going to be more stuff coming. We know there's stuff coming. There's still pieces of kit that were already purchased that are still being distributed now. So once this $61 billion gets passed, then that'll be a long, slow process to get it to Ukraine, and it'll come there, but not certainly not in the form of cash. So I think that the other thing I'd like to point out of what you said is that there is the opportunity, well, inherent in what you said, there is the opportunity for us to, sell this as well. And I think that that's still a good option. I'm just wondering if there really is any kind of capacity left over compared to what we've got now. Another, I was just thinking that in your line of work, there's probably more capacity, and it's where the action is really is with the drones. So I'm not surprised if you saw a big increase because it's a more flexible kind of industry. It is less. Work to drop new plans than for say, oh, I don't know, a Challenger or anything, or a Leopard or any complex weapon system.
Sorry, so
So anyways, I'm sorry. So I just wanted to say that I think there's a lot more capacity potentially to ramp up. So drones are a special thing. Other weapon systems are the you know, the big things, but the drones are that asymmetrical tool that has such a great leveling effect for Ukraine. Another, and then back to you, Alex.
Yeah, so you're right there. I mean, drones are made of different thicknesses of flat composite sheets. Our contract manufacturers produce flat composite sheets, but they're really good at controlling their costs. So we go to the people we believe are going to give quality at the lowest cost, but also be able to be flexible. So when we're doing stable production, we're doing basically. We're not doing like automotive 24/7 for the way we do it. We're doing single shift. Well, kind of like, it's actually weird. It's there's always a single shift every day, every week, and there's like a every other day, like Monday, Wednesday, Friday shift. And these guys can manage their staff amongst various projects to do that. But if someone says hit go and just crank capacity, these guys have the ability and the expertise to recruit people. They know the sort of employees they have, and they can go 24/7, 3-shift operation, pretty much, within a month or two. So that's where this kind of whole 300,000, we could do arms for 300,000 drones, because I know these guys. I've got them to ramp before. I know they can turn that capacity on if they need it. Yeah, it has costs. We have to pay overtime and things like that, and we have to pay, for uncomfortable working hours. But they can do it, and they're companies that are really good here at doing it. And eventually, we'll hit a hard stop, and at which point it might be a case of, okay, we literally need another production line, and maybe that goes to somewhere like Poland, on the border with Ukraine. Maybe it's staffed by Ukrainian refugees who maybe remit some of that money home. There are lots of ways of doing this, but my expertise is actually not in the running those kind of factories. But there are people here who literally do this for a living. It's not my company. We literally outsource that, but it can be done. This is such a mature industry in the UK for making potentially flat carbon fiber panels, that we can do it. And I'm sure there's expertise in flight controllers, speed controllers. I know there is expertise in motor controllers, because we make, basically, we formulate exotic epoxy resins. So you might know this as the Araldite glue you buy at a hardware store. Believe it or not, they're a bit more sophisticated in aerospace and even automotive. But the biggest companies in the world for electric motors are in China. They come to the UK to get these things formulated, and they come to the UK to get these motors designed. We just don't make them here. They want to do it domestically for various political reasons. There are companies in Europe who do it domestically here because it's just cheaper, because we're better at automation. But yeah, the skill set is in Europe and America to help Ukraine. And that 200 million from Britain to Ukraine was great. I'd have loved to have seen, like, I don't know, another 10 million from Britain to Ukraine, going, yeah, so this money is not for drones. This money is for you to go and find who you think are the best experts in helping you set up electric motor manufacturing for drones in Ukraine, speed controller manufacturing for drones in Ukraine, and also to give you the money to buy enough kit to prove it will work. Because then once you see that, you'll be like, wow, we're not going to buy kit from China. We bought the kit to make the motors or the speed controllers, and it's cheaper for us to do it in Ukraine. And not only is it cheaper, those salaries go to Ukrainians who pay tax, who buy food in Ukraine, who go shopping in Ukraine, who go eating out in Ukraine. So it just gets recycled through the economy. So it's a virtuous circle. If we can enable Ukraine not to just get 200 million drones, but to enable them, not 200 million, I'd love that, but enable that 200 million to not just create 100 million drones, but to get more and more and more of those parts to be made domestically. Because not only is that going to get us as taxpayers way better bang for our buck in terms of aiding Ukraine, but also when this war is over, and if we face a threat from China, having a reliable ally like Ukraine who can manufacture key components for FPV drones at scale on our continent is a strategic asset. So the return on investment by enabling Ukraine to do more and more manufacturing in Europe, there are just so many wins if we can essentially just start transferring skills and knowledge to them. And and this can be done on a commercial basis. Like this happens. It can be done badly. So, for example, Spirit Aerosystems, who make Boeing aircraft. Yeah, if you're in a Boeing Dreamliner, Boeing didn't make the fuselage or the wing slats. Spirit did. They tried to outsource too rapidly to places like Turkey and Morocco. Just look at their share price to see how that went for them. But if it's done well, and Airbus and their contractors have seemed to have done it much better. Yeah, Ukraine should be essentially the future of growth for modern Western manufacturing. Their labor cost is lower than China. And would you suggest that who is the more or less reliable strategic partner in a defense supply chain, China or Ukraine? I would suggest the UK should bank on Ukraine a hell of a lot more than it should on China.
You got
Well, I
that
can't.
right.
Yeah, I was going to say I can't argue with that. One of the things that we've seen lately, even in the midst of this war, is that the Ukrainian government and the Defense Department is making a big effort to simplify the relationships between private entrepreneurs producing this stuff and the government. So it's a growth environment for private industry that wants to get into this business, even in the middle of the war, and it's going to be more so after this war is finally won, I think.
And their experience, hard earned through blood, is going to inject innovation into our aerospace and defense and other ecosystems. I honestly think the virtuosity of the circle in enabling Ukraine to do more and more and more isn't just good for British taxpayers or any other taxpayers like Latvians here into it. It can yield real returns to our economies, because let's be honest, companies are always going to look to reduce costs. Yes, we are very much more aware of the reliability, political reliability of where we might outsource to. And yeah, I was looking actually at Turkey before the full-scale war as a place for a second factory. Who's more politically reliable and stable partner if Ukraine wins, Ukraine or Turkey? I'd definitely rather work with Ukrainians. Having come across Ukrainians, been to them, encountered them, yeah, these are people I can work with. The language is a nightmare, but culturally, I feel a huge similarity, and it's actually quite important because a huge amount of manufacturing where you have these very complex supply chains. A lot of it is actually about relationships. Yes, engineering, there's a hard mass and there's the experimentalism, but actually relationships do matter. And I think these are people I could really work with. That's not to say anything bad about the Turkish. I've got some Turkish entrepreneurs I come across okay, I like these guys. But it's the political stability and the things around it, which I find more dubious. But a free, independent, modernizing Ukraine with its labor force, its low cost base, the inevitable fire hose of cash that's going into the rebuilding, and literally battle-tested engineers and entrepreneurs. It's not just it's literally I just can't overstate how much I think it will be the return on investment to Western countries to invest in Ukraine to help them manufacture more locally for these fairly low-tech products, because yeah, I honestly can't overstate how important I think it could be to be literally a driver for growth in Europe, and yeah, maybe America, if you guys, frankly, get off your backsides and prove that you can still be reliable to them.
I beg your pardon. Unfortunately, very true, Alex. Over to you, James.
Yeah, very true. We have a good, reliable history. Does that count for anything? I hope it does. But I wanted to take the opportunity to check in with for every child, because you popped up and then you didn't raise your hand. I just wanted to make sure we had not missed you, or something maybe dropped your hand. but I see that we're okay on that regard, it seems. So we will continue. Yeah, I think that absolutely Ukraine, what a great investment because of the labor costs right now low. It'll get higher, I'm sure, like things balance out everywhere else. And then also, they are going to be driving the business in terms of the need. That's so great that they could do that. And the fact that it is also just about as short as you can get a production cycle because they are also going to be doing, oh, I don't know, 99% of the testing of products as well. So it really does make a lot of sense that Ukraine is as involved as can be in the production cycle. So yeah, absolutely, I appreciate that. And then I saw Alex, you also popped back up. So I wonder, are you working from a PC today and don't have, let's see, hold on a second there. Apologies. Maybe you weren't popped all the way up. Well, as we're
Oh,
waiting to
I
check
think
in with Alex.
I see Furry Hands Child up now, James. I don't know if it's. I think we're having some
Sorry, can you
display
hear me now?
problems. Oh, yes, we can. Okay, hang on a second, Furry Child. We'll go to Alex and then to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I'm wondering if some of the dollar value of what's being sent to Ukraine might be from defense companies in terms of exports. There's obviously a value on export licenses, so as I said before, I work in the defense industry. Another Ferguson fella is obviously supplying to defense industry too. So some of that might be the dollar value of export of intellectual property, which would be interesting to. I don't reckon we're ever going to get a breakdown of that. But if we're not exporting IP to Ukraine, then why not? So in the Second World War, for example, we sent physical property to Soviet Union. The Americans sent physical property to us, but also there was a free reign on if you want to manufacture Shermans in the UK, go ahead. You wanna manufacture the Firefly? Go ahead. So if that isn't being done, why is it not being done? I reckon we'll never really get an answer to that. So if the Ukrainians can build something that's not, I know we didn't send, for example, the next generation Chopper armor with our Challenger twos, but we should be sending a lot of intellectual property to Ukraine too. So I think I had another point earlier on, but I'll leave it at that. So I'm gonna put myself on mute.
Thank you. It looks like perhaps another would like to respond, and then right after that, for every child, we'll get to you. Sorry for the delays there, but another, if you had a reply to Alex.
So I'm not talking about defense now. I'm talking about commercial aerospace. But yeah, we do sell intellectual property or licensed intellectual property. It's not a physical product, but we give access to our intellectual property to our customers, and they pay for that. Typically, an upfront value and then an ongoing royalty per year. Have I come across it in defense? No. But we have never sold anything directly into defense. We have customers, like a satellite is definitely a dual use product. But actually, that's part of the reason here. It's an exploration expertise from my point of view to just try and get a feeling on the ground of what's going on. And we're literally running around all over the place trying to figure this out because it seems so fluid. But yeah, I honestly don't know. I don't have an answer. I know it's done in commercial aerospace. We do it. Defense is a new sector. We have always marketed ourselves as a company focused on essentially fuel saving to enable a sustainable future. We literally had a meeting with all the principal shareholders last week going, is the future sustainable if psychopathic dictators can go and invade other countries? Unanimous, no. So if we're a company about a sustainable future, then lethal weapons actually comes under our remit. So yeah, it's a pretty new change for us. So that's the reason we were flying 5-inch freestyle consumer drones, because that's still within our remit. FPV kamikaze drones, not so much within our company charter. We can change that.
I love that answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to For Every Child.
Yes, I'm actually in the midst of a conversation with someone who is not in cyberspace at all, but just for people who don't know me, I'm not an expert on anything. I know what I've experienced, and that's just not an expert type of place to be speaking from. But I will tell you what things appear to be from what I've been watching. I don't know, but I begin to suspect that NATO may not act on anything unless all parties agree to the action. And if that is the case, it would explain NATO saying they can't do anything until the United States acts, because United States is a NATO partner. That being said, we have a indicted ex-president who has instructed the Speaker of the House not to allow a floor vote that will release funding to allow the United States to begin the manufacturing processes that will begin the pipelines to release more and more ammunitions to Ukraine. People in business do understand that if someone wants a cheap bid, then they need a long lead time in order to do that. But everything that requires rapid response is expensive. So by one individual instructing our Congress, uh, uh, or instructing one member of Congress that a floor vote cannot be taken, the price tag for preparations goes up. And the longer that obstruction takes place, the longer we take learning how to work around someone who is not even holding elected office directing our Congress, the more expensive the American public will see in making things work. That said, driving up those expenses totally disrupts our economy. It disrupts healthcare. It disrupts Social Security. It disrupts manufacturing, uh, and all of that is absolutely perfectly outlined in the little red book that we're beginning active measures to study. Active measures is the explanation to why all of this is happening. That is just an opinion. That's my opinion. But Congress has been ready to act. The votes have been there for some time. It is simply a few well-placed individuals not allowing a bill to progress that can easily pass. It's not a time to be placing blame on this. It's a time for our best minds to be supported, to do the work they know how to do. Lawrence Tribe is one of those. And it's just I'm stuttering because I know that from my experience in competitive yacht racing, dinghy racing, very small boats, that when the wind isn't blowing very hard, crew members start bickering amongst themselves because there's not much to hold their attention. Our job here is to realize we can find things to hold our attention and not and not decide that this person's not doing this and that person's not doing that. We have one person right now that's not doing what is required, and it's not a matter of how many of us are failing. We are not failing. We are not complicit. We are doing our work. Slava Ukraine.
Hurry, Slava. Yeah, I think, James, I think one of the things that is finally starting to happen, we have to do a lot more as people really, President Bush, what I'm talking about, President Biden, it starts with a B, has finally, is finally really coming out strongly and laying some blame where it belongs at this point. We need more of that because I think it's been a little too easy for some of these people who are obstructing things to get away with it, to be rude about it. Anyway, back to you, James.
Well, Biden has been calling them out repeatedly and strongly. And to the extent that he gets the coverage, it really does help. I've seen him say quite a few things here in Twitter, which is nice, but that's not the main audience. It really is the news cycles on our phones probably that matter more than anything. So hopefully other people get to see him do that. He has very strongly. It is ridiculous that somebody outside of office, although for MAGA, they're like, well, he's still the president, whatever. And that's a shame that there's that kind of opinion, but he really is making a difference here, and he really is helping to obstruct the flow of aid along. Well, really, Mike Johnson is the one who's doing this. Trump is just providing cover for it, and the strong arm, I guess you could say, there to gain leverage over him. But anyways, what we know is that this is not something that can go on forever. At some point, it's going to break, whether it is the discharge petition or the political pressure gets to them. But I'm just hoping, I don't even want to say it, but that they at least keep the government open, because I'm really worried about that too. I think they're going to bring it down. But let's go to happier topics, and let's see if we can go back and please use the expertise that we have here. And I would just ask another, if you have any other comments on this, this conference that would help us understand from a larger perspective, what is the industry like in terms of its capacity? And we were talking about 2 million drones, I think, or at least 1 million, right? So is there a lot more capacity for this? And how many drones, could we increase by in a period?
I honestly don't know. I know Zelensky has said 1 million drones. Previously, he said 500,000 drones. If Ukraine get to 1 million drones, they'll probably say 2 million drones. So I think there's a never-ending escalatory ladder here. Not necessarily a bad thing. I don't know. This is part of why I'm on. This is a semi-exploratory. Well, no, it's an exploratory trip for me. I'm just trying to learn, and frankly, there may be a point that if I do, I'd hope you understand if I don't share it.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. So, excuse me, I am starting to dry up, Robin. I'm going to let you take over for a minute while I go and get some water.
That seems like a totally reasonable thing. Unfortunately, I have to say, I was zoning out here and I was not following the last couple of minutes of conversation. So if anybody wants to jump in and tell me what we're talking about, so poor James can. Yeah, go ahead, Karen. Thank you.
Well,
About drones.
It doesn't necessarily follow the conversation, but it's a piece of good news, and James did want to switch to good news. So, according to the U.S. Department of Justice, it is the first time the U.S. will transfer funds to a foreign ally for the explicit purchase of assisting Ukraine as it comes as foreign aid for the embattled nation that is stalled in Congress. And what this is about is this is Now, it's not a real big sum, but if we get enough of these, it will be a big sum. The nearly $500,000 sum was secured from an illegal procurement network that was attempting to import into Russia a high-precision U.S. origin machine tool with uses in the defense and the nuclear proliferation sectors, according to a DOJ release. And so when the DOJ consisted all their assets, this is the first time that they are making a direct transfer of funds to a foreign ally for the explicit purpose of assisting Ukraine. And I will share that article with you, but that's good because we need to do more of that. That's a good first step.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's definitely that's a great thing. The only thing I haven't seen yet, and I think it's probably coming once all the lawyers figure it out, is actually transferring Russian state assets to Ukraine. I think it's going to happen, but that hasn't happened yet. But all of these private seizures, and it's happened in other countries too, I believe. There's a lot. It is, as you're saying, it's small amounts each time, but it's setting a wonderful precedent that is going to end up being, I think, ending up being a lot more money. I also saw, by the way, speaking of asset forfeitures, that Ukraine is selling off Viktor Medvedchuk's yacht and making quite a nice bundle on that will go for the war effort. Again, it's only a drop in the bucket, but a lot of drops in the bucket fill the bucket up. So, and yeah, Medvedchuk is such a vile individual. I mean, it just makes me very happy that he's losing something. Anyway, back to Alex.
Yeah, so on the subject of confiscating Russian assets, liquidating them into Ukraine, one of the German MPs, once again, don't understand German politics and the things going on here, so caveat emptor. But one of the ideas he talked about and got a backing from another MP from a different party who hasn't historically been in his coalition was the idea of taxing seized Russian assets. And it's like, yeah, so technically under various laws, we need to change laws to do this, and that requires various changes in our legislation. But it's entirely normal for an elected government to introduce or change taxes. So he just made the point, or he said, wouldn't it be great if all of these seized assets were just taxed at 20% of their value every year? And then you just, that's tax. That goes to the German, coffers. But that is entirely normal for a government to change tax bans or tax applications. So it's like, yeah, there are a lot of legal complications in terms of essentially liquidating seized assets and then selling them and then providing the funds to Ukraine. But actually, it's not that unusual to change, say, the tax on say interest gains in bank assets or capital gains tax. I don't know once again if this is a political point scoring, but conceptually, the idea of going, having a new tax bracket. You have assets which are under seizure in Germany. We've decided that there is a cost on that, so we are going to tax those assets at 20% of their value every year until you rectify the situation. And the point he was making is like, not only does that, yes, that gives Germany a lot more cash, and the idea is we give that to Ukraine, but it gives a really, really harsh message to the oligarchs and the Slovakia who have it. It's just like, your net worth is just going to be eroded in time. We're just going to take it away from you. It's in law. There's nothing you can do about it aside from getting rid of your government and making reparations, repairing the children, and respecting Ukraine's sovereign borders. So I actually thought, okay, at first glance, first reading, not understanding German politics at all or the implications, I actually thought that was a pretty neat idea.
Yeah, I would say it's almost elegant. It makes a lot of sense. And, one of the things that makes it really delightful is that these are seized assets all the owners of those assets can do is watch it being bled away of 20% a year, 4 or 5 years, and that's the end. That's the end of it. I think it's beautiful. I think we should consider that here too. So in most of our countries, there would be enough support for a new tax law targeting seized Russian assets. That's yeah. Thanks for mentioning that. That's brilliant.
Well, it is going to be easier to eat away at the Russian assets slowly, I think, rather than just grab them all at once. Because my understanding, at least in the U.S., is that these kind of things can take years to go through the courts, because very much in the style of a certain someone, there's always enough money to do one more round of appeals, one more whatever it is, crazy motion that drags things out. And so I really applaud the EU for going ahead and identifying a way to just hold the money and take the interest and spend it. And I think that is not a bad route to go. So I'm delighted, and I hope that we hurry and get on with the work of taking away their money one way or the other.
I would suspect that this would work on government, on seized government assets too. Why not? We can tax anything that we're holding, right? I mean, it will take some. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my mic is on, so I thought that it was. One of the things that Alaska does is they tax oil right out of the ground at 17%, and they put that into their permanent fund. The principal is never, ever spent. It's always reinvested upon itself. They run the entire state government, all of their education, their road system, including the marine highway system, special projects. I mean, and then they give checks to Alaskan people at the end of the year called dividend checks, permanent fund dividend checks. I think that this idea of taxing is it could work really well, particularly if it goes into a permanent fund where it reinvests upon itself, because I think reparations and restoring Ukraine is going to take a lot of thoughtfulness and a lot of time. It's not going to happen overnight, and I do think Ukraine will win this war, and I do think that there's going to be circumstances that will bring that about. I just have to believe that. But if you guys have pull with your governments in terms of setting up permanent funds, the model is, I would really encourage you to look into the model that's already existing in Alaska that works so beautifully.
Thank you. Yeah, Norway does something similar, I think. But let's go over to Karen, since she's in Alaska. She can tell us about this.
Oh, well, the comment that I had was related to what James Healy said, or somebody said at the start, about a Russian oligarch's yacht being confiscated, and how turning that over is, a great idea. I want to add a note to this. This article is a few days old, but it bears keeping in mind that not all assets are truly assets. And while it may be necessary to seize them, it may be hard to turn a profit in some cases. Now, the best kind of assets to seize are things where the title is clear and you can seize whatever it is, hopefully just funds in a bank, and turn them over quickly. But let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. There's a Russian oligarch's yacht that was turned over to the U.S. Treasury Department because of it is owned by a multi-millionaire that is sanctioned in response to Russia's activities in Ukraine and Syria. Now, here's the tricky part. The ownership has been challenged by another Russian oligarch. And the two are in court. Well, the other guy's in court saying that this isn't his yacht, it's my yacht, and I'm not sanctioned. Well, since then, the U.S. Marshals have been paying an average of $600,000 a month for the Amadea to be maintained. And that's all the things accrue. And, so while a yacht is great, if you have clear title to it and you can find a buyer quickly. But you see now that all the Russians that own these yachts are sanctioned, that takes out a number of people who would be buyers. So as long as you've got the title free and clear and can get rid of it, if not, sometimes a pleasure craft is a hole in the water that you throw money into. And I don't know what the answer is to a situation like this, because soon the cost of maintaining this thing, which they have been doing since 2022, is going to exceed its value. And so I think that there needs, I think that the person who gets a shot in the end should be required to pay back the U.S. government. But I'm not a lawyer, and I would love to hear somebody who knew something of the law and ways to make it easier for the U.S. to recoup its losses in situations like this.
Yeah, well, certainly, we should make it easier to unload these assets once they're seized. We tend to I think, in these situations, go a little bit overboard in the protecting the property rights of the person who's had the assets seized. Yeah, in terms of getting a person who ends up with the yacht to pay the the losses of the maintenance, that's a strict contract issue, and if a person is willing to do that, they'll buy it. If not, they're not going to buy it. So that isn't something that a law can be made about. That's we have freedom of contract, and each person, both sides have to think they're benefiting for a contract to be concluded. So but yeah, getting rid of the stuff faster makes a lot of sense. James, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I really do like the discussion that we had about yachts last year. And it was a discussion about packing them full of explosives and running them into various places where they could go boom, like underneath the bridge or somewhere like that. I still like those ideas because I don't think they're completely ridiculous. And one way or the other, it gets rid of the asset such that the Russians cannot use it any longer, and it might actually do something effective, which I like as well. But it probably, in case they sued, it'd be hard. It'd be like, here's the pieces of your ship, sir. I don't think it'd go over well, but who cares? Anyway,
It's a nice thought to think about a little bit, though. Yeah, I'd love that. Viktor Medvedchuk's yacht. It's a big thing. That would be nice. I mean, if they could get it as far as the Kerch Bridge without the Russians managing to sink it first, that would make a very successful boom. I think Makars would be very happy to have that in her morning report. What do you think?
Big Bahovna, we like it. We won't lie. Anyways, yes, more explosives, better over Russia or in the North Sea. But I see that we have, let's see, we have to have no hands. So let's see what we can do about that. And anyway, I think that the Russians are getting used to losing things. I know that they're getting used to losing the personnel and the equipment. And these ships, I think they're going to get over those as well. They will forget that they own them soon because they'll have other bigger problems. I think, like oligarchs going out windows, I think is still a thing. Although, Robin, have you looked at the Wikipedia page for that yet? I haven't looked at it lately. Oh, and actually months and months, but for a while there, it it was adding people at a pretty steady pace, and you didn't want to be an oligarch for all the fun they have. It just seems like a dangerous profession, worse than being president.
Gee, I can't believe I missed that. There is a Wikipedia page of people going out of windows. It's hysterical. Yeah, there was quite a rash of it for a while there. In fact, there was one hotel in India somewhere that 3 high-ranking Russian officials took swan dives within a couple of weeks. Yeah, it's the coincidences surrounding Russia are really pretty amazing when you think about it.
It's almost like they have a strange attractor that attracts strange things. Yes, but anyways, I find it's very interesting the ways that this happens. It isn't just Windows, is it? But I see that we have
Also,
someone who. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say also tea.
Oh, and tea. Yes. No, thank you on the tea. Thank you. But anyways, we do have Rosenberg. I see you came up. I didn't see you raise your hand. That's what we usually do. But since there it is. There it is. Well, welcome. And what do you have to say?
I don't have a lot to say. I have a question, if that's okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
Doesn't mean we can answer it.
That's okay. I can't answer most of my own questions, but I'm one of those individuals who's more ignorant of the conflict at Ukraine and Russia in a lot of ways. And now I'm one of those people who knows a lot, for example, about Israel Hamas, for both on the ground and as an American. And with that knowledge of that conflict, I get people who come into a room about the conflict and they say, well, geez, why can't you do a ceasefire? And I go, well, geez. And I'm able to give very good answers about that. Right. But I think in the event of war, I'm the person who's susceptible to propaganda. Right. So that's why I'm here to ask a question and not to challenge anybody. And by the way, before I do so, I want to give my condolences and sympathies to people who are dealing with the war in Ukraine against a dictatorship run by a very evil man. I do agree on that very much. Putin is a dictator. He's evil. And we have a very twisted, very sad Russian culture that is trying to take over what it wants to take over. They're bullies. So I do agree on that. And I morally also stand with Ukraine in dealing with the aggression of Russian forces initially in this battle. So I want everyone to know that as well. So I come from that point of view. What I'm confused about and what I would like to have, if anyone can help with their expertise, I saw a post by a guy named David Sachs. I have no clue who he is or what he is, except he's a venture capitalist who showed up on my feed. And he wrote this thing that said, a war of lies, this very anti-Ukraine thing about, and a lot of the arguments don't work. He says, well, the Ukraine is right now losing, and who cares? I don't really care if a side's losing. That could be untrue, by the way. If they're right, they're right. They should fight, right? That's the bottom line. And he tries to convince people to not support Ukraine because, and here's his reasoning, and this is where I have trouble. He said they have an opportunity to settle this conflict with less bloodshed. And of course, people come into the Israel room and they say the same thing. They go, come on, you could have no conflict. And we say, well, give up the hostages. Almost 200 people now sitting in tunnels, give up the hostages. And give up the fight against Israel for the last 70 years. Yeah, we're happy to put down our weapons. We've had peace with Jordan and Egypt. I mean, we can have peace with anybody. But now I'm talking to folks who are experts in Ukraine. Why not take a settlement? Why not say, hey, we're willing to have peace? Is that even true? Or is that propaganda that I'm listening to? Thank you.
Thank you. Jane, may I take this? Would you mind? This is a very, very good question. I'm so glad you came up to ask it. I'm Jewish. I spent a year in Israel too, and we have talked on this space a lot about the similarities between what's going on in Ukraine and what's going on in Israel. As more than one Israeli politician has said, if Arabs lay down their arms, there'll be peace tomorrow. If Israel lays down their arms tomorrow, there'll be no Israel. And this is the same situation, the exact analogous situation with Ukraine. Russia has pulled no punches in saying that their intention, and this has been said by Putin, it's been said by Lavrov, it's been said by a lot of them, their intention has been for a long time, and it still is genocide. Their intention is to clean all the riffraff out of Ukraine, i.e. Ukrainians, and replace them with Russians, basically. And the reason that we know that this is the case is look at what's happened on any of the occupied territories, the massacres in Bucha and Irpin. I don't even want to think what it's going to be like in Mariupol when they finally liberated. There's been mass genocide going on in every area that Russia has taken over, and torture and the kidnapping of at least tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. I mean, children who were forcibly taken away from their families and stolen away to Russia, where they're put in re-education camps, quote unquote camps, or adopted out to Russian families. This is how Russia is trying to fix their demographic issues. So the hostage situation is even analogous in with Ukraine and Israel. So I think your instinct is exactly right. These are neither Ukraine nor Israel can afford to make so-called peace to give away their advantage and leave themselves in a position where they can be further attacked. And also, I don't think that any moral leadership of a country would ever be willing to leave some of its citizens under a genocidal regime where people are tortured. And just 2 or 3 days ago, there was a Ukrainian Orthodox priest in the occupied part of Kherson Oblast who was dragged out of his home and was tortured and murdered. Why? Because he continued to offer the prayer service in his church in Ukrainian when he was being pressured to do it in Russian. They don't even want to allow people to speak their own language in the occupied territories. So I'm going on too long, but let me hand it back to you. And if there's anything else, if I'm not been clear, if you want to,
You are clear. Is it fair to say then that there ceases to be a Ukrainian culture, a Ukrainian people, if we allow the Russians to bully their way into this region and take it over? And we're essentially saying, yes, we're okay with a dictatorship, an abuser of human beings to take over a country, because in the short term, it's more convenient for the rest of us in the world to not have to deal with the conflict. Is that kind of what's going on?
I would say that's exactly what's going on. Yeah. Oh, James, go ahead.
Yes, no, I strongly agree with that. I do think that the people that you're talking about are speaking from this great power standpoint, and this is the old world where big players could say, "Well, we'll trade you this for that." Some third and fourth parties company, and that would be the way it goes. But today, people have rights, and Ukraine has rights, and we need to live up to them by defending them and not trading them away. So that is what is in store for Ukraine if the David Sachs of the world have their way.
Thank you for helping me with this.
Well, thank you, and stick around and come back. We're here 24/7, and this is what we talk about, and I really do appreciate you coming up and asking. These are good questions that other people benefit from hearing also. So thank you. Okay, over to you, Peter.
Okay, yeah, a few things to add to Jonathan's comment. What you need to bear in mind is that the Kremlin is basically a criminal enterprise. It's a bunch of criminals who have hijacked a country, a bunch of criminals from the security forces who have basically hijacked and subverted a country and are basically now terrorizing the world. They're extorting the world. They're just criminals, and they need to be seen that way. There is absolutely no point in negotiating any peace deal with them because, number one, they have no intention of honoring anything they agree to. They don't negotiate in good faith. And they did exactly the same thing in Chechnya, where they actually agreed a peace deal. And a few years later, they came back in and absolutely massacred the civilian population and just completely wiped the city, Grozny, the capital city, off the face of the map, and basically just tortured and terrorized everybody, and it killed all the journalists so that it couldn't be reported. And this is just the mentality of how they work. They are not living with the same mindset as we have, where we expect freedom, democracy, agency. They lie about everything. They lie about there being a coup in Ukraine in 2013, 2014, which is total nonsense. It was basically the Ukrainians fed up of corrupt Kremlin-aligned leaders and who failed to deliver on the promise to turn Ukraine westwards towards the European Union and towards European countries and break itself free of the yoke of the Soviet Union, which Russia had accepted in 1991. All the constituent parts of Ukraine voted all in favor of Ukrainian independence, including all of Donbass and Crimea as well, despite the fact they have predominantly, some of them have majority Russian populations, which of course those majority Russian populations are populations that over the last couple of centuries have been imported to displace Ukrainian and Tatar populations that have been deported to places like Siberia, the Arctic, and Kazakhstan. So there's a load of fake engineering and all this nonsense about Crimea being a primordial Russian land is complete nonsense. It was never Russia before the 1700s, before Catherine the Great came along and basically captured it militarily. It's just complete nonsense. And if we allow the Kremlin to get away with this, what kind of precedent does it establish for the future? You know, basically anybody can just go up to any other little neighbor and just say, I'm going to have that slice of land. You've got Venezuela trying to do it now in South America. You've got all sorts of Russia stirring up problems in the Middle East by sponsoring Hamas and getting in bed with Iran and North Korea, which are other blatant terrorist states, and you've got Russia trying to stoke up problems in Africa and basically, strip the place financially of raw materials. All it's after in Ukraine is basically to get the raw materials and all the grain, and so it can basically have a monopoly and extort the world and cut off Ukraine's access to the Black Sea, so it becomes an unviable country, and then spread to Moldova. And it's pretty clear if they had been successful in their special military operation, they would have, the Baltics and Poland and Finland might have been next. Well, they tried Finland in 1939 and that didn't go very well. And it's just a criminal enterprise, and you need to see it through that prism to understand what's really going on. That there's no legitimate claims. All the excuses and the reasons about NATO expansion, about the Ukrainians having a coup, about them being Nazis, it's just a complete load of crap. It's absolute nonsense. I mean, it's so absurd. How the heck can the Ukrainian government be a Nazi government led by a Jew? I mean, it's just ridiculous. And the crazy thing is that they are accusing their opponents of exactly the behavior they're guilty of themselves, basically genocide, Nazism, and violence and all manner of criminality, and trying to let themselves to have the veneer of respectability by having this idiot Lavrov, tour around the world in his suit, pretending to be, a diplomat. He's not a diplomat at all. He's just an absolute joke. And Putin again is just a blatant criminal who's got a nice suit and has got, by random chance, has found a successful formula and made himself very rich and empowered himself and all his mates, and used that money to corrupt people in the West and get them on side and pay them off. And unfortunately, those tentacles stretch effectively all around the world. And that's really all it is. So don't be fooled don't be fooled by saying, there's any peace deal on the table. It's complete nonsense. We all know what would happen because it's happened before. There'd be a temporary ceasefire. Look what happened with Minsk 1 and Minsk 2 in the Donbass area, where France and Germany negotiated this peace deal already with Ukraine after 2014, after the Russians basically sent in paramilitaries and started deliberately stirring up trouble there. For the record, before 2014 in Donbass, there was no problem. It was perfectly peaceful, perfectly prosperous. Industry was going, there were jobs. There was no problem with the Russian majority. Their Russian language was spoken. It was majority Russian language. Ukrainians and Russians lived side by side harmoniously. No problem until the Russians sent their stooges in there, basically to just stir up trouble. And then they had this peace, these two peace deals, 1 and 2, which again, Russia never observed. They were required to have a ceasefire and to withdraw their equipment. They never did. They carried on firing at the Ukrainians. The Britain and the USA wouldn't have anything to do with these peace deals because it was a load of nonsense. It was brokered by the EU, by Merkel and bloody Sarkozy, and it was just a complete disaster. All it did was give Russia time to come back, and they came back, years later, and with their full-scale invasion. Fortunately, during that time, Ukraine didn't totally waste the opportunity. They changed their military and modeled it much more on a NATO style and got a lot of training, and they probably did enough. And of course, the Russians completely underestimated them. They thought they were going to get to Kiev in 3 days, which they didn't. If you remember at the beginning, all the Western governments just took it for granted that Kiev would fall. We'd had the previous disaster in Afghanistan a year or two before, and that didn't bode well. But unfortunately, the Ukrainians are rather different, and some inspired leadership and some actually sticking to their ground and having enough military capacity to resist the Russians puts us in the situation we are now. But they need more help, and bear in mind that this is a country that voluntarily gave up its nuclear weapons, the third largest nuclear weapons arsenal in the world. They gave them up to Russia, and Russia using some of the same aircraft to attack them now. And the guarantees that they were given by 4 countries, one of which was Russia, bizarrely, turn out to be worth basically nothing. We're giving them a few cast-off weapons and a few this and that spares, and then there's another political shambles, and the supply dries up. And it's just totally ridiculous. And this is with a military which is basically in a complete mess. The Russians. That's not going to be the case with China. And you've got China, which has got the economic capacity to really invest in its military, and you've got them threatening Japan. And if we don't sort out Ukraine, it'll just open a Pandora's box of God knows what in the future. So that's why Russia has to be defeated and has to be seen to be defeated. And the rule of law and order has to be upheld, and the rules-based system, which came about as a result of World War II and is responsible for the prosperity and development and technological advances and rise in living standards we've had for the past 70 years, is not allowed to be trampled over, just because of one idiot in the Kremlin. It's that simple, from my point of view, anyway. Anyway, I better get off my soapbox now. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you for that rant. It's you said it all very well. James, do you hear me? Are you up, James? Aha! I had the feeling we have the dread blue dot. It looks like James will be back in a minute. But thank you, Peter. Very well stated. I was thinking about this whole business about the so-called Russians in the Donbass. One of the things that if you look at the history, you learn that they expected to be able to do the whole Donbass so-called insurgency by motivating Russian-speaking Ukrainians to fight on the side of Russia. And what actually happened was they came in with a small force, and the Ukrainians did not join in. And then they had to bring in regular Russian troops to make this so-called insurrection. So even people who are Russian speakers in Ukraine, they might be Russian speakers, they might identify with Russian cultures, but they did not want to be Russians. They were Russian-speaking Ukrainians. Number one of whom is, of course, as we all know, the Russian-speaking president of Ukraine, who speaks a beautiful Ukrainian now, but his native tongue as a child and growing up was Russian. So anyway, but with that, hopefully we'll have James back soon. Let's go to Marcus in the meantime.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Robin. So I wanted to respond to Peter and say, obviously you're right, but it's not just because of one guy in the Kremlin. Although I completely understand your turn of phrase there, obviously, but I just wanted to clarify because there's millions, like 100 million Russians are going along with it. So Putin's never murdered or raped anybody in Ukraine, right? Russian soldiers did. So, and I was just following orders has long been established as an unacceptable response in these situations. So while I agree with you that it's twisted at the top, socially there's a reckoning to be had, because it's rotten all the way down from the head of the fish. So that's that. And the other point of view is a lot of leaders have failed to rectify the situation as it became clearer each day what's happening and the repercussions of our inaction. And yet they stay the course of weak, spineless leaders. But the good news is we live in democracies. So if there are leaders out there that wish to offer an opposite view of this whole situation, that would like to project themselves as someone that will do something helpful, they're free to stand out from the crowd with their words and deeds. And we can vote new people into office. And thankfully, that's exactly what can happen. It's 2024. There's elections all over Europe, elections in North America. So collectively, we can make our voice heard and demand a pivot in the level of priority that our leaders are giving this conflict. It's time to treat it with more aggression than we did COVID, not less. When COVID happened, people treated it as a dire situation because it was, and we prevented many, many deaths that way. And here we are in another dire situation, treating it as a problem, but not with the urgency that is appropriate given the number of human lives in the balance. So let's make ourselves known to the lawmakers and demand, if the current people in power won't do it, that the person that replaces them convinces us that they're the right person for the job.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. Yeah, I think I am beginning to feel like we may be getting a critical mass of support. There's certainly are good things going on in Europe now, and as I said, President Biden is really coming out much more strongly. But you're absolutely right. We have to treat this as what it is. This is a world crisis. It's happening in Ukraine, but it's a crisis. If we don't get this situation settled in Ukraine, we're going to have much broader problems, and people need to realize that. I think a lot of leaders in Europe do at this point, and we just need to keep on pushing to make sure that that becomes more understood. James, I'm very glad to see you back. Are you there?
I fell all the way up the steps to get back up.
Good. I'm glad. I don't know how much you missed. Peter gave us a very good soapbox, but you heard him. Okay, very good. And Marcus, one of the things that let's see what I had a note here. We're talking about this nonsense. Peter was talking about this nonsense that Putin has tried to push on people that and he's used other places that Russia has to go in and save the Russian-speaking minority in the eastern areas of Ukraine, and also that the fact that they're Russian speakers there gives Russia a historical right to the land. I mean, to spend 2 seconds thinking about it would make you understand how unviable this is. For one thing, I'm expecting Peter and his king to be attacking the United States any day now because we are English speakers, and I think we need to be saved from some. Actually, we do need to be saved from something other. Never mind. Why don't you come on over? But it's I love President Zelensky a couple of weeks ago said something which I suspect was just trolling, but I thought was very funny, which is he pointed out that there are areas in Russia that have Ukrainian speaking, pretty, significant Ukrainian speaking populations, partly as a result, which I don't think he said, of forced deportation of Ukrainians during, the centuries that Russia was inflicting itself on Ukraine. But anyway, so I think the next thing that Ukraine needs to do, get the Russians out of Ukraine, and then I think they really need to go and save those Ukrainian speakers in Russia from being under Russian rule. Anyway, only half joking. Back to you, Marcus.
Yeah, so we're talking about when Putin was going to rescue the Russian speakers of the Sudeten lands. Is that right? Yes, I remember.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, amazing post World War II that this is considered a viable excuse by anybody. It shows the lack of historical knowledge there is. But let's just say Portugal can't just invade Brazil because they speak Portuguese. That is an insane concept to even fathom.
Sometimes any excuse will do. Apparently, that's how it works for Russia. Any excuse will do. So, yeah, they are going after the whole of Ukraine now, not because of language. It's something else, isn't it, Robin? It is not just because of language when you're taking over the whole of the country. It's something else. It's probably because Ukraine has offended them in some way. And it could be in many ways because the Russians are easy to offend and worthy of offending. And so probably because they're offensive. But anyway, I am starting to babble a little bit, so I'll stop there. Turn it back to you.
I'm happy to babble a little bit. Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, Ukraine is really a very offensive country if you're Russia. I mean, they have the nerve to be a democratic country. They have the nerve to be a Western-leaning, forward-facing country. They have the nerve to have people who are happy to be there and proud to be Ukrainians and who don't want to be Russians. It is really pretty offensive. You can understand why the Russians would be offended. I mean, actually, we've all seen, I'm sure, some of these YouTube clips of Russian soldiers invading, invasion of Ukraine, going to some Ukrainian's house and being really furious. Why does this Ukrainian have a washing machine? Why does this, I remember I saw one, why does this Ukrainian have a jacuzzi? Like somehow it's an offense to the Russians who live in a country where they could all be living like they were Norwegians if they didn't have the kleptocracy stealing all of the money away from them. But somehow it's the Ukrainians who are offending them, not Putin and all of his kleptocrats. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Anyway, but I rant. Skykiss, welcome.
Hi, Robin and James. And I just wanted to add my little 3 cents here. In Brazil, there is another language spoken. It's very common. One of my past employers was from Brazil, and she spoke 3 languages. 4 actually, because she also spoke English pretty well. French is spoken in Brazil. It may not be the major, but it's very common. And so let's imagine that France just decides we have to go rescue the French speakers. And I'm sure there are families and even neighborhoods, villages where French might even be spoken daily, all the time. So don't quote me on that, but you can quote me on French. And, the French could just say, well, we have to go and invade Brazil because we have to rescue those French speakers.
Thank you very much. Interesting conversations.
Thank you, Sky, because yeah, it really is a ridiculous argument. By the way, James, I just wanted to mention to people, just in case. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago, right after the invasion, I was talking to a Ukrainian friend someone I work with, and he said to me, "Have you ever heard of Russian World?" And I said, "No." And he directed me to a place I'd like to direct people to if you want to know about the ideological fascist underpinnings of this whole business of taking over Ukraine and the Russian imperialism. This is not just an insanity of Putin. This is a well thought out theory, vile theory, but it's one that much of the ruling classes in Russia buys into, and they have ideologues who have based this in part on Nazi writers. And I don't mean on fascist writers who sound like Nazis. I mean absolutely honest to God Nazis from the Third Reich. They've based their philosophies on this. There is a wonderful website called euromaidanpress.com. It's a news site, but they have a lot of in-depth articles covering all sorts of things. If you go in there and look for the article on the Russian world, it will give you. It made my blood run cold when I first read about this, and I've read a lot about it since then. But their philosophy is basically that they deserve to rule the world because they're better than everyone. And James and I have been read about that in the book club when we were reading The Road to Unfreedom by Timothy Snyder. He deals with that at length also. So this is not an aberration. This is an ideology that a lot of Russians subscribe to. So I commend that website to you, euromaidanpress.org, .com, I mean, euromaidanpress.com, and you'll find a lot of articles, one of which is on the Russian world, which, as I say, would make your blood run cold. Marcus.
Yeah, the crazy thing about Ruski Mir, right, is it's like I don't know, Danny DeVito stomping around the NBA and screaming that he's the tallest player. I just don't I don't get their perception of excellence and dominance in the face of the manifestation of the lack thereof. Right? Like, I understand why in 1850 the British were like, damn, we rule the universe. Because they did. I don't get why in 2024 Russians are like, we're the dominant people. We can't wait to have all the indoor plumbing instead of just 70%.
Marcus, you're not believing hard enough. You need to believe harder. Yeah, Russia has a belief deficit, perhaps. No, actually, they seem to believe a lot of things about themselves that just aren't true. Putin is desperately hanging on to some things that are going to hit him in the face sooner or later. But yeah, Marcus, I'm going to believe harder for them. No, I'm not.
I mean, this is, James. I mean, this is something that we remark to each other reading Snyder's book. It's like, how can they believe this stuff? It has absolutely no relationship to reality, as you're saying, Marcus. It's so manifestly not the leaders, the masters of the universe. I mean, I must say, I think you could say that to some extent about Germans. Although Germans, the Nazis, I mean, at least they did have some culture and technology and stuff that had been developed, science and whatever had been developed before then. But yeah, good point, Marcus. Anyway, back to you, James. I'm babbling now.
Well, I can babble too, and I might have to because really I'm starting to fade here. It's too soon for that, so I cannot do that. But what I need to do, Robin, is find us some fresh news. I haven't seen anything lately. I would be, if I went on what's in my brain, it would be relatively old. So I feel obligated to go and just check out the back channel and make sure I haven't missed anything unless you've already done that.
Well, I have a couple little things I had stuck in my folder for a rainy day, which is that this is one of my favorite headlines of the entire year. This is from, I think this was the Kyiv Post. Why doesn't it say? Yes, the Kyiv Post. Dead Black Sea Fleet commander sorry, reportedly sacked after latest naval loss.
Robin, do you know how badly you have to lose a battle to get sacked posthumously?
Exactly. This is that guy who what's his name? Remember when the Ukrainians took out the main headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet? This is the guy who they had propped up in a hospital bed, quite obviously, and saying that he was fine. Well, apparently, as Mark Twain said, his demise was how is it, James? You know the exact quote. It's rumors of his death were overdone or whatever. Anyway, whatever. So
yes.
the dead Black Sea commander has lost his job several months after September 2023 Storm Shadow attack. Anyway, I'm sorry, but it gave me a laugh, and apparently he has now been removed from his post.
Well, let's mark him down discharged, probably dead. That would probably do it. He's not operational, I guess. You could say that too.
Yes,
But
exactly.
yeah, I'm so glad about that strike. I'm so glad that they're losing these upper echelon people who know how to make war, if in fact they do, because it just promises more Russian failure. So
Yeah,
I'm looking to that. Go ahead.
no, that is a very good point. I mean, they've lost. That there's that whole issue of not delegating authority. So a lot of their generals end up in the front lines getting blown away, and Ukraine has taken out a whole lot of the higher echelons in the military who weren't doing such a great job to start with, but they were the people with the with the knowledge. So yeah, that's a good thing. And with our friend Kirill Budanov, General Budanov, they seem to be very good at isolating where these people are and sending them greeting cards from Ukraine. So we can hope to hear more of these things.
Now, I think you heard about Budanov's wife being poisoned, and that he's apparently found who this was. Did you hear that?
I did, and I would say I hope that guy's got his life insurance paid up. That's all I can say. I would not want to be on Budanov's shit list, and this guy's got to be number one. You poison somebody's wife, it's not going to end well for you.
Let's hope not. I think that this would be one of those kind of things that they earned, and they're going to get what they earned, and nobody's going to be sorry, honestly, except for that one person, because everybody else is going to expect it. You mess around with Budanov, I think, is a bad thing. But Marcus.
Well, I just wanted to say how much of a Chad psychological warfare move it is to announce, who organized the poisoning, you're going to kill him, and they've got time to prepare for it. What does that say to other Russian operators? It says, I'm so unafraid of your countermeasures. I'm warning you just to give you a fair shot.
Yeah, this psychological warfare, the psyops that the Ukrainians do are really brilliant. And yeah, as you're saying, this is putting everybody on anyone who could be in Budanov's sights on notice that they don't have a prayer, which is a good thing.
Well, I think that Budanov is going to be busy. Otherwise, I don't know who this person is. That he's identified him doesn't mean he can reach him yet. So this could be one of these things that happens years from now, and the person, whoever it is, may never know the reason. They may never even know that it happened, because sometimes death can be that way. But I'm kind of cheering along whoever it is that's going to conduct that revenge. It may not be Budanov. He may, in all likelihood, somebody is going to go on his behalf. They're not going to let him go do it himself. That would be rash. That would be very ill-advised since he's too senior for that kind of activity now. But I'm very much open. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I wouldn't put it past him though, because apparently when they retook Snake Island, they had to practically tie him down to keep him from going on the mission himself. So, I don't think he is not a comfortable being an armchair general. I think you're right. I don't think they'll let it happen. But I'll tell you something: they may have to sit on him to keep him from going after the guy himself.
That's the kind of guy you want to lead, but then that's the kind of guy you don't want to let him lead from the front because too important to go at this point to go anywhere where you can't guarantee his safety. Not relatively speaking, guarantee his safety because we've got Zelensky, who arguably even more valuable, still going to the front in different places. So amazing that he does that, and it is a risk that pays off, I would say, in morale. So, but I just wanted to run through the numbers, Robin, if that would be cool with you.
Terrific. And then there's another, after you did it, there's something I wanted to bring up too if we have time. But yeah, let's do the numbers first. I love the numbers.
Okay, well, this is from the Defense of You account, and I always like to start with the quote. This from Socrates: "When you want success as badly as you want the air, then you will get it. There is no other secret of success." So the combat losses for the enemy from February 24th, 2022 to February 17th, 24, we have a total of 401,350 liquidated personnel. The total for the day is 1,050. The number of tanks destroyed today, 11. Armored combat vehicles, 16. Artillery pieces, 28. Drones, tactical drones, that is, 5. Let's see. Cruise missiles, 1. And let's see. Vehicles and fuel tanks, 18. And special equipment, 5. So pretty solid day from the Ukrainians in terms of how many Russian casualties and equipment have been destroyed. So, Robin, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Whenever I hear these numbers, it just never ceases to amaze me how little Russia seems to care about sending thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of men into what they call the meat grinder, and they're being sent with no chance of getting out alive. It's just astonishing. I mean, it shows the moral bankruptcy of that civilization. That this is, it's. I mean, Ukraine is losing people too. We had somebody up before who was absolutely true. We're happy to see that Russia is doing badly, but for every 5 or 6 Russians, there's a Ukrainian whose life is lost too, and that's a tragedy. Every single one of them. Well, every lost life is a tragedy, but the Russians just don't seem to care, and I find it astonishing. Speaking of this is the subject I wanted to bring up. This segues into it pretty well. Is the number of injured and physically and emotionally injured soldiers who have served on the front lines in Ukraine and who are going to need help for many years to come. Unlike what seems to be going on in Russia, which is they can't even take their wounded off of the battlefield if you're not an officer and you get a belly wound, you're dead. They don't take care of their wounded. They leave them on the battlefield for other soldiers to walk over. It's horrifying. But in Ukraine, as we know, Olena Zelenska, President Zelensky's wife, has been very involved in working on mental health issues and setting up possibilities for people who are traumatized by the war, soldiers and civilians, because there are a lot of, as any of us who would have been in such a situation would probably have been traumatized. So are many Ukrainians. There's a story I saw just in the last couple of days that there is a hub that's being opened up in Kyiv specifically for ex-POWs, and we have all heard the stories of what some of these poor POWs go through at the hands of the Russians. And they are opening up a hub that will provide peer-on-peer counseling with other people who've been through the same thing. We've had this in the United States, very successful programs for vets. They're also it's veterans helping other veterans. So this is a program that they have set up, which I'm sure will get much larger to work with ex-POWs. And as we've seen, also there are programs that they are trying to build, even in the middle of the war, still to help demobilize people who've had traumatic injuries, help them physically, and help them and their families dealing with the repercussions of their injuries. The other thing that I was very happy to see, and not everyone might agree with me, but I think it was a good thing, is that President Zelensky in the last few days signed a medical cannabis law, legislation into law. Certainly for the kinds of injuries that a lot of these guys are dealing with, the lost limbs or whatever, medical cannabis offers possibilities of pain relief that just are not really available with traditional medications, the opioids that you get hooked on, other things that just don't work as well. So this was also, I think, was a very good law that was passed that will make some people's sufferings just a little bit less. So that was also a good thing. And again, it confirms the same thing as I was saying before, that the care that Ukraine gives to each one of its citizens and to each one of its soldiers. Okay, over to you, James.
I'm very happy about this decision to legalize cannabis in Ukraine. I think it really does save them quite a bit of the hassle of actually having it anyways, having it available everywhere, as it usually is when it's illegal. It's usually available anywhere, and this means that they'll have also another industry and another source of income. And because this is not as addictive, it has some addictive qualities to it, but nothing like any kind of opioids. It means that there'll be less people who come away with long-standing addiction problems. And the other thing about this is that while it doesn't, strangely enough, it reduces pain for people, not as much as opioids, but people are more pleased with the pain reduction. And it's posited that this is because people are not losing their senses to an opioid dose. They're not like just kind of doped out. They're still present, and yet they are getting some relief. They still feel the pain, but it doesn't inhibit them from doing things. So, win-win-win, I say. But yeah, it just, this is the kind of thing that I think in peacetime it might have taken a lot longer to have reached this decision. So in some ways, having the war here does let them get things done quicker. I hope that it makes a big difference and that it helps reduce all of the PTSD and pain that people are bringing home from the war.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing too is, I mean, it's oddly enough, um, this I think is a very important anti-crime measure, anti-corruption measure, because it's taking. I mean, as you're saying, pot is around all the time, even when it's illegal, and it means that a criminal enterprise is providing it, and Ukraine is doing its best to make itself an inhospitable environment for criminals. So this also takes this out of the hands of drug cartels or whatever, and puts it in the hands of legal enterprises. Also, the other thing that I see, I live in Brooklyn. I mean, we get people in my building who smoke this horrible, skunky smelling weed, and you never know what's in it. Apparently, a lot of it is actually contaminated with fentanyl, and once it becomes legal, I know from people I know who use medical pot, you know what you're getting. You go in there, the stuff is regulated. It's not cheap necessarily, but you know what you're getting. You know that it's been that it's pure. It's not adulterated. It's much safer for everyone involved, and it means there's one less underground industry that could be contributing to corruption and crime. So it's a win-win-win all around, James.
Yep. Well, yeah, and I don't know what else to say to that. Maybe Marcus, this is a topic that you were going to follow on with.
Yeah, I've smoked a few times, maybe once a year at the most. Once every like 2 or 3 years sometimes. Usually it was just with this particular friend on my birthday. But what I'll say about it is it's a great tax base. It's ridiculous that it used to just go to criminals and syndicates, right? It used to be biker gangs and shit like that were getting the money. Sorry, poo-poo like that. Sorry. They were getting the money. So here in Quebec, the dispensaries are called the SQDC, and the Quebec government runs them. But it's not that uncommon. They also run the liquor stores. Anyways, it's just really good tax base. It's good money for the government in terms of tax, right? And it's controlled, so it's controlled like a drug is. It's not mixed together with random crap like fentanyl, right? So everything is labeled like a medicine or like a liquor. Like it's very clear what it is. It says not for children, etc. It has warnings. But it's controlled properly, and that's a lot of the problems with drugs are control issues, and then the problems with addiction are human issues, right? But people can do a lot more damage being addicted to alcohol, which is perfectly legal. So the point being is, with that tax money, you can put some of it back into the community in the form of addiction counseling. You can do good things, right? I'd much rather the government get the tax money back on it than some guy in an alley.
Yeah, here. And and as James was mentioning before, the fewer people who get hooked on opioids because of this availability, that will make a big difference. I've had a number of orthopedic surgeries. That's my weakness. And I've had to take opioids for short periods. That stuff, it really messes you up physically. I mean, forget about anything else. And I get very sick on it, but I'll tell you, it's and when I was in college, I was a child of this. I was in college in the 70s, so there was a lot of pot around. And the pot in those days, especially, it's a different thing. It mellows you out. You feel good, but it doesn't. You don't have. Yeah, you get the munchies. That's the problem. It's the Fritos, but it doesn't. It doesn't mess you up the way opioids do. So again, win-win-win. I see no downside to any of this. Karen, over to you.
Well, pot is now legal in Alaska for recreational purposes and for medical purposes. The only thing that I find critical, okay, you said they were different. Robin, the pot that is high in THC is probably what you were talking about. The pot for medical purposes, oh golly, what was the name of it? Oh, I want to say PCB.
CBD.
Yes, yeah,
But
that was, yes,
but they're both really effective. THC and CBD are both very effective
yeah,
medications for different things.
yeah. CBD I did try the medical pot for my back because I have a degenerative disc disease and I had hurt my back and I was in a lot of pain and I didn't want anything that had anything to do with opioids. And my only complaint is that it needs to last longer, and from the U.S. standpoint, your medical insurance needs to cover it. Which now, as far as I know, most people's insurance does not cover any kind of pot for medical purposes. Now, for Ukraine, since they've just started doing that, they can take note of these problems and perhaps create a product that has a longer lasting pain relief, hopefully by not mixing anything bad with it. But hopefully they can, because they're new to this and they don't have these restrictive laws so far, maybe they can come up with a more effective pot for pain than is used in other parts of the world. Because here in the US, medical pot has been kind of hampered by a lot of restrictions, which is too bad. And I hope that will change.
Thank you. Yeah, there's always problems with distribution systems, and I think that what they've got going on in most of the states where it's legal works fine. The length of time that the drug is effective is something that I don't think is going to be changed, because it just is a matter of the decay of the chemical in the body that is controlling that. So time release capsules or something like that, I suppose, are possible, but frankly, for pain fighting abilities, that's probably not going to be a thing. It's probably going to be limited to about 12 hours. And so, for example, if you've got something achy on your body, like an achy joint or something like that, you can spread it over the skin, and it really does take care of it, which is amazing, for up to 12 hours. And if you're thinking about going out and doing a bunch of physical labor with a shoulder that hurts or something like that, well, this will probably help you control that pain and carry on with your work. No guarantees that your shoulder is as healthy as it could be if it got the proper treatment to fix the underlying problem. But yeah, I think there's a lot of possibilities here for people to get better service, less addiction, greater relief. So win, 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 win. And I see that we've got Linda. Hello, Linda.
Hi, guys. This is off topic with regard to Ukraine, so I'll be really, really quick. But I just have I was triggered because I have my own complaints with the American medical system. So, about 3.5 years ago, I fell on the street right on a curb, broke my hip, had to have hip replacement, and was in the hospital for just, they want to get you in and out, right? So fast. So after a couple of days, like 2.5 days or something, I had to leave, and they made sure that two separate doctors made sure that I had an opioid prescription. I forget which one, on my tray. But the prescription that I really needed was a shot to give myself for, I don't know, for a week and a half, 2 weeks or something like that, a blood thinner to avoid the possibility of blood clots. That one they didn't leave on my tray. That was the one that I absolutely had to have. And since they released me on a Sunday, the pharmacy was closed, so they released me without that one. But I had two prescriptions for opioids, and I never took any of them because they sent me home too early. And of course, I'm alone, and they sent me with specific instructions like make sure your anything that you sit on is high enough, because you can't have the wrong angle, because you could, knock your hip out of joint because it's not healed yet. And so where I sit all the time on my couch is too low. And they said, "Oh, you're going to have to raise it." I said, "So you just gave me a new hip 2.5 days ago, and you want me to lift my couch and put books under the legs?" Oh, blank look. Anyway, so I never took any of the opioids, not one. When I got home, I took Tylenol. Anyway, that's my opioid story, and I have many stories, and that I'm pissed about. That being one, and it's off topic. Okay, bye.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Linda.
Linda.
I would just say, and I've had I think 10 orthopedic surgeries, so I know where you're coming from. But what you're talking about there is not the medical system. You're talking about irresponsible doctors, and unfortunately, that you can find anywhere. That should not have happened. That should not happen anywhere. I did not have that experience with when I left the hospital at all. So I'm very sorry that happened to you. But those are doctors who are cruising for malpractice. Malpractice suits. It's
Yep.
a shame that that kind of thing happens. Yeah, I'm sorry. Karen, over to you.
Well, Linda, I can really empathize because a lot of times when a doctor makes a recommendation like that, they're just assuming that you've got people around you that will help you, or maybe a family member that will be a caregiver for you, and that is not always the case. If your other household members aren't physically able to help, or if you can't afford a caregiver, it can be very problematic. So yes, that is a big deficiency. But I did want to say what finally worked for me, but that my insurance did cover. If anybody needs the advice, what they finally did was they did a spinal injection of steroids into my back, and that did it. That knocked out a very big portion of the pain. It's something to discuss with your doctor if you've never had it done. It's a little achy, but it's not a big deal. I can think of worse things. It's something most people can endure, but I just thought I would throw that in, is that a spinal level epidural with steroids can be a great pain reliever, and most people's insurance will cover it.
Well, I see that we're almost verging into Narcotics Anonymous material here, so we won't go any further on this path. We will pull ourselves up and go straight back to Ukraine. And I'm going to lead off with that charge and talk about something that actually repeat what Volodymyr Zelensky had to say. He said, I met with a delegation of Republican and Democratic members of the United States House of Representatives. We discussed the battlefield situation and the development of defense industries. I also elaborated on Ukraine's progress in drone production. We hope the House of Representatives will make decisions to ensure further necessary U.S. support for Ukraine. We must win this war, and we must do so in unity, defending our shared values. So that from Zelensky, and he's not quite as sanguine as the other thing I read out, where he was saying, I trust you will take the wise path to Congress. So maybe this is a more realistic statement from him. But in any case, a nice solid statement talking right to what is probably the most critical front right now, and that is the U.S. aid front. So there we are, squarely back in Ukraine. We can go back to drugs now if you want, but we can also talk about other things Ukraine.
Yeah, let's try to stick to Ukraine for a while. I noticed that I haven't read it yet. I just point out to people that is always good for read. Timothy Snyder has an article in the Kyiv Post today called "A Putin Genocidal Myth." Says Fucker Carlson's interview with Vladimir Putin reveals much more than the foolishness of fascism. It offers us a view into the mechanism of how genocide is justified. I mean, this is a big thing. The justification of what they're doing is something that I think we have to really be very aware of, because all of this discussion, like our friend who was up before, who was asking about about what would happen if Ukraine were to have a peace settlement, is to know what's going to happen to people who stay under Russian rule, because this is not something that Russia was going to stop doing voluntarily. They feel totally justified in what they're doing, and something we have to always keep in mind and keep in front of people who talk about, oh, I don't like war, I want peace. Why isn't Ukraine being reasonable and negotiating? Well, this is why, because it's not reasonable to expect people to negotiate away their lives. Back to you, James.
That's right. It isn't really reasonable at all to negotiate with Russia until such time as they have been beaten on the battlefield. I think is the ultimate condition for negotiating with them. And at that point, it isn't so much negotiating peace terms as it is negotiating the I would say the after war terms, really, that say, well, you owe us this much in reparations. So how are you going to pay it? The kids, where are they? When can we pick them up? Get a move on there, Russia, and similar things around other aspects of what has been going on in the war. So there is no good time to actually engage Russia in any kind of deal making until there is victory on the battlefield. I don't see it. I mean, maybe things will change. And clearly, from Zelensky's own lips, he didn't say, "I will never," you know, trade land for our freedom. He said something a little bit more variable, and that was that I'm not ready to. And it does speak to some willingness to eventually maybe make a deal. But my sense is that he and Ukraine is very, very far away from making any deals with Russia, and it makes sense because what we know is that as bad as the Budapest memorandum was, Minsk 1 and 2 were even worse. So there's no expectation that we can expect to come up with something if we negotiated at this point that actually provides security for Ukraine down the road. I just don't see that coming from Russia. I see that coming from Ukraine establishing the ability to have effective deterrence from a buildup by Russia or an attack by Russia. So that's where I think security is going to come in. And otherwise, the 10-point peace plan does lead to essentially what are going to be the solutions that bring about victory. But they don't really need to be negotiated with Russia. They're laid out. It isn't. Well, I guess it is that we're saying to Russia, this is your deal. Get on board with it. And I don't think they've heard that enough times. But maybe when they're up to, I don't know, 600,000, maybe they'll be more ready to listen. Or maybe when the ruble is 200 to the dollar. I don't know. But anyways, Robin, I see that Marcus has
Yeah.
his hand up. And go ahead, Robin.
Let's go to Marcus, and then I can say after. Go ahead, Marcus.
Okay, for sure. So, I think pounding strategic industries will remain very strong motivator for the Russians. If the Ukrainians can continue to hit these oil refineries and storage solutions, and hopefully drop an LNG terminal, but I know the one in St. Petersburg, they're probably afraid of, a mass casualty event because of it, which would almost certainly happen. So maybe they need to do some industrial sabotage. But the point being is, destroying their ability to make money, specifically euros and US dollars they can use for smuggled goods, is great. So I think that needs to be their primary goal, rather than attrition with human beings. Well, obviously they'll have to do some of that, but look, where Russia will suffer in the most meaningful way, I think, is destroying their ability to have an economy that functions, because Putin will throw 2 million men to their deaths without a single thought. I just don't think he cares, and I don't think there'll be a mass uprising with pitchforks until it's tens of millions. I don't know, though. Just obviously they're pretty complacent now, and I can't imagine another country losing 400,000 humans and being this complacent. Like it's an extraordinary amount of dead people, or wounded. The combination. So strategic industries, just get enough long range weapons that you can hit them with real killer stuff. There's no way they can stop Storm Shadow like weapon against these oil refineries. If they can't shoot down a drone, they're not going to shoot down something moving that fast, right? So,
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know about the physics of that really, because sometimes the fastest moving things are the most predictable because they can't turn fast enough once they're up to a speed. But beside the point, really, to the point about the hitting the critical infrastructure, Marcus, I think you're right on there. They have to keep taking apart this ability to earn money and also to produce even for their own needs. What else can you do besides oil and gasoline for, well, diesel, right? But that's how the world runs. That's how an army runs. So you're absolutely right. It has to be degraded. Anyways, back to you, Marcus, and I just wonder what you think of. Have you actually been tracking any of the locations or facilities that are still left? I think that's a Will question, maybe, but I wondered if you were into that and had been looking at it.
no, I'm not sure. I do know that they still have a bit of a bubble that they're working inside of. But look, not only is it devastatingly effective to destroy your ability to export this oil and gas, which we should never forget is like the Russian export, right? There's not many countries phoning them up looking for misery and alcohol addiction. So that's all they got in their cupboards to sell. And the point being is it didn't cost a few lives. That's super critical right now. So you know what? I'm sure we'll find out later that Budanov lost a few men and women, but not on the level, comparatively speaking, that other types of warfare require, right? So this is a smart way to preserve your human capital, because they're still going to need all of those people to fight defensive actions. The Russians will continue to try to grind this war to a freeze by throwing human beings into the meat grinder until no one can turn the crank. So yeah, keep hitting these. Go deep, go hard.
There you go. Yes, wherever they are, they have to find these facilities, which I think they've known. I think that the oil companies probably have already cooperated with people in intelligence services somewhere in the world, and they said, these places are your best picks. Go ahead and hit them. And I'm sure they're about that. So having that capacity to go behind lines. And again, Robin reminds me of a book and a discussion about speaking two languages versus one. And the cover, it provides you possibilities. Hey, my tank is broken down. Could you help me? Stuff like that will probably be in history books, and we'll be talking about 10 years from now. So anyways, good stuff. Robin, back to you. Your hands up.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I have something to say about the two language thing in Ukraine in a minute, which I thought was fascinating. But before that, Marcus talked about human capital, and this is something that I was thinking about. I was reading about a different situation, a different war, but where a lot of men of a certain age died in the war, and the demographic problems that caused the country afterwards. Russia has basically cleared itself out of young men between 18 and 40 or whatever, particularly. I mean, those are the majority of the workers, the people. These are either people have left or they've been killed. I don't see how they recover from that. It's a whole large. It's more than a generation of a lot of the most productive part of a society that they're just throwing away with seemingly no understanding of the fact that they're going to, not only will there be generations of women and children without fathers and husbands, but they also won't have all of those people, the plumbers and the electricians and the people who run the oil refineries and whatever, all in that age demographic, and they're not going to be there. It's just the obsession that Putin has with taking over Ukraine is completely destroying Russian. Well, I don't know what you call it, society demographics. Let's put it that way. Yeah, James.
I'm going to quibble with one part of that and just challenge you. I think it isn't the men that are the most useful around the house. It's the women and or around doing anything the most productive. So I think that sending the men in isn't the worst thing you could do. So
Well, it does. Yes, James. Okay, I know. It does upset the balance, though, and in point of fact, even in the United States, Smarty, it's that men. Uh, well, let's say you can't make things run without the men. I mean,
there you
certain
go.
men are infuriating, but
Thank you for
yeah,
that. Recognizing
you're very funny.
we have
Okay,
everything that keeps things running. So okay, I love it.
yeah,
I
all
love
right.
the good reputation I
Jeez.
got with that. So
Yeah,
anyways.
right. Yes. Oh gosh. Male feminists are the worst. I'm just saying. Anyway.
Oh, you're
Oh,
hilarious.
never
This
mind.
is
Anyway,
fun. This is
you're
fun.
fun to
Thank
tease,
you,
James.
Robin,
Yeah.
for having a sense of humor. It's a key to getting along.
Oh, it's either
So
that or kill yourself. I got into this age and not killed myself only because I laugh at things. It's the
there
only
we
way
go.
to. Very serious. Anyway, I have no idea who we want to go to next, so I'll
I
let you
don't know.
decide.
Go ahead. Well, let's see. Well, it's hands. Let's go to For Every Child because Marcus, you've had chances to speak and you've done well. So let's see what For Every Child does.
What For Every Child is doing is thanking Marcus for being so well spoken and so lighthearted and so humorous, because humor really delivers the message. And James, you absolutely have cracked me up, and I wouldn't dream of saying something serious and breaking this mood, which is so precious. However, I do need some information. I need to know how much time I have to get ready for book club.
Book club. Book club, book club, book club. The one I'm thinking of first is the one tomorrow night, but then on the 25th, we'll be doing one, but on the 21st, I'll be doing one somewhere else in a different space in my own space. So there you go.
So
American politics.
that means book club and understanding genocide fall on the same night. My homework pile is
Well,
pretty
Oh
steep.
no. Did
Oh,
I
they're not. This is
did I
all different
misspeak?
nights. I'm sorry. This is all. And if I got it wrong, apologies. But they're all different nights. So book clubs will be Sunday, Understanding Genocide Friday, and what I'm talking about doing is Wednesdays. So, and that's
James, it's going to be repeating every Wednesday?
it's going to be as many as we need to do. There's
Uh-huh. Good.
yeah, there's if there's new people in there, you can't just say chapter 6. You got to really start. You got to start
That's
with
true.
the understanding of the underlying
Right.
theories of the book. So it'll take,
Yeah.
I think, a couple. So just a few, but that's what I'm planning on doing to cover
Good.
divisive topics.
Yes, and I will say, as the person who didn't want it on our space, I feel completely justified in saying James is going to be covering the last chapter of The Road to Unfreedom, which some of us felt was a little bit too divisive to have on this site. But anyway, if you're interested in that, take us Wednesday. What was the time again, James?
7:30 p.m.
Eastern. Terrific. Thank you.
Eastern.
Okay. February Child, back to you.
That 7:30 p.m. is that Wednesday, James?
Yes.
Okay. I will. I will probably miss the first half hour of it. I have a schedule meeting. Nevertheless, there is also uh, uh, Gina does a Sunday in-depth thing on genocide, that's apart from understanding genocide on Friday. So Sunday it's in depth. I don't know exactly the title, in depth with genus or something like that. But both of them deal with genocide. So I just have to begin getting a rhythm to how to get my studying done, and we'll see how I work that one out. Slava Ukraine.
Heroyam Slava. One of the things I think James and I also try to stress to people is, and Alan used to say this when he was on the book club, this isn't a college seminar. There's not going to be a final. Even if you haven't read the book, come on in. I think we try to make sure that even people who haven't read it can get a good idea of what's going on. Anyway, okay. Oh, Dan, Mark, hang on a second, Dan. Marcus, your hand went down. Do you still have something to add before we go to Dan? Since your
No,
hand
no,
up
no,
was
no.
first?
No, I'm interested to
Okay.
see how Dan's even talking to us, if he wired a walkie-talkie to a router. What's going on?
Oh, go
No,
ahead,
no,
Dan.
no. Yeah, it's working, but that stupid emoji is still screwed up in Twitter or whatever. I refuse to call it X. Yeah. I was thinking of you, James and Robin, the other day, when they were talking about books and reading certain materials. I think it was during genocide, because Gina suggested I'm outdoors. Gina suggested East West Side or whatever, that book. And I did get the book on audio and I listened to it. I saved it. I'm gonna read it again. Very informative, a little bit historic, but it explains why we're at today with Ukraine. I highly suggest it. I believe it's, am I pronouncing it right, Robin? East West Street, something like that. Because I'm
It's
not.
something like that. That was
Yeah.
by the person who came up with the concept of the word of genocide, correct?
Yeah, he talks about him a lot. Yeah. But it's one of I think it was done by another professor that was a student of his.
Maybe.
Or something. I'm not quite sure about the history of it. Anyways, it's a professor I think Gina knew, but I could be wrong. But anyways, I read the book. It was great. But when you guys were talking about, oh geez, you just sit around and read the book, and it's not about just reading book. And you're right, it's not a college seminar, but I treat it like a workshop, because I get so much out of it. The thing about the book, sitting down, the people used to do book clubs in their houses or get together in community rooms and and complexes and stuff, and that used to be a great thing because you could talk back and forth. Not everybody would agree, but no arguments would erupt, and you learned so much. You got deeper with the book than if you just read it on your own. And that's the important. It's like kind of like one of Oprah's book clubs. She'd get everybody to read a book and then talk about it on her show and get really in depth with it. But this is even further because it covers a lot of things like genocide, historic struggles with cultures, all the things you guys deal with. I'm thinking, if my house wasn't such a construction wreck right now, or my condo, I'd love to get people in the area that I don't even know, invite them over and say, this is what we're going to do. Bring your tablets and we'll get on the book club at MriyaReport and listen to it, because some of the books we listen to, you guys do, I'm telling you, I learned tenfold. You learn about cultures, you learn about struggles, you learn about topics, genocide, cultural languages, you cover everything. Art, it's just amazing. So I think, like when I was talking the other day about community, it takes a community. And when we get together as a community and stop thinking we're doing it all by ourselves or we're learning all this by ourselves, when we do it as a community, it has so much more value, I think, because as a community, we learn together and we learn to listen, not so much express our opinions, but listen. Um, Other than that, I'm going to add this too, because you guys were talking about Russia and where they're going to be at and where they need to get at. And I really don't care anymore. I know it sounds terrible. I feel like a bad person when I'm thinking it, but I do not care. At this point, it's either black or white, and the white needs to win. I don't, I'm hoping the best of the Russians got out of there, the really good people, most of them. The ones that didn't, I'm sorry, but they need to be
Zelensky,
totally shut down everywhere. I just don't
Dan,
care about Russia anymore.
Dan
So
Zelensky said the same thing. I mean, that was his line last year. He very much said exactly the same thing. So you're
it's
in
like a
touch with
rabid,
the man.
it's like a rabid dog, and I feel bad about it, because I don't like to see any human being suffer. But enough is enough. This has gone far enough. This is like, to me, it's worse than World War II. It's worse. It's causing disruption in the Mideast everywhere. These people need to be, this country or regime needs to be put down like a rabid dog. They need to start from scratch, even if that means they have no electricity, no way to pump gas or make gas, no eggs. I don't care anymore. They can learn to eat from plants, as far as I'm concerned. All I care about is Ukraine, the Ukrainians, and to get their freaking land back. Almost 75% of the country is going to be amputated. The people physically, limbs, children. No, I'm done. All I care about is Ukraine. I want to see them heal, and it's going to take many years for them to heal. But anyways, that's what I thought about that, and definitely the book club. It's a community thing, and I think it helps us to get our wheels turning and to learn to listen. When I shouldn't be saying this is personal, but years ago I got sober, and the first thing I had a bunch of, I called them my sergeants. They were all elderly women. They have since passed. They were my best friends. They saved my life. And when the first meeting I went to, I said, I know. They said, shut up. You don't know anything. Take the cotton out of your ears, stick it in your mouth, and you need to sit down and listen if you want to stay alive. And I did that. They continually told me that, and each time I did what they told me. And that's why I'm alive today. So Russia needs to take the cotton out of their ears, stuff it in their mouth, and either listen or die. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I think you're saying what a lot of us feel. I have the same feeling. I feel bad that I don't feel bad anymore about the Russians, but at this point they have to be stopped. We can feel bad about them after they have been stopped from doing this to anyone else again. I just wanted to mention really quickly, thank you for your thoughts on the book club, by the way. By the way, your local public library probably has book clubs going. I know a lot of public libraries still do that, and you're saying I hadn't thought of it that way, but it is a great way to recover the lost art of listening to other people and respecting what they're saying. We have too little of that in the world, in much of the world today. The book that Dan was referring to. Oh, we lost him. Well, bye, Dan. The book he was referring to is something. It's a very important one. I just want to mention it. It's called East West Street: On the Origins of Genocide and Crimes Against Humanity by Philippe Sand, or Sands, Sands. Examines the lives of two Jewish lawyers, Herz Lauterpacht and Raphael Lemkin, who the name you might know, born within 3 years of each other and students in the same city in the eastern outskirts of Europe, Lviv, who came to create the legal concepts of crimes against humanity and genocide. It's a memoir and history of the origins of international criminal law in the aftermath of the Second World War. I'm ashamed to say I've only read part of this book, but it's an incredible book. I'm glad that Ken mentioned it because I'm going to go try to dig it back out and finish it. East West Street, highly, highly recommended. Back to you, James.
Yeah, fascinating. Raphael Lemkin, what a life. He is not somebody who just walked into inventing a new word. He was a lawyer, and he came up with the crime of barbarity before he came up with genocide. And he did it. I know he's created other significant international law. So quite a player, I guess you'd say, in the field. But great. I mean, and about the book club, Dan, I appreciate your comments. What I've learned is that there's so much depth to be gained from getting these multiple books inside your head. You know what I mean? To load them up into the database as best you can, and then kind of shake them up and like compare. Like what did Ploki say about this? what Floki said was big things, and then this, this latest that we're reading, the Zelensky effect, much more detailed, much smaller scope and time, and location, and so a really zooming in on history, right? And so it's really good to get these different perspectives, and you can start to see how the strategic, which typically I think almost definingly has a longer time period to it than kind of tactical things, you can see how better how Russia sort of does their game, because they can afford these long, crazy time periods, to do things, these frozen conflicts and the like, that it takes getting used to, and then they do the next step as soon as you're used to one thing. So I I've learned a lot about those kind of things from the different books we've read, and it's so illuminating to have at least some kind of knowledge of the country that we're so involved in now. Because everybody I'm talking to here, we're invested in one country on this earth at this point, and that's cool. That's really cool because every nation, of course, is important, but this one really deserves its new location in the constellations of our different countries, because it needs to be free and recognized without moving. It's not like we're going to make an island for them. They're going to stay there. It's just going to be theirs, and the Russians are going to stay out. And so, yeah, I think it's great that we're all learning about this. So I'm anxiously expecting that we'll see another book from Floki. I still think there's another book in there that will be like part two of his first book, Russo-Ukrainian War. I hope so, because I want to find out how this turns out.
Can't get the mic on. Yeah, I agree with you. I really am looking forward to hearing his. I'm hopefully it will be after victory, which will come soon, God willing, and he will write about the second half of the war. Um, one of the things I think James and I have certainly, we've never talked about this, but I think you've had the same experience, is, I had forgotten how much you get of really a close reading of something. I am reading these books that we prepare for book club. I mean, I think I've read each one of them through once or twice before we started preparing. Then each chapter I read, then I go through a second time and read and highlight, then I go through a third time to write an outline. I've only ever dealt with text like this when I was in law school, and you had to do that in order to have the cases in your head for when you got called on in class. But I have gotten so much more out of these books than I ever would have if I just read them through. And it's definitely a lesson to me. I'm finding that I'm reading other things outside of the book club, and I've tended to approach them the same way. Um, I was listening to a tape about learning second languages, and the guy who was talking made a really good point, which is that you will learn better if you struggle. Meaning that if you have, for example, if you look up all the words right away, you're never going to remember what it was. You didn't try to remember it before you looked it up. And I find with these books too, by really struggling with them to try to get them in my head in such a way that I can explain to other people, I get so much more out of them. So it's definitely, and as James was saying, that looking at basically the same period of time we've gone through in several different books, several different authors, and you see things from different angles with each author, and it really does give you a lot of depth. I would have, if someone had asked me before, I would have thought, you read a history and then you know what went on, and move on to something else. But it's not true. It's the more you go over it from different perspectives, the more you really learn about all of what went on. So anyway, I'm getting tired. I'm not making a lot of sense now. Anyway,
No,
back to you,
you're
James.
making a lot of sense. I think that made a lot of sense to me. I think about the things that I've learned, the sort of um, relationships and of events, and the not coincidental kind of connections that I see. in Snyder's work, there was an example of where some private communication being exposed really wrecked things, and it kind of invalidated a law case, right? Because the investigators looked like they were compromised, but their words, their private words, were exposed, and that privacy violation. All I can say is, if you look closely at American politics, you'd see examples of where it's like, this is exactly what happened. There'd be this attack on the investigators, and you'd find out, oh, they were having an affair. Okay, but so what, right? For the actual underlying case that they're investigating, is that really pertinent? Are they really biased? Can they hate somebody but still investigate them fairly? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. So this is the kind of thing where you see this tool being used again and again, and so you recognize that, this is out of the playbook that the Russians use, to do this. And so you don't have to look that far. So once you start to recognize these patterns of behavior, and this idea about frozen conflicts, for me, I got the concepts right away, sort of, in a way. And then it occurred to me that there was different ways to think about it, like frozen conflicts on the ground. But what about frozen conflicts in arguing about law? Well, what about border security and immigration, for example? Frozen conflict forever. And we just saw an example how people don't want a solution. So because it's a frozen conflict for a reason. And so I think I'm learning to really see these things that Snyder explains really well, but I'm seeing them in all these different aspects, and I can uh, this idea that we can predict what might be the next upcoming wave of propaganda coming at us, which I've heard it said that's happening. Yes, I think even we individually can start to become good at predicting what's going to come at us by loading these kind of patterns in our head and looking at what's going on. We can do that. So I think it's a history like what we've been doing, really powerful for us as information warriors.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just, as you were talking, I was thinking about something I had been reading in the Zelensky effect about well, one of President Zelensky's uh, platform planks when he was running was the importance of history. And President Holoborodko, who's the person he plays, the character he plays in Servant of the People, um, he begins the entire series with a rant about how people don't learn history, they only learn math, which, and by math he means like what you can get from other people. But I think it is a very important thing to to learn the history, to be able to see the patterns. And if you have that in your head, then you can deal with, for example, as you're saying, the new Russian the hybrid warfare, their propaganda, the false narratives that they push. Once you've studied that, once you've read enough about it, you begin to spot them as they come up, and you begin to ask questions. And that's important for each person individually, but it's also very important to be able to point it out to people around you. I mean, I will point out to people when something like that comes up and say, this is very suspicious. This looks like a Russian talking point because of X, Y, and Z. And the more we can make sure that people are aware of what this might be, I think it's a way of inoculating ourselves, making us more immune to Russian interference. And one of the things that we learned in reading about, Russian attempts to divide Ukrainian society. There's when telling the Jews that the Ukrainians are anti-Semites, telling non-Jewish Ukrainians that the Jews are going to buy up southern Ukraine to make a new Jewish state out of it, make ridiculous nonsense. But it didn't work in Ukraine because Ukraine knows who they're dealing with. They understood the Russians and their mentality much better than we do. But it's by us learning about it, we can inoculate ourselves and hopefully the people around us from falling for the same nonsense. And that's very important. for every child.
Oh yes, excuse me. I sent you a post that's 8 hours old, so it may be it may have already been discussed. You may already be familiar with it, but it's from Lawrence Tribe. Marcus, I sent you a copy of it as well.
Your queen for every child.
Yeah, this is
Oh wow.
let me I'm not sure if we discussed this or not. But this is the DOJ transfer of 500,000 forfeited Russian funds to Estonia. I didn't realize that somebody mentions but didn't mention Estonia for Ukraine's benefit. Should foreshadow the transfer of 5 billion in frozen Russian funds from the U.S. to Ukraine, triggering a transfer of 300 billion of such funds frozen in the EU and elsewhere. So this is the first. This is forfeited Russian funds. This implies this was government funds. Does anyone know if that was the case?
I guess
No idea.
not. I would say that that what we're going to see is that first the EU stepping forward and saying we're going to take control of the interest and use the interest on the capital. That was a big step, really big step, right? And it is. Then I think these different blocks of money are attached to probably accounts and things like this. And every one of those has to be examined from a legal perspective, unfortunately. But they're probably looking at some of them and saying, "Oh, yes, high probability we'll do this one." And I don't know that they're going to do any kind of blanket stuff. And I still hold to the idea that it's valuable to hang on to the liquid money until you really have to spend it because it's such a powerful tool. And toward the end of the war, as you're negotiating, money's the least object compared to kids and things like that. So I don't know what you think of that, but
I just put the tweet that the furry child sent me up in the nest because it links to the Justice Department. Quite an involved, quite a long press release from the Justice Department about the specifics of this forfeited 500,000 in Russian funds. So if anybody wants to look at it, we'll take it down in a little while, but it's up there and it links you right to the Justice Department release. Very interesting development. Thank you for bringing it up. Oh, we lost For Every Child now too. Oh dear. I'm chasing everyone away except for Dan. Hi, Dan.
Hi. I apologize. I keep having to leave because I can't unmute my mic after, so you guys are going to have to mute me later. But I'll be short. My brain is telling me, and I probably am wrong, but in the 90s somewhere, we had some government things going on where we were helping Russia with some development monies and stuff like that, or humanitarian assistance somewhere when their budget or their economy was crap. That's probably left over because everything's done in block years. I'm not a treasury expert at all, but I'm thinking a lot of those forfeited funds, when they say forfeited, and it could be forfeited from like stuff they just took from oligarchs, and they don't have to go through court to get it, see if they can take it or not, because those people don't have any rights. They're crooks or they broke the law. That could be forfeited funds too. They confiscated it under U.S. law. They broke somewhere, so under that wire they could keep the funds without having to go through the court process. But I also believe in the 90s we were financially helping Russia somehow economically. I don't think it was through the World Bank. I think it was directly from our budget in our country. And it was like supposed to be spaced out over a number of years, 10 years, 20 years. It was some kind of economic package. I could be wrong. And if somebody's right, I hope they come up and correct me, but that's where my brain was going. That's how it works. You can unmute me now. Thank you.
Well, Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. I do recall that there was some economic money going there to develop the Soviet Union, and there was, I want to say, some Ivy League team that went with the money, and well, probably didn't help in the long run because things didn't turn out as intended. It didn't veer into freedom; it veered away from it. But no, anyways, so
James, the one other thing I'm wondering about, because I don't remember exactly what it covers, but is the Magnitsky Act. There are Magnitsky Acts in many countries. Do you know if those involve seizing state assets?
I do not.
Okay, I have a job to look at then.
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause I know that.
this stuff's really complicated, is what my opinion is, and it's kind of the banking stuff, especially. It gets really complicated, and I don't even like it that much, so it's hard for me to hang on to the ideas of it, or really uptake of them. Blah.
Yeah. By the way, everybody, we seem to be having some real instability with, for every child I sent you an invite if you're trying to come up. I'm not seeing you requested, but it looks as though you might. I send an invitation. If you can click on that, maybe we can bring you up that way. Twitter is twittering again, I think, James.
It will do that. You know what? This is my time to get ready to say goodbye. Casper, though, I see you're here. Was good to see you. And I hope I'd stay up here and we could converse a minute or two. So welcome.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that Dan's guess is right. America has been sending not the look, it's not only about the fact that America paid to secure the nukes, including the nukes that Ukraine got. Some people say, oh, Ukraine was too poor, it wouldn't be able to store everything. Guys, it wasn't Russia paying for it, it was America. That's why also America probably knows where all this stuff is and if it's sealed or not. Anyway, it wasn't about only let's save the whatever Russian economy that later got captured by oligarchs and the KGB. No, it was about food. Literally, people starved. Literally. And there's been also places where this food was, just hidden. So it was also partially, economic failure, total. And some people wanted to make money. For example, I remember there is one, I don't know how even to call it, but it's Alexander Nevzorov. He was a kind of a criminal reporter back in when the Soviet Empire fell. Basically, he showed, for example, a whole, warehouse full of, I don't know how many square meters, but a lot of square meters full of cigarettes. And if you would try to find cigarettes in Moscow, you wouldn't be able, and you would have to pay, I don't know, your imported Japanese, audio player, something like this. And also when there was first McDonald's opened in Russia, I'm not sure if it was still Soviet Union or after the fall of it, but the length of the people standing in line there was crazy. I'm not sure if Lenin, when died, there was that many people, Okay, so we gotta understand that when they fell, they had actually a lot of interest for Western societies. But there was also the Russian KGB and mafia, which decided that we don't want that. We want to live in our Russian world, where crime is theoretically allowed. Back in the day when Russian Empire fell, it was crazy because, oh, I'm shutting down. I'm sorry, I have to go. Battery. Damn.
Well, listen.
Oh dear, that happens.
Thank you for jumping up and saying this. Yes, we all have limitations. Some of them are in our batteries, cause whatever happened. Anyways, good to hear from you. Thank you. And I'm gonna pop out of here now too. It is my time. You guys have a great Saturday night. Keep bothering your representatives. Be part of the democratic process to the point of being annoying to them. So it'll be good. All right. Bye.
Bye, James. Hey, yeah, being annoying, I can do that. What a great idea. I will. My problem though is that all my representative and my two senators are very pro-Ukraine, so I really can't annoy people that much. But I did call up the non-constituent line of that inexorable Speaker of the House yesterday and give him my thoughts, which I'm sure will get absolutely nowhere. But I felt a little better anyway. Okay, so we are waiting but guys, stick around because next up here it's Crime and Punishment SBU, which is always fascinating. How Ukraine is going after um, corruption and Russian infiltration and all of the bad stuff. How SBU is putting the fear of God in these people and then taking care of business. So Tracy and Heather will be up here very soon to cover that. There was one other issue I wanted just to bring up since I've got a minute here and nobody else has their hand up, so you're stuck with what I want to talk about. I've heard a very interesting tape on language acquisition recently, and it was talking about something I've always noticed is kids who grow up, kids who are bilingual when they're little, that often have a more they're able to think in ways that a monolingual person can't as easily. And I think it's got to do with having two different words for every concept. I'm wondering whether this is part of why, Ukraine is a totally bilingual society. And I'm wondering whether part of, of all of the incredible innovation that we've seen in Ukraine in the last couple of years in the response to the war and finding solutions, putting together weapons that aren't supposed to work together and having them work well, that maybe this is part of what it is that being brought up bilingual gives you a leg up on certain ways of thinking that you might not have otherwise. Just my little theory. But I see Prince is here. Welcome, Prince.
Good evening. How are you?
Not bad. I didn't expect to be here tonight, but we had a good session. I'm always enjoy co-hosting with James, so it was nice. And Dan is here, and Marcus. You've got the whole. Marcus has been a very good boy. I want to just let you know, as Marcus, one of Marcus's three moms, that we're very proud of Marcus. Anyway, but I think with that,
Oh, he made up for it
yeah.
last night on the late shift.
Oh well, good for him.
Yeah. But it is good to hear your voice. I actually haven't talked to you today, which is odd. So that's just the way some days go. And
Things go like that. Yep.
yep. Anyway,
But anyway, I'm not going to make you listen to me too much longer because I'm sure
well,
Tracy has a bunch of stuff to talk about, and I want to listen. So I think I'm
yes.
going to say goodbye, everyone. Nice to talk. Chat with you offline soon. I hope, Prince.
Oh, absolutely.
Not tonight. I'm going to sleep, but soon.
All
Anyway,
right, go to bed.
bye, Dan. Bye, James. Bye, Marcus. Sky Kiss, Chris, Linda, everybody.
It was
Take
fun,
care.
Robin.
And
It was fun.
yeah, it was. Thanks, James. Okay, and it was tomorrow night, guys. Book club, 8:00. Be there or be square. Okay, take care, everyone. Good night. Slava Ukraini.
Hit home, Slava. All right. Good evening, everybody. Linda, I hope you have your freshly opened box of wine and ready to go. Perhaps you have some chocolates with it.
I'm out of
yeah.
wine. I have chocolates, but I'm out of wine. It's really sad.
Well, you've got something in the liquor cabinet. I mean, come on, I've gotten to know you a little bit. I don't know what it is, but there's something in there. You can make
Well,
yourself some. Just
yeah,
put a little bit of everything in a cup and, call it a Long Island iced tea. Top it off with some Coke.
okay, I'll do that.
I think she would too. So yeah. So I hope everybody is doing well today. I am waiting for Tracy to come up here and gonna talk about a couple of things. Dan, you said that you read East West Street. I was sort of kind of listening, but not really. I had a bird on my shoulder who was trying to talk to me, and yeah. So, Dan, how was East West Street?
I gotta tell you, it was absolutely stunning. I mean, stunning. It just blew my mind. I'm a bit of a history freak, anyways. Um, so yeah, it was just stunning. I'm gonna read it again. I put it in my archives. I'm saving that sucker forever. It's like reading. Let's see. I put it right up there with War and Peace, and I've read 5 different interpretations of War and Peace in English, but done differently. Yeah. So yeah, French. I think French. I did French. Arabic. They did it in Arabic, and then they retranslated it in English, and 2 different kinds of Russian, I believe. So yeah, it was that stunning. It blew my mind. So yeah, it's definitely worth a read and a read and a read. And with
So
that, you
it's a
what?
book. It's a book that's been translated from English into like French and then translated back into
No,
English.
no. I'm talking about the treatment of War and Peace. It's been redone, reinterpreted by different cultures, different languages. And each one I've read. I've read it a lot. War and Peace I've read back forth and whatever over my lifetime so far. Probably I counted I'm up to 16 times I've read it. But that's how great this book is. East West, yeah.
16 times you should be able to recite that book. But yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah. But
When
it's very Go ahead.
I watched the Netflix treatment of War and Peace when they did the series again, and I was sitting there with my mouth moving because I knew what everybody was pretty much saying. But yeah, it was that great. Yeah.
It is good, and it's
But it's I recommend it. Yeah.
How did I not know who these 2 guys were, before all of this, and how much do I know about them now? Not enough. But
yeah,
that
and
book
Lipton,
is good.
yeah, it gave me a stronger insight of his journey getting to the genocide convention and everything. Yeah, so yeah, it was absolutely great. I want to hug Gina 50 million times for recommending it. It was that good. It was better than any pot I ever smoked in my younger days, put it that way. You're gonna have to unmute me when it's time to shut me up, because
okay.
Yeah, you go ahead
Yeah.
and unmute me so Tracy can get up. But yeah,
All
I
right.
loved it.
All right. Christopher, go ahead.
Hi, we're self-sufficient, Prince. We had good home training. Anyway, I wanted to ask Dan if he's still contemplating a 24th in DC.
Dan may be trying unsuccessfully to unmute himself.
Oh
are you,
no. Yeah, I'm
you
talking about
going-
the rally. We talked about the rally because there's a rally coming up in 1 week in
Yeah.
Washington, D.C., along with other places in the country, I'm sure. But he and I were noodling about what to do if we could get ourselves together to go. And so I'm trying to pick that back up. And we can continue in DMs, but I just thought that I would say hello. And then I would say to you, Prince, that we're self-sufficient, fleecing. Thank you. Bye.
We're self-sufficient. Okay.
Fleecing, Prince. Fleecing.
Picking your pockets. Yes.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
There you go. Very good.
I have set up autonomous pickpocket.
We are self-fleecing sheeple.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Good Lord. This is a lot while I'm just coming up to speak. But yes, I would love, I know that James said you're going. I think Forrest is trying to go. I'm not sure. I think Gina's going. I'm not sure, but she'll probably be working. Yeah, it's, next weekend is going to be quite the occasion. I don't know who else is going to go. We should like put an opinion. We should put a poll out there to see who all is going to go, because that would be good. That would be very, very good. Wonder if Robin's going to go. Robin should go. You know what? If you're that close to to it, you should go. Dan, are you back? Can you speak?
Yeah, I can speak. I hate this. It's like I feel like I'm at the amusement park doing the roller coaster, which there's no way I'd try that these days. I'm Christopher. I was sick last week, so I don't know how I'm gonna be, and I've got a busy weekend coming up, so I don't know. I want to go, and plus my finances are all screwed up because we just bought a new couch at work, and I'm doing a thing with the upholsterer. So another contractor. So I doesn't look good for me. So yeah, I'll be there in spirit probably.
Okay. All right. No problem. I just wanted to check in. Oh,
Yeah, I really
contractors.
wanted to go.
Yeah,
I
contractors.
haven't been there. I haven't been there since 92 or 93, 94 was the last time. Yeah. 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 I love that area. So yeah. But yeah,
I hear they put a subway in.
a subway. What do you mean?
No,
What?
the trains, metro. I
Oh
hear they
yeah.
put.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I thought you meant a subway eatery. I don't eat there.
No, neither do I. No,
I
I
have
was
to be
just
very
making. I
careful.
was just
Yeah, I'm
just
not a good
playing on.
eater.
I was just playing on your age.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's very precarious when I'm traveling. I don't eat. If I'm driving in my car, I don't eat. I just don't eat. I drink coffee and that's it. Yeah. Yeah. It's fun being old. Sucks, but at least I'm on the tail end of it. Yeah. So I don't think I'm going to be able to make it, but I'll be there in spirit, and I'm hoping somebody there can hook me up on their phone or something so it's live. I want to hear the noise. But can you unmute me, Tracy? If I try it.
I got you, Dan. I muted you. I love you, but I muted you. Linda, what are you doing next weekend besides drinking? Linda's not speaking to me now.
Sorry, it took me to get a bit to get back to the screen where I could press the button. I was thinking about it actually. I've been hibernating for 4 years, but I've been thinking about this, frankly. So I don't know. We'll see. Bug me.
Well, I understand. I completely understand the hibernating part, seeing as I can truly say that I have not been in a grocery store, and it'll be 4 years in March next month. So yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get you, Linda. I get you. I get you.
And I'm about
Yeah.
the only one that I know of in my circle of friends who has not gotten the sea plague.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah.
I have not gotten it either. So anyway, it wouldn't be a bad adventure. So, but
Yeah.
let me get started here and say hello to my co-host. I'm not neglecting you, Tracy. How are you tonight?
Hello, Prince. I'm very tired, but nevertheless still here and raring to go. Will that work?
Yeah, I mean, you pulled off one heck of an epic shift today, didn't you?
It was quite long. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a long one. How many hours?
9.
And then you took a nap, and now you're back. Good gracious! And it's 3:00 in the morning, 3:15 in the morning. So yeah, let's see what we can do here to get us going and maybe keep us engaged and wake us up with some SVU kind of entertainment. Now, what shall we say? Marcus, take it away. Oh, that's disappointing. I don't know where Marcus.
That's all right. I'll edit it in.
Okay. We'll edit that in. Marcus. I don't know. Maybe this is why he's been such a good child tonight for
Dun,
Robin.
dun.
Oh,
Isn't it like that?
Yeah,
Dun,
no,
dun.
James, it's
No.
not the same.
Oh,
It's not
sorry.
the same.
I won't.
Sorry.
Well, then I withdraw my noise.
Marcus, practices for hours every week to be able to, do that. Just kidding. So Tracy,
What are you saying about me? I had the
Oh.
volume down, but I heard my name.
I said it's
You're
time.
you're on. It's your time.
He's like,
What's up?
time for what?
Oh.
It's your time. Cha-ching. Good job, Marcus. Thank you very much. We always appreciate the intro by Marcus.
Well, and I like to name obscure French, African places, so in my songs.
Djibouti. Oh, God. Oh, that was good. So, Tracy, my friend, where are we starting out tonight? Are we starting out with some numbers and maybe a PSA?
You nearly said something else then, Prince, it sounded like, instead of numbers. You made me get the giggles now. Sorry, I apologise. Yes, let's go with some numbers, but we should have a PSA thing, I think, first, because we did start a new fundraiser today, didn't we? Which was very exciting.
I was asleep.
Well, I shall tell you all about it then, Prince, because we are raising funds to buy trucks, which I think is absolutely fantastic because, of course, we've heard how much there's a desperate need for these things, really, not a great need. And, of course, this is why many people are trying to do things like get the ULEZ vehicles sent to Ukraine, etc. But whilst all that's going on, you can all help by sending 2 trucks. That's what we're raising funds for, 2 trucks. So we need to raise around $14,000. And these trucks will be for the 18th Brigade of the National Guard and for the Separate Assault Special Forces Group Omega of the National Guard. So how cool is that? You get to help a Special Forces unit as well. Now, of course, their need is not any more great than any other fundraiser that we have. They're all equally as great and all have very, very many different reasons why they are so equally important. I think it's very, very difficult to put one above the other. But I think in terms of these types of things, we can really help change things or really help them to be able to change things, should I say, because of course we don't do the work, do we? We just help to provide some of the tools to make that a little bit easier for the guys and gals out there doing this incredibly difficult work, dealing with brutal, cruel, mean Russians. So let's get them some trucks so they can speed away after they've done their special forces jobs. Actually, today we were joined by Vladimir from the 18th. Actually, I think it was from the 2nd. I can't remember exactly how it goes now because the titles confuse me. But the second unit or something from the 18th Brigade anyway, because of course they have different units in these brigades. And he was explaining actually, Prince, about just how valuable these are because they can speed them away from places very fast. They can drive in them really well and they can get away much, much easier, especially with the conditions that they're driving on. So that's something that he was talking about today. Go ahead, Christopher.
Yeah, and something else that I didn't think about, but it makes like complete sense. He was talking about the fact that these wouldn't necessarily be painted in any sort of army colors because sometimes you need to be able to blend in. So I thought that was really interesting, and I had not thought about that. And I thought that was wow. That was it kind of makes sense because everything we seem to send, like, I'm sorry, let's try this again. Everything that I watch getting sent gets like people are so proud of. I just painted it the whatever color and it's green, and it's green and it's green, or whatever the color happens to be, and like it gets a fresh paint job, and people get excited about those things going over with a fresh paint job. But yeah. Anyway, that's what I thought I would add. Thank you. Back to you. I'm here for the duration. Woo! Bye.
Well, thank you, Christopher. No, that's a really good point, actually. Yeah, because like you say, they're special operations, aren't they? So when they're trying to get away from places, they do actually want to blend in. So it's an interesting point, and I'm glad you brought that up, actually, because like you say, normally it would be the opposite way around, wouldn't it? But of course, in this instance, it's vice versa, as the saying goes. So these vehicles can help them blend in. They can help them get away from places fast, help them get to places fast as well. So let's help get these trucks for these guys. It's not a great deal of money for us all to raise. We've done some fantastic things here together in this community. And that's all of you, really. That's not us here. You know, I don't do this anyway. I make my small donations. Of course, we do have some wonderful people around here that like to double up on these things every now and again. But that wouldn't happen either if you all didn't donate first. So if you've got some spare change after you have shaken your leg and see what things fall out of your pocket, go search those coats that you've not worn for ages. Ooh, see what's in those pockets there. Try what Christopher does. What do you do, Christopher? The change jar in the corner that never goes in your pocket.
No, it never goes back. You take your keys out and you put your you take undo your pockets and like before you throw it in the washer though, because I've thrown stuff in the washer with stuff in the pockets, and sometimes that's not a good thing. So yes, absolutely. I do actually. I actually, you know what, Tracy? I counted it up, and it's not that much. It was about $6 and a couple pennies, I think. But it's sitting there. It's going to grow, and I think I don't know. Whenever we do a little one, like a $10 one or something, I can match you and I can put it in. I don't know, something like that. But it's there, it's growing.